Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight represents the last chance to qualify for the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. 3 Brawl Stars teams already punched their tickets in Split 1. 5 more invites are on the line tonight, and there are 8 teams fighting for them.
And tonight is also the first big test that our new rosters are going to be facing since the huge roster changes shook the North American Brawl scene to its core.
Chasmac looks like the clear favorite on paper, having appeared in every single cup final of Split 2 and winning 4 out of 6. Having secured the first seed, they've given themselves the easiest route to the challenge that they can, and now all they've got to do is close it out.
The only team to have beaten them in the open phase, Wash Team, is also looking to cement their challenge ticket tonight. They've got a tougher road ahead of them, because Obey Alliance, another team we expect to qualify, is standing in their way.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up, because it's going to be an exciting night of Brawl Stars action. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine, yeah. I'm making a play, the game on the line, yeah. I've been on the grind, yeah. I jump in the spot, I made it my time, yeah. Look in the sky, yeah. The stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year and welcome back to the studio. We are live from Burbank, California, and tonight is our North American Brawl Stars Split 2 Open Finals. And it's sure to be a fun night tonight. I am your host, Glitter Explosion, of course, joined by Trav and Ready Set. Are you guys excited to be back in the studio?
I mean, it's been too long for Brawl Stars. It's been too long for SPS, so there's nothing better than a bit of open finals to get us back in the routine.
I mean, it's always fun bringing it back home to the best region on the face of the earth.
No.
You know what? I'll take the bias. You're not, today in this studio, you are not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay? It's great. It's going to be a great day. We've got a lot to talk about, a lot of things in store. First, we're going to start off with the teams that have made their way here today to these open finals.
Well, coming in at first place in that qualifier stage, Chasmac Gaming, quite a substantial lead as well. I will say 110 points ahead of second place Obey Alliance, but then it starts to get a little bit closer. Wash Team below them in third, Papi, Chulos, El Mapache, Mystic Esports, Trio Tijuana, and also Abyss 49 down in 8th place.
Now, those are just the teams here today, though, Reddy. We can't forget about the teams that did qualify through from Split 1.
No doubt, and there were 4 of them, but we have had to wave goodbye to them due to some circumstances of the roster splitting up. That said, though, S-Team and Esports, Tribe Gaming, and West Coast, they're all heading on to the talent stage, and very, very well deserved. But I think there's a pretty good reason, a pretty good explanation for why Vatra, that 4th team, is not competing.
Exactly, and you know, we've talked about it a little bit before on the show. We've also mentioned it in previous weekly episodes of our YouTube show, The Roundup. But if you guys have somehow missed all of that action, we're going to play it back for you one more time so you can see what went down, how it happened, and why we have 5 spots for qualifying here today. While there are more implications than just this, there are 3 teams that will really have the biggest impact on the SPS, and those are Vatra, Chasmac Gaming, and Obey Alliance. Now, you'll remember that CMG did not compete in Season 2 Split 1 because the players went with a new org, Obey Alliance. Well, as we'll explain, they're back with a new squad for Split 2. Also, you're probably thinking that one of these teams is already in the challenge after Split 1, Vatra. Well, perhaps the biggest news to come out of all of this is that the Mexican powerhouse team Vatra has officially disbanded. That's right. Payne, Juan Carlos, and RBM will no longer be competing together. The org will probably be on the hunt for a new roster as soon as possible, so stay tuned for more information there. But for now, they are not competing in the SPS. But it turns out that Juan Carlos and RBM will be sticking together, but they'll be brawling under a new banner. What new banner, you ask? Well, to answer that, we need to talk about Obey Alliance. This was the roster during Season 2 Split 1, but following the big news, they decided to split up. Toast and Fade then joined forces with Juan Carlos and RBM to form a band the likes of which has never been seen, and they called themselves CMG. That's right, Toast and Fade are back with their old org, and they've picked up a couple of sluggers to boot. We'll see how well they gel as a squad in a bit, but whoa. On paper, that really looks like a super group. Okay, so now you know the story about Vatra and CMG, but you're probably wondering where Chino, Patchy, and Payne landed. So let's talk more about Obey. In order to tell this story, we've got to go back in time. Producers, to the TARDIS! Whoa. You guys actually got me a TARDIS? Time for a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. Okay. Let's go all the way back in time to July 2022, just before the Season 1 Challenge Finals. Remember that Charles left West Coast. This will come into play in a big way soon. Also, right around that time, Chino left Vatra and joined CMG, which at the time was comprised of Patchy, Fade, and Toast. Then we played the Season 1 Finals, where STMN won an amazing match against Tribe Gaming to be crowned the Season 1 champions. Now, CMG were always considered to be underdogs in that tournament, but after their 4th place finish, their contract with CMG expired, and they went in search of a new org, which they found in Obey Alliance. They played in Season 2 of SPS under the new banner. Then came the news that rocked the Brawl esports world and prompted all of this chaos. BSC split North America into 2 competitive regions, NA West and NA East. With this came the whole flurry of activity with Obey, CMG, and Vatra. So then there were 4 big names left as free agents: Payne, Chino, Patchy, and remember Charles? The Obey Alliance org was looking for a new roster and scooped up most of the free agents. That's right, Obey is back just in time for Season 2 of the SPS. So, did you guys follow all that? Was my explanation good?
That's pretty decent. It was kind of all up in the air, but I've inhaled it. I know all the information now. And I mean, the North American region, it never really goes anywhere except from a pile of rubbish when it comes to rosters.
My region? You're going to really come out here and say that about our region, not just my region.
They swap every time they can.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, you might have the mid-season drops too. Roster Mania is like a year-long event.
Okay, well, with all of the chaos that happens a lot, we cover everything on that weekly roundup show that I was telling you guys about. So if you haven't checked it out yet, I don't know how that's possible, but you can head on over to our YouTube /ESL Mobile, okay? Check out all of the recaps that we've been doing for the entire first split, the entire second split, and we're going to be having more going forward. Some really cool stuff on over there, but we have to focus on the cool stuff that we have going on right now. Coming up right around the corner, that is going to be the first match. Let's take a look at the bracket. Our quarterfinals have already happened here, ready, so we've got a lot to talk about.
Yes, indeed, and this is just the upper bracket, so the teams that were defeated here, they went down to the lower bracket. We'll still get to see how they panned out, but Chasmac Gaming taking down Abyss 49 at a 3-2. Bit of a tight one, and we'll check back in with them later to see if they really have been offering the same forte that they were throughout the Cups. El Mapache going down to Papi Chulos, as well as Wash Team taking down Mystic Esports, and Trio Tijuana going down to Obey Alliance. We have the next round ready to go with the lower bracket. El Mapache gracing through that match with Abyss 49, and heading on to the next round, Trio Tijuana also falling at the hands of Mystic Esports and progressing on in the lower bracket.
So we've had lots happen so far, but we're going to be moving back up to the upper bracket because our first match of the day that we're going to be watching and talking about is going to be right at the top there. It's going to be Chasmac Gaming versus Papi Chulos. This should be a good way to start it off.
It definitely should. You know, as Reddy said, Chasmac, they looked incredible all the way throughout these qualifiers. They've won multiple, but then they only beat the 8th seed coming into today 3-2, and it definitely seems a little bit worrying in my eyes. Fade, Juan Carlos, and IBM, though. It's an incredible roster, and I don't doubt the fact that they can win, regardless of some maybe poor form coming into today.
No doubt. Chasmac Gaming, they're an extremely storied roster, and for good reason. They have gotten 4 of the 6 victories throughout the challenge, rather throughout the Cup season, and they've been looking incredibly consistent. The only other team that was able to take wins was Wash Team, which is going to be their tightest competitor, I think, in the upper side of the bracket. But them cutting it so close with Abyss 49 is definitely a cause for concern, because even if a team is not scrimming the matches versus a team that they're not really scared of, you don't want to go to set 5, ever. I don't really think there's much of an excuse for that.
Yeah, no, definitely so, and you know, especially when you're trying to make your opponents further down the line scared of you, and I think Papi Chulos is a team that's not really going to be too scared. They've got a lot of veterans on this roster. Jigsaw, second best, and Tooney have been at the top of competitive for a serious amount of time now. Steel is that kind of person who's just elevating through the ranks of competitive Brawl stars, and he's recently been making quite a mark. Yeah,
I have been keeping my eye on Steel personally, and it makes me really, really happy to see them substituting Steel in and seeing what the guy is capable of, but let's not detract from what is possible with the remaining people on this roster. It's just an incredibly talented group of guys, but versus Chasmac Gaming, they're still going to be offered a pretty substantial challenge.
Definitely so, and I mean, you know, these are the kind of players who aren't going to be, as I said, backing down because they're against your fierce opponent. They're going to know they're going to have this chance of winning, and they're going to want to be taking that and, you know, moving forward and getting their qualification spot, because that's what this game offers. It's qualification without having to go all the way through the low bracket.
You know, and one other thing to consider, okay, we do have their head-to-head here. The last 2 times that these teams have faced off, it has been CMG that came out on top already.
It has. I mean, CMG, they've pretty much always come out on top, except for a couple of circumstances throughout the Cups, because they were only defeated twice, and it was both at the hands of Wash teams. So CMG, not only are they incredibly consistent, but they're also very, very dominant as well. And if we also kind of check out some of the competitions that were occurring in the last month, another third-party competition, the Queso Cup, they made it all the way to first place, but they were not able to graduate past the gauntlet. They got taken down by Tribe Gaming. So that's not really that bad of a team to go down to if we kind of zoom out and look at things, because Tribe, they're kind of on top in North America.
And they're not here right now. So not somebody that they have to worry about, okay? I mean, obviously we have heard the opinions from the casters. I think we know which way they're leaning, but we want to know what you and chat have to say. You guys know the drill. You know how this works. Let us know in that poll down below in Twitch chat who you think is going to be taking home the very first matchup of the day. Will it be CMG or will it be Papi Chulos? It's going to be a fun match, to say the least. And I think that those picks and bans are about underway, so that means it's time for you two to take it.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm glad I don't have those channel points on the line on this one, because I think it's going to be closer than we're kind of giving it credit for on this. But to be honest, you know, I'm going to have to say Chasmac. That's who I've got, you know, my money on. I don't know about you.
No, definitely got to go with Chasmac here. I mean, it's definitely the more consistent team. Papi Chulos, of course, these guys are no slouches. These guys are incredibly talented players, but Chasmac, you can't really argue with the stats and you can't argue with the facts, and that is that they have been winning against every single team except for Wash Team, and then when it came down to the Queso Cup, going down to Tribe Gaming, who, as Glitter just mentioned, is not here. Let's talk Ring of Fire real quick and sort of gloss over some of the bans, but also talk about that first pick, Meg. She's incredibly popular right now, especially after Worlds saw a lot of success. The reaction of B from Papi Chulos is, I think, very warranted.
Yeah, I do feel like the Meg's kind of a bit of a reply totem fit, to be honest. I think they kind of brought it to the forefront of the meta. But yeah, I do like the reaction of B. I think it's solid and rough as well. You're going to be able to get a lot of those supply drops off the Meg with 8,000 HP. You're going to be able to hit that multiple times and get supers, power up your team, and therefore play for the late game. Bella's a reaction to the reaction, also pretty good. Got that range, which is going to be able to counteract the B and also be able to bounce off those sandbags if Ruff chooses to use that gadget as well.
Exactly. You got to wonder how exactly Chasmac are going to deal with the Colonel Ruffs here, because they know that Meg is going to be feeding a lot of supercharge to Papi Chulos. It's just kind of how she operates. She walks in with a bunch of health after she pops a super, and I anticipate that it's going to be all about getting the supply drop onto B and getting those 4K Bs fire away at the enemy team. But still, Chasmac have one more pick that they can opt to go with, and it's going to be Spike. Pretty safe pick from Chasmac Gaming here, but I think it still leaves things open for Papi Chulos to go for some sort of upsetting character if they want.
Yeah, you did mention this before the show. Spike's been coming, creeping its way in little by little with this new gear that it's been provided with, slowing down that further 50% inside that super, which is always going to be quite good, and especially when, the possibility of an aggressive brawler still coming out of Papi Chulos towards the end here is definitely still a possibility. Can we just take a minute as well as we appreciate the Papi Chulos logo? That is something special.
I mean, it's an upgrade. It's a graphical upgrade. Previously, when we saw Papi Chulos, it was a cartoon capybara, and now we have a capybara in the flesh, as of course, as real as it can be through the screen. And there's the upsetting character. Here's the Ash from Papi Chulos. It's definitely an NA pick. It's made its waves around the world now, but this is NA vibes in full swing. The only area where I'm really concerned about the Ash being able to operate is versus Meg, but versus Spike, I think he's going to have quite a bit of trouble as well. Still potential for outplay. Versus Bell, I think it's going to be a cakewalk.
Yeah, I mean, getting to Bell's the difficult part, though, as you said. Spike and Meg can play these lanes. You'll quite often see Meg forcing its way down the mid when it does have that super and gets into the bigger mech form. But Spike, I think, is going to have some trouble, as you said, with this gear coming in as well. It slows him down even more, which makes him an easier target to hit for not just Spike, but all three members of the Chasmac Gaming roster, be able to shoot at him in this further slowed form. But to be honest, I like what Papi Chulos have brought to the table. I'm just questioning whether Ash is going to be able to get the value that they want it to.
I think a lot of it just comes down to who they have on that Ash. Is it Tooney on the battlefield on the Ash? No. In fact, we got things switched up. Tooney's going to be on the Meg here. Chasmac Gaming on the opposing side. RBM is going to be the one on the Ash. And had things been switched around in the draft, that's exactly what we would have predicted. This guy is an Ash main. It's going to be all over those bushes in the back lines. Second, kind of forced to take away from that long-range role where he would usually be facing versus B. Now to deal with RBM on the right side, where he's not getting a whole lot of assistance from Jigsaw and Tooney, but the numbers speak for themselves. We've seen a solid lead already from Papi Chulos.
Yeah, incredible lead. Regardless of RBM's position there, he didn't really get much done. He had the positioning, but didn't have any damage onto the opposing brawlers. Now they're starting to get themselves situated in that zone and get some percentage back, but it's already 40% down. They've got to get out of this and hold this position with Fade here and RBM. They can't go down either of them. The mark does go on. Here come the robotic rats, but second is hitting shots, and he got one down also. But they're still not getting percentage on the zone. Since we last spoke about it, only 5%'s been added.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, now that RBM has really situated himself where he wants to be, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for Papi Chulos to push back in. Also, with Juan Carlos firing right down mid repeatedly. Tooney also, despite popping that Meg, still going to face a lot of adversity. Already popped out. He's going to go down pretty shortly. Great predictions there by Juan Carlos. He's got to be running that vision gear too to get additional visibility in the bushes. It's a full-on spawn trap from Chasmac Gaming as they now take the lead on the percentage count.
Yeah, regardless of this mark as well, they're not going to be able to get him out of this position with any ease whatsoever. Super comes down from Spike, and that's something they've got to take advantage of, but both of them go down anyway, and RBM still remains in this great position, fully raged up as well. And I don't see this ending any other way than Chasmac Gaming closing this one out. Tooney's been slowed again, and even taken down before the mech can pop. 2% left, and Chasmac going to take the first game, regardless of that pretty disappointing start.
Definitely so. I mean, Papi Chulos, I think this was a fantastic start for them, honestly. 54% claimed in that first part of the match is very successful for them, but you can already see right now the beginnings of trouble stirring up on the right side. RBM, he locks into those bushes and he stays there the entire time. You never want to allow someone into that position, because if you do, the only way to get them out is with a two-man pinch, and that means you got to take your focus off of the B and the Colonel Refs, who are always going to be firing down upon you with 4K Bs and also charging up the Colonel Ref supply drops. So far, though, so good for Papi Chulos. RBM's been forced to take a different lane this time. Wonder what's up with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either, because he's going to have the grass over this right-hand side if he manages to get in there. So seeing him rotate over to the left is a little bit weird, especially considering how well it went in the last game. But Chasmac, pretty similar start to last time, really. Perhaps even better, regardless of being team-wiped pretty early on. But 30% already secured by Papi Chulos. They have this Meg Super as well. He's in the mech form. Seconds got his mark also, and RBM is very low on this side. Jigsaw trying to finish him off now. Hits a curveball, and the Super's going to do more to finish him off. 50% secured, but we can't write them off yet, because they did the same in the last game, and it turned out victorious.
Well, it does look like Papi Chulos have really found the secret to success, though. RBM knows that he's only really going to be able to push up that right side, and, well, the way to counter it is have Jigsaw on the right side with the spike, but now that we've seen second go down, all that control that Papi Chulos once had is going to be surrendered to the side of Chasmac Gaming. It's going to be tough for them to get this pinch on the right side, but Goatsaw able to make it happen, and now they have to turn their attention back to mid, where B, predictably, is firing down with supply drop active and dealing tons of damage.
Oh, dude, he gets one-shotted, though, by the B. Usually a 3K, but 4K with that damage gear activated and level 11. Fade pushing down his left-hand side now has the power-up as well, and still plenty of time for a Chasmac Gaming comeback, especially with the control that they have here. But Jigsaw's going to get the right-hand side locked down, moving to the mid. But Juan Carlos strikes back, and Fade pushing down this left-hand side with some wonderful positioning. Jigsaw might have the right, but he's just waiting for this Ash to come up and to deal with him again. And during this, it's all Chasmac in the mid.
Well, he's practically immobile on the right side, RBM that is, but he's still able to slip out of that super. Jigsaw still has another super to work around with, and with Fade being taken down on the left side, Tooney might finally find an opportunity to get his mech back. Nope, not quite. The damage boost from the damage gear, plus having a supply drop, makes Juan Carlos just an absolute menace here, and Second's the only one that can actually contend with him, but even then, his DPS just isn't quite what it needs to be on this brawler. Papi Chulos, though, are still managing to creep back, about to cross that 80% margin. Chasmac Gaming are just as close. This is a very, very good clutch up by Papi Chulos if they're able to finish it off here and make the best use of Tooney on the Meg.
Yeah, looks like they might be able to as well. He's still got a good amount of HP in this mech form, second with his super as well. 5% left to finish this one off, and they even things out. And that's the game that they wanted in the previous one. They wanted to finish it out and not have to play the long game, and therefore they did in this one. Wasn't too close towards the end in percentages either. They had a good 35% buffer.
I think we're really starting to see the gameplay that we anticipated, right? We see RBM making his way towards the back lines. He's a fantastic Ashe, but there's not too much you can do versus tank counters such as Spike locking down that lane. And then on the other side, Meg in her mech, her entire deal is to soak up damage and survive there, even though she's taken a whole lot of damage, but it feeds supers to the enemy side, and Fade is going to be the primary recipient, depositing all of those supply drops onto his teammates and making Juan Carlos just this unkillable, dominating force at mid. But no mech required at the beginning. It looks like, wow, big stuff from RBM. And Chasmac Gaming, they've gotten the spawn trap off the beginning of the game. Not a single percentage point conceded to Papi Chulos so far.
Yeah, big value instantly. We saw RBM come in there and get a shot on all three members, take down Tooney before he could pop the super, and get the spike down as well, which is just massive. 50% secured, and this is looking all Chasmac Gaming as well, and they don't even have the bad start to come back from this time. This time, they're actually going to have such a massive lead that they're surely going to be able to close this out.
it just seems like it's going to be so hard for them to pinch anyone, because as long as they have, say, RBM pinched on the right side, that leaves one person open at mid for Juan Carlos just to pick him off. 85% already accumulated by Chasmac Gaming, and this is well beyond the point of no return. Tuna's going to offer as much as he can, and wow, actually a team wipe from Papi Chulos. They're still in it to win it, but they have to play absolutely perfectly for the entire game, and that means that they have to do exactly what Chasmac Gaming did for the entire game so far, right back to him.
Yeah, I mean, instantly we see RBM just coming down this left-hand side, which Jigsaw's no longer on, and he's going to get a lot of control and allow his teammates to push up because of it. Therefore, he slaps the sandbags down. We've got all the tanking in the world there, but he's still not going to finish this one off. Just needs to slide on one more second, and Juan Carlos is going to do it just in the little pocket there, and they're going to be taking the first set.
Very well done by Chasmac Gaming, and I really enjoyed watching how this draft played out on the battlefield, because, of course, there was room for some developments to take place between the games. We saw Jigsaw flex onto the right lane, and that actually worked wonders versus RBM. But then later, as soon as a lane crumbled on the left side of the map, either versus Juan Carlos or versus Colonel Ruffs, it all fell apart. RBM was able to set up shop in the back right. Not like that game that we just saw where he was still lurking there, but it was so difficult for them to push past that, and they didn't really have the materials and means to get that two-man pinch onto him to remove him.
Yeah, it was just really difficult for Papi Chulos, especially in this last game. They had some form of hope when they got them down, when they had 90%, but even at that, it's got to be a perfect aim. A single player even backtracks, never mind goes down, and you're pretty much going to lose all control just by having Ash push directly down one of those lanes and Spike not being on it. Statistics are there, though. More kills on the side of Chasmac, but more damage by a pretty substantial amount on the side of Papi Chulos. Not much healing from them either, though. They didn't have massive amounts of control of the mid without having the battles, keeping them chipped and low. Whereas Chasmac clearly did with 36,000 heals, which is quite a substantial amount.
Yeah, and I think also it helps to, put these things in perspective, knowing full well that there was Meg on one side and that there was Ash on the other side. But Meg, she started to slow down in pace at some point where she wasn't able to pop up those supers as often, and that just comes down to them being spawn trapped. It's akin to like the Hard Rock Mine spawn trap. You just can't get out of the thing, and it seemed like once Papi Chulos were trapped back there, there was just no coming back, even though they got a couple of clutch team wipes here and there. The rest of the match was basically chalked from that point, which is unfortunate for them, but they're still going to be able to shift this into a new game mode and hopefully have a new strategy and some more success.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the Meg just didn't have the flurry of shots needed to be able to scout out that Ash and get the super because of it. And when it did, he came in hard as well, RBM on that Ash, just getting him down before he could even get into that form, making him waste his super along the way as well. But Safe Zone on Heist is going to be the map up next. We've seen some quite versatile comps, especially over the past year on this one. We've seen the control comps, the more aggressive comps as well. And, what do you think is going to be taken going forward, especially looking at these bans now?
Especially now that we have the bans, it simplifies things a lot. No 8-bit, says Chasmac Gaming, and I'm definitely a supporter of this one. I love the bit, but it's a little difficult to play into because he can lock down mid and pretty much ruin the game for your opponent from there. Carl also banned out, I think is a good call by Chasmac Gaming, can be an absolute game changer if you're not careful. And here comes the Griff. So it is paramount to break open some walls to open up one of the lanes for your team. Otherwise, you're basically cramming yourselves into one or two lanes for the entire game and surrendering something to the enemy side. Though, still, Papi Chulos need to be thinking about how they're going to break open walls, and I think they might go for something like Brock to do this as well, but knowing that Papi Chulos like to be a little funky sometimes, Colt is not necessarily off the table just yet.
No, I mean, we've got seasoned second best available for the Colts, so I'm sure I'll be reaching for that if it's not the Brock, but I imagine maybe a Brock or something like that will come in with that rocket fuel to get the wall down nice and quickly. And there's still some brawlers available to play with range route. They're going to take the Eve as a first, not necessarily even having to break this wall over the right-hand side now. They can just breeze across that water with Eve's ability to do just that, but still, it's good no matter where you play, right? They are going to go for the Colt, of course they are. Ready, set, coming in with the predictions, but surely we've got to be seeing second best slot on that, right?
It's got to be second best on the Colt. If it's not second best on the Colt, we riot in here. But also the Eve being present in the same equation definitely raises some eyebrows because typically Eve is played on that right lane as a substitute for wall break because you can just float right over that water and not have any issues from there. But I think they also anticipate that Chasmac might favor something that's long-ranged and is single target, like Bell could maybe be relatively safe here. And Eve is going to be able to block out a lot of that by getting those hatchlings. She has gotten a little bit stronger, a little bit more popular in the meta recently due to her utility, walking over some of those puddles and also getting the spawnables out. Meg is an interesting pick from Chasmac Gaming, but we've seen just what she's capable of, and it's, I think, very evident that in the right hands, she can do a lot more than you would notice on the surface.
Yeah, it is very situational, though. If you're going to be able to get on the safe with that mech, big damage coming in from the cannons and also the swipe as well, then it's going to be great. But if you're left in a position just as it would be with a Nita on the safe, where you don't have the super and you get left, then that's where it starts to become a bit more troubling. Crow going to come down as the last pick from Papi Chulos, looking to try and slow down a few of these enemies, which obviously isn't going to be bad with Meg's massive hitbox to start with. It's going to be even better with the slow coming down as well.
And I wonder if Papi Chulos are actually just galaxy brains here, and they look at these choices so far from Chasmac Gaming and say, well, this has max comp written all over it. Because, well, okay, I wasn't expecting the Megs to have like mitosis over here, but we'll get in touch with what exactly that is in just a moment. But for now, we do know that it's Meg and it's Griff, and we'll see what their final choice is. With Crow being the anticipation, it's already going to be quite good versus Griff because of his healing star power that makes him very, very strong. And also Meg, where she's usually running the healing gadget, and if you're able to keep her you know, pretty much at bay and keep her quite slow as well, I think it's a good call.
Yeah, and I like your call as well with the kind of preemptive counter to the max, which probably would have been the best thing to put the cherry on top of the composition. But they're actually going to take the Grey, which is something I haven't really seen too much in competitive with my time off, but I'm sure it'll make quite an explosive start.
Well, I mean, there's movement, and then there's also teleportation, which is what Fade's going to offer here. But he is also going to opt to break open these walls a little bit in a sort of unconventional way, opting not to use that second gadget that has sort of catapulted Grey into the meta lately. Some good takedowns at mid, but no major advancements so far. RBM might be able to make some entry frags here. He does get the takedown onto Jigsaw, and now gets a couple of shots onto that safe, but nothing super substantial. Tooney also breaks things down, and I think it's time for us to riot, because we're not seeing second on the Colt, but it's being handled very well by Tooney nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. So I just feel like they kind of lacks a mid player. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'd want to be seeing Colt down the mid, and therefore they're going to have some issues. Oh, there comes the TP in. Massive play from Fade there. RBM gets the swipe away and gets the kill. Some decent damage being added to the safe as well, but not as much as you'd expect with a big, beefy Meg on the safe.
That's true. Here comes Tooney, though, rushing up mid, second, and Jigsaw now tasked with taking down Juan Carlos on the left side. We might get to see Tooney also make some damage happen on the right side. Chasmac Gaming, they still have the teleport down, and here comes the last gadget as well from Grey. Not going to quite catch anyone just yet. 55 seconds on the clock. And Papi Chulos might be able to push things back. Chasmac Gaming, as long as they get a good teleport in here, then they'll be able to make some big moves. And Fade has it, but RBM doesn't quite have the super just yet. And it looks like that's going to be a requirement for them to finally commit to teleporting in once again.
Yeah, it looks that way. Jigsaw playing down the mid now and having Tooney play down the right. Does have a wall break now, regardless of not having that silver bullet available. Still going to go forward and actually miss it on RBM. That's not the play that you want to make, but Fade instantly takes advantage of that and TPs into him, gets the kill. But now Jigsaw on the safe. RBM in the position that I explained to start with. No super and the availability to shoot the safe. And now it's going to be Papi Chulos who fly into the lead. The damage is still going down as well. Jigsaw's position is great, but now RBM has his super. He needs to make the push, but the TP's only going backwards, and he actually trips it as well. TP's further back into his spawn, and now they might not even have the time to even this one out. 14 seconds, but the triple TP comes in. There's damage is there. In comes Juan Carlos, which is a big damage dealer. And there it is. The Grey TP clutches up after a pretty disappointing game from Chasmac. They managed to turn it around once more.
Very, very well done. The spins and pins of revenge there at the end, as they were subject to those at the hands of Papi Chulos in set number 1. Chasmac Gaming, this is honestly a very, very smart draft by them, because Grey, he's not really going to have too much trouble versus Crow, and I think it's a great substitute for what Max would probably typically offer on this map. You get that movement, now it's instantaneous. It's actually probably better. He's just going to be struggling to get that super, and Tooney's trying to stay at range. He's also doing a good job of dodging the attack so far. It's where Fade is going to find his primary issues. RBM actually getting an unexpected victory versus second on the right side. That was very well handled by RBM. Now he finally gets to hop into that mech, get some solid damage on the safe, but most importantly, maintain mid-control until Fade can get a teleport.
Yeah, it looks that way. Down goes that, and we just want to take a quick second to thank our partners at Snapdragon as Fade gets the TP in. When winning matters, always look towards Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Big plays coming in from CMG, though, and they're probably looking towards that because winning matters to them quite heavily.
Winning matters to me, too. I love to see a good victory from time to time, and Chasmac Gaming are looking quite solid here, but Papi Chulos are gradually pushing in. Tooney in second, looking to combine on the left side. Have to be mindful of where RBM is. They caught just in his range. Hatchlings are going to soak up a little bit, but still push back on the left side. Fade also looking to line up some shots. Jigsaw causing major issues on the back right, but it doesn't even matter as Fade continues to pummel through this left side, getting RBM closer and closer to grabbing a kill on the left side and ultimately getting some safe damage. Good teleport in as well. A takedown onto Tooney. And Chasmac Gaming are looking good, but they're still taking substantial damage on their safe at the hands of Jigsaw.
I mean, the damage gear activated as well, and Fade managed to get a 2k shot, but in comes Juan Carlos, and that's some big value as well. RBM picks up his super, but doesn't get any kills along with it. However, Juan Carlos does manage to chain his on the right-hand side there, but Tooney keeping him back quite nicely away from the safe, and that's exactly what he needs to be doing, right? Because if you've got this damage gear, if you get a clear sight onto that safe with Griff, a lot of damage is going to rain in. Down comes RBM over the right-hand side, but Jigsaw's still got a couple of these gadgets left. He needs to be quite cautious about the position he puts himself in now, but these hatchlings pushing him back nicely and actually deflating the situation very well.
He's in a safe position at the moment. If he's able to tag up everyone and slow them down, he could stymie an incoming charge, and that's going to be especially important considering just how close this clock is to 0 and also how close the margin is here on percentage. RBM getting a takedown versus Jigsaw, but still ultimately followed up by second best. Juan Carlos now just barely getting that safe with his super and dealing some substantial damage. 4% differential here, but Papi Chulos continue to push them back. They could bring this to a 1-1 set. RBM fade. Juan Carlos with the teleport in. It's done now. No damage from Papi Chulos on the enemy safe, and it's a Chasmac game victory and set.
I mean, the one TP in is all they need. End of game, they wait for it, they play it well, they know they've got this turnaround capability with the TP in, whether that's with a Griff, whether it's with a Meg when she's in that mech form. You see it here in the first game, that was the big play from them, the initial start, and then at the end they do it with 3 people, and it's just a massive pounce on the safe, and it's kind of unparalleled at this point with that great TP, and it just seems to be the way to go in a mode like this.
Yeah, welcome to the new meta. It's all about Gray. It's all about that TP movement in Brawl Stars is such a valuable asset to have, and just to inch a few tiles forward with something like Max's gadget is incredibly valuable. To be able to teleport so many tiles forward with Gray is immensely valuable, and Chasmac Gaming make good use of it. I think moving forward, Papi Chulos are going to be keen to be cautious of the Gray, and we see in the stats as well just how incredibly dominating this was. Papi Chulos got loads and loads of damage on Chasmac Gaming, but it didn't really even matter in the end. It's just Meg soaking up bullets.
I mean, and she can just soak them up, and that's what they did. They got the positioning with it, they allowed her to take all the damage, and to be fair, it wasn't even Meg who really dealt the damage to the safe. She was just there, getting them in position, getting them towards this ability to TP in, and then they just take full advantage of it, absolutely wail away at that safe, and that's just done in one push, and it's nothing that Papi Chulos can control either.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Papi Chulos because I think this was a pretty crafty draft by them, and they played something quite unique, but that's not usually what gets you wins, unfortunately. You can every now and then strike gold, but right now it looks like Chasmac Gaming have already struck gold by picking just a couple of brawlers that they're comfortable with and running them for as long as they can. We've seen this pretty consistently. If you watch the World Finals, then you saw pretty much every time Zeta played, they go for the Carl, they go for the same brawlers repeatedly, and Chasmac Gaming have found their comfort brawlers. They found what they're good with, and now it's up to Papi Chulos to decide whether they want to ban them out or not. And coming knockout, I don't anticipate the Meg so much, but you can never quite count it out, I guess.
I mean, you can never be sure. I didn't expect the Meg to come in on safe zone,
yeah.
to be honest with you, but it did. So maybe we will see it in knockout as well. But I get what you mean, you know, with these comfort picks, even if they're not the strongest in the meta, and don't get me wrong, Meg is quite strong at the moment, but if you're comfortable with it, you can make it work no matter what the circumstances. And, you know, having these kind of brawlers and that are so strong that you're comfortable with as well, just kind of make sure they excel even further.
No doubt. And it just also comes down to learning your character really, really well. And for Chasmac, I mean, it's worked out well. Even in Hot Zone, we saw RBM playing the Ashe, playing what they're comfortable with. And we've seen in times past what Chasmac Gaming has to offer when everyone is on their main. We need to see Toast in here to play the B, but we see Juan Carlos on the Poco, you see RBM on the Ashe, and you just already know that it's a GG from there on out. But a GG could very soon be in the cards, as Chasmac Gaming, they've now already picked up a couple of sets. Just one game in their favor pushes this match towards a match point already, which is extremely fast for a competitive match of this caliber, but leave it to Chasmac Gaming. They've been dominating the season so far in those cup stages.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly, you know, we did have some doubts about them coming into today, especially, you know, after that 3-2 that they took in the first round. We were questioning whether they're bringing the same mentality and gameplay that they were doing through that qualifying phase to today, and it seems like they are. They just had a little bit of hiccup, possibly even got out-comped a few times in that first game of the bracket, knocking them down to the lower bracket and carrying their way through. And it's just one set now. That's all that stands between them and the challenge season.
Well, clearly something is not working, right? And so now we got to change things up. We got a couple of players subbing out and subbing in. We have Steel replacing Second now, and Steel I'm a huge advocate for. As much of a Second fan as I am, we got to see what Steel has to offer. I also said we got to get Toast in, and it looks like they've heard me. Maybe I'm giving myself too much credit, but we have Toast rotating in as well and Fade coming out. So now we get to see, I think, really what is the core roster of Chasmac Gaming. Fade, he's a fantastic player, but we see Toast and we see RBM and Juan Carlos playing a lot of ladder push and some 2K brawlers from time to time. These guys have really, really good synergy, and I want to see now how they're going to end this out, if it's going to be here, because Papi Chulos, they're throwing a Hail Mary play. Put in Steel, see what the guy can do, bring out second, almost one of the core players of this roster, and hopefully make it happen on Knockout.
I mean, it can only get better, right? Like, we've seen them lose 2 sets with Second Best, and don't get me wrong, Second Best is an incredibly capable player, just as capable as the rest of the players on this roster, but you need to make these changes. If something's not working, if you're 2-0 down, then you need to make the reparations that are required, and Steel might be that player. And if he is, they've still got to win 3 sets with him. Even if he is absolutely incredible, it's going to be a long, tough road for Papi Chulos to come back from this, especially in the form that Chasmac are in.
Absolutely, and I think another thing that this could come down to, because we're really putting this under a microscope, but we kind of also need to know some more context here from the team. I love these bans from Papi Chulos. I love these bans from Papi Chulos, by the way. It's no secret that Sam and Ash run NA, and that gray can be super frustrating to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be put all out there in the ban phase. They're trying to create some kind of consistency here. Now, Chasmac Gaming, they go for the Gene, go for the Brock in the gray as well. So it seems like there's some mutual agreement there on the gray, but I think that the Sam and the Ash really, really are just fantastic to me. That Sam right there is Fade, and that Ash right there is RBM, and here comes the Mandy. One of the last things I expected, but Papi Chulos, they brought out the Colt earlier, so I don't think really anything's off the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ranged game and out in the open, so it is definitely the possibility of having Mandy, the longest range brawler in the game, when standing still. It's quite a good pick to take when it's so open, and if you can open it even further with some of their later picks, yes, Brock might be off the table, but Piper's still available, taken by Chasmac now, and they kind of needed something to combat this range that Mandy brings to the table.
Yeah, and I think another struggle here with Mandy is that she does take a while to charge that super, and she finds the most value from standing completely still, so maybe she'll camp those bushes a little bit, but she's going to find the most value by sniping people off screen, and that's at the beginning of a new round. You kind of understand where exactly people are going to filter through. I'm sure you guys have seen all the clips of Mandy sniping people across the map in Knockout. Okay, we're over it, but Papi Chulos are going for whatever gimmick could possibly propel them towards victory. Eve pick also from Chasmac Gaming, possibly circumventing the need to break down some walls, and I definitely am in favor of this. Papi Chulos also go with the Nanny, who's fallen out of favor a little bit lately, but still is extremely strong in long-range situations, especially when she gets her super, and I think that's the main thing that Papi Chulos are maybe placing too many of their aces in one area, is that they need the Mandy super, they need the Nanny super to make something happen, and those take time to charge up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if they can get Nanny on Piper, that's an incredible matchup, right? And then they've kind of got Mandy to go free on one of these other lanes and play the range game as well, with Brock and, you know, Gray and Jean being banned out, some other long-range roles, and they're actually going to top it off with a third long range. But obviously Bonnie does have the capability of going very, very aggressive and kind of switching at an instant, which is also going to be quite effective against the Piper, against the Eve, if you can pick out these scenarios that are going to be perfect for her.
Yeah, you do have to acknowledge that Eve does have that gadget where she'll be able to jump away too, so maybe Bonnie would like to stay away from her in some circumstances, but versus Piper, it's going to be a great asset to have. That plus it affords you a little bit more survivability, and you can pick up a free kill here and there. It could also be a counter to what they anticipate Chasmac might decide to go for. If it's yet another long-range brawler, here's the Fang, and I definitely like this one, but I think it's going to be complicated for Chasmac if they find themselves the Fang super right onto the Nanny, where she'll be able to dish out about 3,000 damage per shot, and that's not even with the damage gear accurate.
Yeah, and also with Fang, it's going to be quite hard to get the supers if it doesn't end up going incredibly late game, which doesn't seem like something the rest of their comp wants to have. Piper not going to be able to open up walls because of the Fang at this point, and it kind of doesn't synergize as well as I'd like it to. But if he can get positioning and get these hatchlings to come down and tank for Fang when he's trying to go aggressive and get that super, then it can definitely work out, and it does seem like something we've seen before, whereas the Papi Chulos thing seems like a bit of a mashed together of long-range brawls that they hope are going to work.
Mashed together, I think, is a great way of putting it. It's not a conventional draft by any means when we talk out in the open, but here we go. Papi Chulos are already going to be sort of staying in the back line, staying back as much as they can, and offering Toonie an opportunity to pick up some damage here on a Toast, but Toast is still lasering. Jigsaw has to pop that gadget sort of as an emergency, and Toonie is looking for whatever value he can. Great stuff from Toast as he takes down Jigsaw. Steel also seriously feeling the effects. And watch how Toonie's playing also. He's not going to be able to see people off screen with his extended range, so he's trying to snipe horizontally. But RBM and Toast aren't really biting. They haven't taken too much damage. There's a super too, but it doesn't find any kills, and Steel is the last man standing.
Yeah, I mean, the timing on that Piper shot that got the nanny down to start with was just absolutely incredible. Instantly, as the return sender ran out of time, it made the connection within milliseconds, and that's something that we really saw being incredibly nice from Chasmac there, and Piper's definitely a brawl that Toast's quite comfortable on as well. Gadget going to be popped by Tooney, needs to make the connection, get the slowdown, but there's no synergy really there. Steel didn't make that aggressive play when he was slowed down, and that's something that they definitely need to switch on and get locked down if they want a chance to win this, because their positioning's already terrible.
If they somehow find a way to bait the super out of Piper, they could jump in with Steel, but otherwise it doesn't look like there's much room for him to use that super. Tooney also looking for use of his gadget, not quite going to find any. Jigsaw lays low in the back lines, using as much of his range as possible. Emergency super from Steel, but that wouldn't have even hit him. The Protesto too. You can really sense the pressure starting to ramp up on the side of Papi Chulos, as they're also backed into a corner quite literally, and Tooney is the first to fall.
Dangerous game here. RBM's got the super as well. Got to be looking for these kills. He goes for the roundhouse kick. Doesn't even make a connection with it, but it doesn't matter because they've got the game at this point. Jigsaw in a 1v3 situation, and he's never going to win that. Chasmac Gaming now on match point, and it feels like it's gone so fast.
It seriously has. Chasmac Gaming, they're cool, they're calm and collected on the side of Papi Chulos, just really grasping at straws, whatever they can possibly go for, and it's simply not working out. But you can see the gears turning, and you can see them doing sort of what they've always done, is whenever they find themselves in a situation where they're the underdogs by a large margin, they try to go for upsets. They try to go for things that are so out of the, off of the beaten path, that people aren't going to know exactly how to play against it. But Chasmac Gaming seem to have sussed out how to do it. Or Papi Chulos, maybe it's just not a good mix of brawlers. Already diff on the right lane as Juan Carlos takes down Tooney, and brought to a 3v2 with Papi Chulos not looking so fantastic in the last game is already looking quite worrying.
Yeah, Jigsaw definitely feeling a little bit weak over this left-hand side with 400 HP. That's got to be a finish off for RBM, surely, but he's not making the connections, and Steel actually evens out, and he gets another one as well, adds to it, gets two, makes it a 2v1, but Toast actually strikes back onto Jigsaw with the long-range snipe from the bushes. Steel versus Toast. He's got the jump away, and Steel's got the jump in. They're going to be after time in this right.
I feel like Steel counters Toast here because he can just walk in with a ton of health as long as he's able to bait out some of those initial shots. Now, Toast, he knows this all too well. He doesn't want to waste his shots. He's waiting. He's making sure that he's on 3 ammo at all times, not trying to fall up too quickly. If things get closed in, though, Steel's going to be able to flex his more health in order to survive. Toast just needs one more shot to be taken down, and that's the one-man clutch from Steel. This guy, he's popping off, and he's Papi Chulos' last hope at bringing things back and extending this match beyond this one match point.
Yeah, Tooney standing still down this right-hand side, charging up his shots and trying to get the connections onto Juan Carlos, but it's just not happening. Steel's been pinched down straight away. He's got the jump away, and he actually has to use it once more. RBM doesn't follow in, but Steel doesn't want to be using these jumps defensively. He needs to use them aggressively. Then in comes the nanny peep as well. It's going to have to circle around, and RBM actually misses his super there. Doesn't go onto Jigsaw, which would have been a guaranteed kill, and it gives them yet another lifeline. Papi Chulos are just really grasping for something here, but just not being given it.
And they came so close at many opportunities where they had brawlers low on health, but Chasmac Gaming, they had the gadgets to match. Toast had the super. We saw Juan Carlos also had that gadget ready to use at the perfect time to avoid the kill shot. Papi Chulos, they have managed to bring Chasmac Gaming to their knees, but they haven't quite gotten those killing blows. And it all comes down to one round, whether Papi Chulos go down here and Chasmac Gaming advance, or Papi Chulos extend this into yet another game of knockout.
Yeah, Jigsaw wasn't the biggest fan of the value that he managed to get out of that, but return to sender being popped just in time and sending that shot straight back to the Piper, keeping him low and allowing them to get somewhat of a decent position. But RBM over the left-hand side does already have his super. We've got a break there from Toast as well. If Steel wants to go aggressive, grasps his super at some point, then he's not going to be able to.
Well, here comes the super from Tooney, Hail Mary thing, but he's still going to get a lot of damage off of it, actually. Great aim there and great positional predictions onto RBM. Can't quite take him down just yet, but Papi Chulos have managed to get a lot of control off of this. They still have to be careful of RBM if he decides to super in. There's not really anything that Jigsaw can do. Tooney's going to go for it once again. Lasers all the way across the map, RBM, and now he's really on the ropes. Juan Carlos on the right side, he's out of gadgets, gets taken down by Steel. A push in from RBM, one kill. Jigsaw next up on the chopping block, and it looks like that last bit of damage is going to come in right now. Chasmac Gaming, they've taken the game, the set, and the match, and take down Papi Chulos.
Well, they've definitely bounced back from the first game that they only managed to win 3-2 against the bottom seed, and won against quite a formidable opponent in Papi Chulos as well. Steel coming in, it seemed to give them somewhat of a lifeline. It had probably been the best they'd done, but it just wasn't enough. The availability that you had, the jumps that you had were definitely not going to be able to use to the best of their ability, and having to jump backwards defensively quite a lot of the time wasn't the right move either.
Yeah, Brawl Stars, it's just a very difficult game to draft because there's always a counter to the counter, which counters the other counter, and you can get really deep into the weeds, into the semantics of things, but the truth is that Chasmac Gaming, they got the diff in the draft, they got the diff in the gameplay, and that's what propelled them to a 3-0 victory on the match score.
Yeah, definitely a lot closer in terms of damage this time. It's always been Papi Chulos who have been quite vastly ahead on that kind of thing, but more healing once more from Chasmac, and it just looking at that statistic, you can kind of tell who's been in control of the greater portion of the game. Less supers, but also the supers that they had didn't really matter too much anyway. They weren't as effective as, or wouldn't have been effective as those ones that Papi Chulos did have. But at the end of the day, Chasmac are going to be pleased with that, and can't forget that's a qualification as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a really exciting match, but of course, we're not the only ones observing. It's you guys and also Glitter. That was an exciting match. What do you think?
I mean, you guys, you knew it was going to happen that way. You called it. I mean, to be fair, CMG played very, very well. They wanted to get this done as quickly as possible, secure their spot, you know, not have to worry about anything from here on out. There is still a shot, though. Papi Chulos still have an opportunity, okay, to bounce back after that. So they might have started off the day a little bit slow, but they'll still drop down to that lower bracket because don't forget it's a double elimination. So we have some more opportunity here, as you can see Chasmac Gaming making their way through with that clean 3-0, like you both were mentioning. Much better game for them than the start in the corners. So that's got to feel good for CMG as well. We'll be checking in when we return with that Washed Team Obey Alliance match, but like we were also mentioning, you'll see Papi Chulos dropping down there, and they will be going up against Mystic Esports, and that will be the last opportunity for one of those two teams to keep their hopes alive of making their way through the challenge. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, the next match of the day.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our first matchup is in the books, and it's CMG that will be headed to the challenge in our first of 5 available spots here today. We'll take a look back at that upper bracket. You can see that reflected in that scoreline. CMG coming out top, a clean 3-0 against Papi Chulos, who does still have an opportunity here, Trev. Okay, Papi Chulos will drop down into that lower bracket, and they'll end up facing Mystic Esports.
I mean, I will say it's a tough opponent as it is. Them losing against Chasmac and then coming against Mystic Esports in that lower bracket, it's a really, really tough break for them, a really hard bracket, especially considering they're a team that is deserving of that challenge spot.
Right, and they'll have a little bit of time now to kind of reset while we get some of our other matches going. But before we start talking about all of that, let's look back on what we just watched. I know there's a couple plays that you want to break down and talk about with everybody.
Yeah, I was just really intrigued about a few of these heist plays that we saw, you know, with the TPs in, Gray being so new to competitive, and especially with the time we've had off, it's not really been in one of these big streams, big competitions yet, and I just love the way that Chasmac played this. They brought the Meg in, they brought the Gray in, and also the Griff along with it as well. Huge damage dealers to go along with this big TP and the big play. It's all they were working towards. You can see there's 35 seconds left here. They are at a small deficit of percentage. RBM gets popped out of his mech on the left-hand side, but all he has to do for the rest of the game is just work to get that back. Jigsaw's got his super as well, but their fade, he gets it at about 30 seconds, he gets his super, and he knows that the one play that needs to be made, the RBM even gets that one, and he gets his super. So now when they come back through this mid, that's the play they're going to make. Juan Carlos throws out a bit of a preemptive super there. Try keep Tooney low, keep him in the spawn so that they've got this TP. And you can see it all seems to be going downhill. They're still 4% down, but then they group up. I mean, the two players to TP in here, Juan Carlos and Faden, and that's all that's needed. The Meg doesn't even have to come in with the super either, and they get the damage required to get the job done. Really nice stuff coming in there from Chasmac, and I think they kind of just played it all very similar all the way throughout. Some new brawlers, new meta, and I really liked the way they played it out. We'll go over to Glitter now to see her with one of my favorite interviewees.
Oh, we do have one of your favorite interviewees, Trevor, and I've got Toast ready to hang out and chat with us for a little bit. First of all, Toast, hello, long time no see. How have you been?
I've been good. How about you?
I am fantastic. I'm glad we get to chat again. We'll start off with the basic congratulations, making your way through the challenge. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling good. We're happy to be back again and excited for the season. Hopefully we can make the LAN.
I don't think you guys have to worry about that. I mean, you've been pretty dominant so far. One of the things that the casters did want me to ask you, though, they noticed that you weren't playing for those first couple of sets there in the beginning. You want to talk to us a little bit through why that was?
Yeah, we thought it would be East, so we were, like, there's servers and Brawl servers, obviously, so we thought if I played that my teammates would have a lot of delay, so we kind of just played according to the servers, but it turns out it was East anyway, so it didn't really matter that much, but that was kind of the logic behind it, and then I just played the third set for fun, but it was a fun match.
You guys definitely did well. Now, looking forward to Challenge. Let's talk about that a little bit as well. Obviously, there's already the 3 teams that have qualified. We'll have 5 more after today, you guys now included. Any of those teams specifically that are either already qualified for Challenge or that you are pretty sure will make it that you're going to be keeping your eyes on this season?
I mean, I think every team is good. I mean, no team in specific, really. I think that any of the 8 teams that qualified for the challenge are all going to be great teams, and I think any team can qualify. I mean, there's still a lot more matches to go, so we're kind of just keeping our eyes on everyone, and we're going to take every match the same.
Well, I'm excited to see what you guys managed to do all through Challenge. You've got a little bit of time to prep for it now, so congratulations on qualifying yet again. Before I let you go, you know the drill, all right? Shout yourself out. Let people know where they can find you on social media.
My Twitter is Toast0Ping, so if you want to follow me there.
right, well, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting again. Congratulations one more time, Toast.
All right, thank you.
Okay, listen, Trav, I might have to agree with you. He might be one of my favorite interviewees as well. I know that we can't pick favorites, but he's just always so nice to chat with.
Indeed he is, and to be honest, I know me and Reddy, we wanted to know what his Twitch was, if anything, instead of his Twitter. Bit of an inside Brawl joke there for you as well. If you know, you know. And I'm sure quite a lot of people know.
And you know what? If you don't, then you clearly just aren't on the inner circle. Okay. But we won't make people feel left out. We're just going to keep on going because we have some more good matchups coming up around the corner. We've got to dive back into that. I'm excited to see who the next team that qualifies is. Like I mentioned earlier, that's going to be Washed Team or Obey Alliance. So let's start diving into them.
I mean, to be honest, it's going to be quite a close game. Wash Team are one of the only teams who have really been able to rival Chasmac in the previous phases, and here you can see the roster. It's a pretty well-known one.
It absolutely is. I mean, every single one of these players has made their name in the NA scene already with this team or with other teams throughout the last several years. Also, got to shout out the logo there. It's an excellent one. But these players, Vetiches, Frixie, Payne also from that Vatra roster, have all been playing extremely, extremely well. And we've seen them grace the top of the brackets in a couple of the cups. In fact, they have won a couple of the cups over Chasmac Gaming. So if Chasmac needed a rival, here you go. It's Washed Team. With a victory in this game, they could go ahead and qualify for the challenge. It would be an excellent achievement for them. And I think they got the medal to do it. Their opponent across the way, Obey Alliance, is extremely talented as well. But in the past, they have also been taken down by Washed Team. So I think that this is going to be a substantial challenge for them as well.
It's quite a dangerous one because I firmly believe both of these teams do deserve to get to that next challenge season phase. Yes. And obviously the loser still has that possibility of going through the lower bracket, but we know some good teams are sitting and lurking down there waiting for their opportunity to rise once again. 5 teams will be qualifying through, but as you said, they're an incredible, capable team. They've taken a loss against Wash Team, who have taken them down, but honestly, you know these players are capable. You know even though they've taken losses in the past, they're going to bounce back even stronger.
This is absolutely true. Obey Alliance, I think, is really the team more than any other team that I want to see bounce back because they were doing pretty well leading up to Worlds and then stumbled a little bit and have also kind of had their fame stolen from them. All that attention now on Chasmac Gaming. Well, now is their time in the spotlight once again versus Wash Team. So it's going to be a tremendous challenge, I believe. If Obey Alliance are able to dig in their heels and get some good camaraderie, get some good synergy going on, then I think they're capable. But otherwise, Wash Team is going to be a serious roadblock for them.
Like I said, it's going to be another really good matchup. Now, for head-to-head, they've only seen each other once. That's not a lot of information to work off. It was Wash Team that came out on top on that, but that's still anybody's game.
It is, and you know, although they have taken this win, I just said before, they're both incredibly capable teams, and I don't count out either of them.
Yeah.
Obey Alliance may have taken the loss, but their mentality is going to be strong. They've taken losses before in competitive, quite obviously, a few of them, and I know they'll be able to bounce back, and I still firmly believe they're probably my favorites. All
right, chat. Well, before we get into the next match, you know the drill. One more time, let us know who you think's going to be taking this next matchup home. Will it be Obey Alliance, or will it be Wash Team? Twitch predict, poll. We should know this by now, okay? I shouldn't have to walk you through this, but I want to know what you think. Picks and bans are ready. Let's just keep this thing going.
Yeah, I mean, you should know. I always know. I must say, I've got quite a lot of Twitch points in the ESL mobile chat. I will say I'm doing phenomenal throughout my predictions.
Yeah, well, predictions are just one of our favorite things to do. Maybe we can predict some of these drafts that are coming up, some of the picks, but we already do have the bans, and that'll help us draw some conclusions too. Ring of Fire is coming in thick and fast, as Ark would say, and here we go. Rico, Sam, and Meg banned out by Wash Team, and Gray Meg B eliminated by the side of Obey. Keep in mind, it's Ring of Fire. It's going to be about some of these long-range brawlers and also things that can get inside of the bushes on the enemy side and lurk there for as long as possible. I think the Stu pick here for Obey is a pretty classic one. Patchy on the Stu, looking to see the guy glide around a little bit, but Wash Team, they do have a spawnable on their side already in the form of Penny, and she has that salty barrel, so I think it's very bold from Obey to go for this.
Yeah, a couple spawnables in the mix there, and I think it is, as you say, pretty bold for them to go with that, but we know what Stu can do when you've got a player like Patchy or someone as aggressive as that on it. It's definitely a dangerous brawler to take, no matter what it's against, but we know Wash Team can add to this. We know they can take a spike, as we saw in it previously, which worked out quite well against that Ashe, but they're actually going to double down and go with Poco. I'm not sure how I feel about that, especially considering Wash Team, as I just said, have got a lot of picks, well, 2 picks left, which is going to be enough to counter both Stu and Poker.
Yeah, this is true, but I honestly kind of feel like we should have seen this coming. I mean, with the B ban on the side of Obey, it lets Poco kind of walk over the entire enemy team, but you can still play into it. You can still pick things out that are going to be able to counter the Poco. You can go for something like a Crow, for instance, that will give him a pretty hard time, but even then, it doesn't really matter too much. If you're running Protective Tunes, then you can get rid of it immediately. Here comes the Lu, and once again, this is one of those things that Protective Tunes can get rid of. If one of your teammates gets frozen up, then it's not the worst thing in the world, but Lu's still going to be able to get good area control. And versus brawlers like Stu and Poco, who aren't really the longest range, and I think Poco in particular, Lu's going to be able to farm up the supers reliably. He depends a lot on brawlers being in his range and having predictable movement to line things up and charge up that super as fast as possible. Here's the Crow 2. Once again, tons of counter possibilities for Poco if he's able to run the Protective Tunes right, but he only has 3 uses of it.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. Now we've got the slowing toxin from Crow, and we've got obviously Lu's ability to freeze up the opponents, and that is going to be coming a lot more than the Protective Tunes are to get rid of those effects. And you know, Wash Team's composition here, I just really think it is quite incredible. If they're able to get these Lu supers down onto that zone and funnel them through the sides, and therefore either get a lot of stuns or a lot of control from it. Squeak going to be the last pick coming in from Obey, though. Obviously got the residue down one of the sides, can go down the mid as well, cover quite a lot of zone, and I think that's their kind of answer to having the same as Lu. Like, the only other thing that can kind of zone, not as well, but can do something similar.
And I think another thing that stands out to me here, too, is that Squeak is actually very good at taking down turrets because he can fire through walls. So even though there's not really any wall break on the side of Obey, they do have Stu, but for whatever reason, I really feel like they're going to be going for speed zone here. Though I do think that Squeak is going to be pretty effective at taking down Penny's turret, just is a little limited on range. So we'll see how exactly it works out. Doesn't look... No, never mind. There's the speed zone coming down from Patchy already. Protective Tunes popped as well, but a super down from Pain already. Charles just gets taken down to the Shadow Realm, and Obey Alliance are really on the ropes already as Wash Team is pushing into mid.
Yeah, Patchy trying to get those aggressive plays and actually does survive, gets out of that zone as well. The residue was down, stopping Frixie from kind of pinching in as well as they'd like to. Gets brought down to one shot, but Chino going to survive through on the left-hand side as well. Slow going to be placed onto him, not really getting much from it, as he's still in the exact same position on the exact same HP. Frixie didn't take too much of an advantage of that, but now we got Patushas in this wonderful position. Jump in from Frixie, surely going to get Chino, but he's actually going to get traded out there. And the super from Lu going to be placed down, but Patchy's making big moves, surviving a long time and eventually gets stunned and taken down, but he made quite a lot of impact.
Yeah, Patchy's gliding for sure, but the one thing that stands in his way is that spawnable from Betiches. But here comes Chino. He's focusing on the spawnables and taking down that turret quite effectively. I think this is a large portion of why Squeak was picked. And now with the residue on the right side, Betiches does have another turret up once again, but it's not exactly in the situation that he wants it to. It's still going to be getting some good control versus Patchy, who gets that status effect removed from him by Charles with the Protective Tunes. He has one more left for the game, and Obey Alliance still have a lot to catch up, but they've gotten themselves in a pretty decent spot. On the back right, though, we see Betiches fall. Pain trying to hang on to this back right portion of the bushes as Obey Alliance are forced off the point once again by the Lu Super, and Charles falls. They find themselves in a 2v3, and Chino tries to establish himself on their backlines to disrupt things and allow his teammates to catch up.
Yeah, it's a pinpoint jump from Frixie over the left-hand side there, but he's in a very similar situation to Chino right now, but Patushas is going to bring him down, super placed onto him as well, and he's going to keep that shot away from his turret, also keeping that alive. Both of them burning down quite low here, but Patchy actually going to survive with that Gasser heal capability, but eventually brought down. 16% in it, and they're adding some more onto it now. Super's going to come down from the Squeak, but tanked by the Salty Barrel once more of Batushas. Those are really showing the effectiveness that they have. Frixie on the zone. Got jump in his hand as well, going to jump to the left-hand side and take the pressure off there. And Wash Team are going to come home with the first win.
I think this was excellently picked and excellently played on both sides, but Wash Team, I think, definitely wins it here for the Lu pick, because despite the counter possibilities and despite the counter attempts from Obey Alliance, they really only had three attempts, I guess, to get rid of that freezing status effect on someone, and even then, it was simply not enough. Wash Team had those Lu supers cycling out one after the other. If they're able to deny the supers to Lu, then they might find themselves a bit of success if they're careful about feeding them. That's the thing. But in their wake, they still have to concede a lot of room whenever Pain is on the battlefield. And here he comes on the right side, turning his attention towards Chino. He's also got a super unlocked, but he's not using it quite yet. Looks for the kill on Chino first, and now that super on mid is going to become a priority.
Yeah, I mean, preventing these supers, as you say, it's quite a hard task to do, especially when he's coming in like this and just cycling them one by one by one.
Wow.
Really nicely there, but does get hit by the super and is brought down. Can't use that that gadget to keep him alive because he is using the one that's going to be obviously affecting them and getting some more damage, stun onto them when they're in his zone. But they have got a bit of a lead here at Bay Alliance, but now they start to jump in. The Lu Super's down once more, and he's getting the percentage back.
Well, with that Lu Super being so aggressive, Patchy's still going to be able to get around this right side. Charles also frozen and a little Protesto up in the air as he survives protective tunes to keep Patchy alive as he glides around. But Frixie and Betiches are here to take him down, pinch him off from the pack. Chino still able to stay alive, get some decent damage onto Betiches too with a slow, and then eventually kill. Charles also has a super fired up, 1 kill and possibly another one along the way as he gets another speed zone. That's Patchy's final speed zone. But Obey Alliance are so close to victory, they might be able to ride this one out to 100%.
Yeah, just need a little bit more control and a little bit more prevention of this Lu Super. He does get it, but doesn't manage to throw it down, and that should tie up the game for Obey Alliance here, but they are got some aggression behind them. It's a 3v1, though, and there's not a lot he can do with only 5% left to claim from Obey Alliance. We're seeing pretty similar to what we saw in the last one, a bit of a bounce back here from Obey Alliance.
Great stuff, and I think one of the things that I noticed about this last game was that there were substantially fewer Lu Supers, and I think that comes from Obey Alliance prioritizing having Patchy on top of the Lu and having him dodge out all of those shots from Lu, making sure that he's using those supers, and I don't think that was necessarily a long dash, but we can check back in now and look if Patchy gets that super once again. That said, it makes things a lot easier to dodge and deny supers to high-priority targets such as Pain.
Yeah, we didn't actually use the protective tunes, but we didn't see it take the slow effect off him there, but we actually do in the end have a bit of a perspective swap here. So we're seeing from Obey Alliance side now instead of Wash Team. A little bit of a flip there for you as we did see the freeze, but now, I mean, Obey Alliance, Wash Team, it's throwing me off even though I've just explained it, is off to a bit of a better start.
Yeah, this is definitely looking much better for the guys, but still they're going to face some substantial and stiff adversity at mid. Charles still attempting to push in, going to get countered quite hard by Crow, stays alive at just 21 health, keeping Betiches at range. He has that turret down. He needs to get his cannon fired up once again in a good position. He has it at the ready, but he might opt to use it to keep Patchy out of the picture. Great damage from Chino, almost a kill onto Frixie. Wash Team are seriously leading by this point, but Charles pushes in once again. That's his final gadget used already, and they've only gotten 33%. They have a lot more Brawl Stars to play and not many gadgets to get there. Yeah,
all those protective tunes being used so early on is going to be a definite difficult thing for them to actually hack down in this late portion of the game, but Chino coming in aggressively. Frixie's going to jump over a couple of those shots there, but is actually traded out. However, the 20% deficit that they are in now is going to be difficult for them to kind of maintain towards the late game. Pain needs to try get another super pretty quickly because this Poco and Stu combo down mid, and especially with the Squeak joining them now, is quite hard to break.
We'll see Betiches come up the left side now, already facing serious resistance from Chino, who looks like he's going to get the takedown just at the edge of his range on the right side, sort of a head-on collision between Charles and Pain as we see one of them go down. Frixie still marches right up to mid. His mission is to push back Poco, and that much he has succeeded at already, but Patchy continues to push into mid. We also see the Lu Super go down once again. It's a cycle that we need to see keep repeating, and Pain has already cycled out another one. He's going to get as much control as possible with an even more aggressive super now. And Betiches circling on the right side, pinching things in, just hammers down that dominance. It looks like Wash Team could bring it all the way home, but Obey Alliance are catching up as we speak.
Yeah, Frixie held onto that jump for so long, and it actually paid off in the end as he got the kill on the Squeak, but now it's Pain back in the mid, and he needs the super, and he can't quite get hold of it. The super come down from the Penny, though, and it does knock the Pogo back and get him down, but it's 90 to 90. The super's not going to be used by Crow, but the tanks are there from Batuches. He's going to knock him back, and that actually might have won them the game there. 100 to 97. Just gets him out of the zone with a knockback from the Penny turret and manages to take the first set back for Wash Team.
Brilliant plays for Wash Team, and I think a start player for Betiches is absolutely well-deserved. It's no secret that Penny is extremely strong right now. Put her in the hands of Betiches, and you're going to witness some magic unfold before your very eyes. Just great control, lockdown the entire time. And I think also a good accessory to what Pain had to put up this time, because in game number 1, it was one Lu super after the other. We saw the lane switch up, and Wash Team, they had to adapt. They had to bring Lu off the mid. He's not going to be getting as many supers, but that's where Penny comes in to fill the role, make sure that her turret is up consistently, and get the domination from there. Close games, every single one of them. But one team has to come out on top. For now, it's Wash Team, and I think the stats tell a similar story.
Yeah, I mean, this is the game we were promised, right? We knew it was going to be very, very close, and Obey might have taken the loss in this next one, but I don't doubt they might be able to get a setback in the future. 36 kills to 26 and a massive amount more damage, but surprisingly, Obey have more heals, which is usually the thing that actually brings back wins in a game like Hot Zone, getting the control of the middle, staying there, and managing to heal up along the way as well. And with a Poco, you kind of got to be surprised that they haven't got more than that.
This is true. I mean, they are running protective tunes. They're going to be negating the effects, and he's taking more of a support role for a good amount of the time, probably also not running to Capo and opting to run Screeching Solo instead for a little bit of damage. But I think that one of the things for Poco here is that his entire benefit of having those heals and being able to have a lot of sustain is negated by Lou being able to freeze things up. You can soak up a lot of damage and you can heal things back, but you can't heal back that freeze except for 3 times per game, and that's where they ran into a lot of issues. Well drafted by Wash Team, but I think also they leaned into things that they were comfortable with, and Lou just happened to be what won them a lot of those interactions towards the beginning of the set. Now as we move into Safe Zone, though, it's much of the same, I think, as we saw in the very first match of the day. The Griff pick first and foremost, and you got to be watching out for the Max, but after watching match number 1, you especially have to be watching out for the Gray here.
Yeah, and it's not banned out either. Both the teams kind of looking towards that brawler, but Griff going to be taken as the first pick regardless. We did see it the same in the last one as well when we were watching the Chasmac game. Griff was the first pick. Piggy Bank's always going to be pretty good. Definitely a solid pick there to get the walls down, but as you say, Gray is a dangerous game to be played here, and we're actually going to see Max the first pick, which does leave Wash Team with some good counters. We still can see the Crow to slow things down, and we can still see a few more brawls that are going to be good against Max as well, but it also is the start to a very good comp for Obey. They can build around it quite nicely, and they can definitely kind of adjust to what Wash Team pick after this.
Yeah, I like this a lot. On Safe Zone, having Max, or really on any heist map, having Max can be a pretty good asset. I think Pit Stop is definitely an exception, but you can get a lot of value from that positioning. The other thing is that brawlers that usually counter out Max are just not very good on the heist. Crow, her #1 counter. I'm sorry, but I don't really see too many people jumping on the heist safe with Crow. Here comes the Brock, though, and getting Brock in range of that heist safe is one of the primary challenges of playing this brawler. He just is not able to punch through mid very effectively, but once he's locked onto that safe, is tons and tons of damage pouring in. He'll also be able to open up a lane for Max, I think, if she wants to flex off of the mid area, and Obey, they still have one more brawler that they can go with. But now it's in Wash Team's court. How are they going to deal with this? Are they going to go for something like a Meg and try and slow things down? Doesn't look like they're going to go for the 8-bit, which I'm not sure if I entirely agree with, because 8-bit, he needs those walls in order to place his turret behind to stay up, and there's already wall break on the side of Obey.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, especially with Piper and B down in the mid, and you've also got Max and Brock on the other side, a couple more that are valuable down there as well. It doesn't really leave many things open, but it also doesn't pair very well with the Griff that they've got either, because they're going to be looking to break up the map, and if you've got a Max who's way, way, way faster than 8-bit, and if you've got a Brock who's just going to be able to break down the walls and quite quickly with a couple of shots bring down the 8-bit's turrets, then it is also quite dangerous for him there. Bonnie going to be the last pick of Wash Team here, and it seems a little bit better. They've got that jump on safe capability, so some quite good burst damage, both along with the 8-bit and the Griff, which is going to be massive. They only need the one push, very similar to the Gray comp we saw before.
To me, this feels a little less like we want Bonnie and a little more like we don't want Patchy to have Bonnie, because this is the favorite of Patchy's and he's very good at running it. But still, now that that's out of the question, and also they don't have to face versus Colette, so I think it's going to be a pretty solid brawler. Daryl being chosen on the side of Obey. They're going to have Max and Daryl together. I think that this is a recipe for success, but they still have to be cautious about where 8-bit is on the map. They don't have long-range control versus the guy. They just have Brock, and he's not really the most substantial damage dealer when it comes to tracking targets, and especially in like mid-range, for example. So I think both teams really do have a chance of taking a victory here. I don't see a comp diff on either side.
No, I don't either. I just think it's going to be down to whoever gets that push. The max speed, the dowel roll, or, you know, coming in with that 8-bit and Griff can be really, really dangerous as well. Throw one turret high and get some damage in with those extra credits. It can be very, very dangerous. But Phyrexy's starting things off strong. Getting Charles low, getting the push up. Batush's winning the mid against Patchy is valuable. The jump in, and Charles isn't even that healthy either, so he's going to need to wait for this 8-bit to respawn and possibly even go down again before he can make the move. But Chino, he's a dangerous player in this position.
Absolutely is, and here comes the 8-bit turret to operate a little bit of defense, but Papi charges right towards him, takes him out, and Frixie now has to step to the plate to try and defend. Wash Team's safe, though, is disintegrating at the hands of Chino. Another kill picked up onto Papi, but they still have more defending to do, with Charles rushing in, getting even more damage. Chino's the final target to take down. By the time they're through with Chino, they're going to have enemies ready to defend, and they won't be able to jump on that safe quite yet. Papi also has a super, speeds Charles over to the right lane, where Frixie's waiting for him, but Charles is more focused on getting that super for free and then rolling right into the safe, where he knows that Frixie will not have the DPS to take him down quickly enough. A jump in from Frixie and a takedown onto Papi. Good stuff as he connects onto the safe, and it's looking solid from both sides with Obey in the lead.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice preemptive jump from Frixie there, knowing he's going to be coming up that mid thanks to his teammates' obviously communication and description of what was happening up top. Payne trying to make the aggressive push forwards now to get the damage on, but Charles just lurking over this round side, knowing he's going to get super over time, but they might not have the time he needs, as now Batucci's pushing forward. Brock going to go down, and that means Payne's going to come down the left-hand side as well. It's going to be pretty much a base race if Charles can get the super. He's going to roll forward, and I'm not sure Frixie can take him down in time, but the damage is still raining down up top. Down goes the damage booster, but also down goes the push down on the bottom side, and this is surely going to be it. Frixie jumps in, gets the damage along with a few more shots from Payne, and Wash Team, they were in a big deficit, but they came back and won it quite closely towards the end.
Incredible mobility from Wash Team, especially having Betiches on the 8-bit on their team. That's not going to have very much mobility, but he's still able to punch through mid and sort of create a funnel for Obey Alliance to be parted away and that safe to be revealed for Wash Team to fire away at it. Frixie is also doing a very good job of getting these Bonnie Supers and using them at the absolute perfect time. We'll see him pop that gadget. He tries to get the super for free, getting some pot shots in on targets, damage gear active, and a jump ready to go. If Pachi's taken out of the picture alongside Charles, he'll be able to get it. Good healing and good damage on the safe, but Charles and Chino now get to connect with the enemy side, and Chino has that damage gear active, plus a super, plus incendiary on the safe. It is so much damage pouring in, and already off of just a few second charge, they've out-damaged Wash Team.
Yeah, it's that one push that I was talking about. That's all you really need with that Brock and Daryl composition that they've got. Pachi surely going to try and use a little dash through here, but not choosing to do just that. Going to play the late game and wait for Frixie to kind of go aggressive here, but the damage boost is going to be placed down, and there it is. It's just the Brock, 2 shots, a bit of incendiary, and it goes down, but Payne on the safe, and that can be dangerous. Chino's going to roll down and try and get some damage on the bottom side with that with the Daryl, but it's a pretty even game at the moment, 10% in it, and now even shorter. The damage still coming through up top, though. Damage gear activated as well. Batucci's trying to get the remaining shots, and the damage doesn't seem to be rolling through on the bottom. 1%, and they're still in it. Pachi's low, he over-aggresses too fast. Can't really make a mistake like that at this point in the game, as they've only got 1% on the safe, and now they're pushing up quite successfully.
There's still a chance for something to happen. Charles wasn't able to cycle out a super. Frixie has to charge in. He's gonna get that last shot in. If he had been tanked, he would have gotten the super anyway. It was a done deal anyway you look at it. Wash Team, they take the second set in a row. And as much as I love Obey Alliance, and as much as I want to see them take a W and succeed, this is what I expected. Wash Team are on top, and they're not signed. Also, someone signed these guys.
Definitely so. They deserve to be with the performance they're bringing out today against a team like Obey Alliance, who's got such a well-known and well-renowned roster like the one that they're fielding today. And I'm just not sure how I felt about the Daryl, to be honest. Like, the map seems to be getting broken up. Chino's main goal was to break the map up. Pachi played that speed and dodge the shots, but I don't think Daryl really synergized too well with it. Big damage coming out, though, from Obey Alliance. Just not as many kills and definitely not as much healing. Wash Team managing to get the job done. It's not about the damage on the players. It's all about getting the objective in a game mode like Heist.
Yeah, and I think if we kind of return to the Daryl discussion there, I think the way that we saw Charles playing that Daryl was perfect. I think he played the best he could in that situation, and the unfortunate thing for him was just the brawlers that he was forced to roll into. Repeatedly, it was 8-bit, and you're not going to be able to pop off your gadget in time and get your super back to roll all the way to the safe. Ultimately, that's the goal of Daryl's, to get all the way across the map with those supers chained together. He was taken down too quickly. The burst damage from 8-bit is simply too much for Daryl to deal with, and that's just something that I think can be ameliorated in the draft. As we move into Knockout, it gets a little bit more funky, right? There are not as many times that you get to die and then come back to life and try things anew, but I think that also might introduce a new spin and slow down the pace a little bit for Obey Alliance to sort of catch up to the streak that Wash Team are on.
They definitely need to, as it's going to be knocked down straight away to the lower bracket. Do have another chance, we can't forget, though, and I'm sure they will cherish that opportunity. But out in the open, as we saw in the previous one, it is back again. We're actually going to see Mandy banned this time instead of first picked. Jean going to be banned out, Fang, Max, Nanny, and Brock on top of it as well, along with those 2 other bans that I just mentioned. Pretty good bans, all in all. Definitely quite a few of those brawlers that we saw in the last time will not be returning this time.
Yeah, well, you gotta wonder if this is when we finally get to see something in competitive like the Jackie, the Gray, and the Bow all coming out here. It's possible. We've seen it played in competitive. We've seen it actually work on Knockout, and I wouldn't put it past really either team here to bring it out. If it works, and already there's the Gray. It's the beginnings of something kind of wacky. I don't anticipate Watch Team are too keen to pick up the remaining two of that three-man squad that can absolutely wipe through seems like anything, but they need to be thinking of how precisely they could counter it. And Gray is always going to be a fairly good option, so Watch Team, they also need to make sure they don't lean in too much of this gimmick strategy and pick out some things that are just quite solid all around. Things that come to mind could sometimes see the Piper. Jean is a top pick, but they have gotten rid of it. And so with Jean out of the picture, maybe they look into picking up a Carl later down the line, but they go for the Bow. Yeah, they're not allowed, they're not about to let this happen, even if it means that they sort of handicap themselves a little bit with the Bow pick.
Yeah, piecing apart that composition with the Gray there, and the Griff along with it as well, going to be able to break up some of those walls. If, you know, Gray is going to be paired with a couple of tanks, then Griff is going to be quite a good brawl to play against. That breakup, high damage, good DPS, good super for that kind of zoning ability as well. So I like the couple of brawls that they have picked up, and you know, although I kind of did doubt, as you did, that they were going to kind of pick apart this comp rather than just counter it, they've chosen to do just that. I don't mind Bow though. Bow's quite good all in all, regardless if you're trying to play with the Gray or not.
I do like it. I think Bow's just, you know, all around a good pick. The one department where he does lack a lot of I guess abilities is that he doesn't have the most fantastic range, and especially versus a brawler like Piper, he's going to be seriously lacking. Though what he can do is charge up supers for free, and Nanny is banned by the side of Obey, so that's going to diminish a lot of the value that Bow would have to offer. But I think this is also something that Obey were totally planning from the start. They're saying, well, if they decide to go for the Bow, then they won't have a Nanny to go with it, and we're just going to make good notes of where those mines are and not really let him do much. Here comes the Piper. Once again, I think it's going to be great at outranging Bow. And actually, I think this is disrespectful at this point from Obey. They've gotten rid of everything except for practically Bell that could deal with Piper.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Wash Team are really going to answer this, but we've seen they're extremely capable team regardless, and even with the comp just being better by Obey by the looks of things now, obviously they still have the last pick to kind of pick it together and try play for the win, but so far it seems like Obey have kind of just outdrafted them here, kind of baiting them in with that Gray and then playing the double long range to counteract the brawlers that they have picked. But Wash Team, I'm not really sure what they can pick. Mandy out the way, Brock out the way, Jean out the way, Nanny out the way, Max is also kind of good, but they've gone with the Tick. And I don't know, I'm not sure how I feel about it.
I think I do like the Tick. I think Tick outranges B and Piper with how far those mines can go. Can deal fairly well with Gray up until, of course, the point where he teleports on top of you and drops a ton of damage. Now, Tick has some counterplay, but it's still a pretty winnable scenario for Gray as long as he gets that super. And he's going to be able to get in range of Griff. He's going to be able to get it in the range of Bow. In the end, it's going to come down to how these are played, but I think that Obey boasts a serious comp advantage. This is brilliantly drafted for them. They sort of feigned the look of looking like they were going to go for something a little gimmicky here, baited the enemy into picking Bow that's not going to find much value without a Nanny, and now they look to profit off of it. But so far, so good for Wash Team. They're in a pretty secure position, but Obey Alliance do have the mid control. They've already got one takedown.
Yeah, that's a big takedown to have as well, and there's two. Just Batusha's left now, and surely that's going to be a pick-off from Patchy, not even letting him get his super either. Really nice start there from Obey Alliance, and this is the bounce back they needed. They need the comp diff. They need to play it well and get the win in their bag, or it's going to be all over for them.
I really do think that this is one in the draft by Obey Alliance. It was so beautifully done by them, but Wash Team still can find counterplay. I think one of the big things for them is that they're lacking range, and Charles is just going nuts on the left side. He's going to have to deal with the head first. Down it goes to the Honey Molasses. Payne also takes big damage, and the takedown by Patchy as he teleports in. He has to look for cover, though, as Betichiz and Frixie are on the lookout. One tap and maybe a second one in, but no, Betichiz reacts, and it's down to a 2v2.
Yeah, that Bow mine lurking around that teleporter as well, going to be quite devastating if he does trip it, and I'm not even sure if he knows he's there. Charles is going to go over it, but he does bait it out, does see it coming. TP still available from Patchy, and that can be quite dangerous, but you also don't want to be going towards the Griff, who's going to be able to out DPS, who are at close range. They're playing for the late game, but Patchy and Charles, they need to play for now.
Well, Charles is going to use the killer bee that he had in the chamber. Wasn't going to find too much value with it as Frixie and Betches were staying at range. Now they might be a little bit more keen to get in range, but he has it back once again, and he's got that shield up. A little bit more damage that he can take. Patchy and Charles completely corner on the right side, and a health deficit too. The gadget popped by Betches just to keep the range. Teleport in. Charles is going to get one kill. Patchy looks for the final one. Great finish here for Obey Alliance. And that's their first game in this set. They're bouncing back. We might have been a little skeptical of their comp come the round where it was brought down to a 2v2, but I do think once again that this is an outcomp by Obey Alliance, and to their credit, this is a victory. But it seems like things have been quite hit or miss for Obey Alliance. Not just within this competition, but the drafts have been a little hit or miss throughout the cup stages too. If they finally find their groove here and find their consistency, then things can look good. And already they've gotten a takedown into Tick. It's looking fantastic off the beginning of game number 2.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Obey here. They've already got control, and Chino looking for a further break as well. Gets 2 of those walls down there, both back and forward. Just trying to be picked off now by Frixie, and Chino is going to avoid a few shots and manage to retreat just far enough away. Those Super going to be there as well, but might want to hold it for the next one, especially with Piper raining down in this open part of the map. Is definitely not going to be surviving much longer there.
Betachizzi's really got one mission left, which is deny supers and get his own super. Patchy looks like he's going to be able to get that teleport. Brilliant stuff for the guy as he finally finishes things off. 2 supers off of that last interaction. This is great profit for Obey Alliance. Not only have they won the round, but they've gotten themselves some solid abilities in their back pocket to use for the next one. And having that teleport in is going to make Pain a free kill as long as the lanes can rotate over for Patchy to get in range. Betachizzi, he's closely guarding Pain too, trying to make sure that he stays alive and doesn't have anyone teleporting in on him, but it's really inevitable. Patchy and Charles could teleport in as a duo, and the wall break, it's not going to find too much value. It may have been an escape by Chino. Nonetheless, Obey Alliance and Wash Team are both playing for control here, but Obey Alliance look like they're holding back until they see an absolute 100% opportunity to snag a kill.
Yeah, Batusha's just playing quite passively, but still getting tapped up quite heavily. Homemade recipe going to be missed there, and the TP comes in from Patchy. Actually gets the heal along with it as well, but that should be a kill for Batusha's. And if it's not, then they're doing something wrong. He doesn't manage to secure it, and Charles pushing down the right-hand side. Maybe a little too aggressive from him as well, but the tick head going forward, it is going to connect with the Honey Molasses and not get a lot of value out of it. Piano going to be coming down and breaking some of these walls here, which is going to be even better for Obey Alliance.
A really risky play here for Charles, which ended up paying off in the end. I cannot believe he survived with 32 health. Patchy picks up the kill on the back left, and a good teleport from Patchy towards the end to finish off this set in a 2-0 victory. Dominant here for Obey Alliance, and they were having a little bit of fun with it too, because you didn't see him go all the way to the top right, but you sure saw him come down after using the jump pad towards the end of the game. That's just having a little bit of fun. That's confidence right there, but it might be unwarranted because they were so close to going to a match point if just one game had gone the way of Wash Team. It was a good draft. They need to keep the consistency, but can they is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, Wash Team don't want it to go any further than this, I'll tell you that, but Obey Alliance are definitely in a position to be able to bring it back, and you see from here, there was a lot of finishes that Wash Team should have done, especially in that last round. Don't get me wrong, Obey Alliance played it pretty much perfectly throughout, but there should have been some kills coming in from Wash Team there, and they just didn't manage to finish them off. Specifically, you know, the Grey over the left-hand side who survived on a slither of HP, and then the other 2 with the Griff Super as well over the right. A lot more damage from Obey Alliance this time, though, and the heals was on the side of Wash Team, but at the end of the day, in Knockout, the heals don't really matter too much because you only get 1 life. 12 supers from Obey Alliance, which kind of, I feel like, was the decision-maker in quite a lot of it.
Yeah, I think if anything, then we should commend Wash Team for being able to achieve stats like this, considering just sort of how outdone they were on every single one of these lanes. It just didn't really look winnable for a lot of these lane matchups, and they still managed to hang in there pretty well and come close to some round victories, but in the end, it was so dominant by Obey Alliance. It's going to come down to Gem Grab and then Brawl Ball. Should we make it there to see whether Obey are able to get some good comps out here, get some upsets, and bring things to a victory for themselves? But my bets are still on Wash Team. They've looked great throughout the past several weeks, and they looked great through those first 2 sets too. So if it's not a comp diff, then what'll it be for Wash Team?
Yeah, I do feel like if Wash Team can even get a semi-competent comp, then they're going to be pretty fine here, as that was a complete outdraft. But I love the way Obey drafted it. It seems like if they can get the draft pretty much perfectly, bait Wash Team into taking some stuff that they don't want on a map like that, then they are going to be able to win it and take this to a 5th set, which, again, will be hard for them even if they do win this set. But harder at mine is going to be the map. Something that pretty much everybody knows, so it shouldn't be too hard to draft on it. And if you get outdrafted as heavily as they did in that one, then there's something to be worried about.
Well, here come the picks, and rather bans, but Janet, Rico, and Gray are out of the picture, and Sam, Grum, and Squeak are also banned out by Obey Alliance. I like the Sam ban here. I think that's very wise by Obey, but there's a looming threat that has not been picked yet and hasn't been fanned out. It's Ash, and he's going to be a menace if he's able to get onto those enemy back lines. Hard Rock Mine, I think, is not as a decisive map when it comes to out-drafting. Sneaky Fields, I think, takes the cake for that one, so I think that this is going to be a harder map for Obey Alliance if they're going by that strategy of let's outdraft the opponent, let's bait them into picking stuff that they don't want to go for. And with the Gene pick off the beginning for Obey Alliance, I think this opens up possibilities for them too of going for something like a Carl, but it also makes them quite vulnerable to things that can block the pull, such as Penny, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, Gene as a first pick, it's pretty solid, right? Like, you're never going to complain about having it. It's versatile, and even if they do have something that can tank it, you can pull those lanes and help out your teammates quite a lot. Penny's going to be brought in, though. You were right. Salty Barrel going to be available, and even if that plays on lane, it's going to be pretty strong. If they have to kind of have it as that more versatile pick rather than playing it through the mid, which I imagine they will do. It's just incredible no matter where, and the more to be able to rain down as well as it does is definitely dangerous. And Wash Team, they've got another pick as well, so this could even be more solidified.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're going to go for something like the Ash, but they might even leave it open because they know that Penny's going to be able to deal fairly well versus this Brawler with the piercing damage going through all the rats that he might use for tanking damage. Actually, there's the bow, so maybe we'll see a free turret appearing here or there, and maybe they're relying on the mines to try and upset Obey a little bit. It is kind of risky to hope that those mines are going to be tripped by an enemy who know generally where they are, and if they're effective communications, then you won't get tripped up by them. But Obey Alliance, maybe they're banking on bringing them to a stressful situation and hoping for the best. You can also just put them in good choke points to hold people off, especially Gene, who's going to be liking to lurk a little bit beyond that back line of bushes towards mid. They still have one more pick that they can go for. Here's the Ash from Obey Alliance. So once again, this is a little bit bold because they are going to be playing versus Penny, but versus Bo, I think he's going to be especially strong because Bo, he doesn't have the greatest burst damage. It takes him a while to fire out that damage, and Ash, of course, can block it off if he has a super.
Yeah, I mean, Rico's not available either, so they haven't got a solid lane brawler. Mac's going to come in, and that's just a really, really solid, versatile comp here. Mac's going to be able to speed up both the Ash and the Gene if he needs to, or separate in different situations and really dominate. And even if they are massively far behind, you stick a speed on a Gene pull, and you're going to be able to have a good possibility of turning that game around. Surge going to come in, though, and it's definitely not as good as, well, not as played as it used to be, don't get me wrong, but I think it can be solid. You can jump over the pull, you can get a lot of supers off that Ash, and if you can get up to level 4 and play against that Ash solely, you'll be able to do pretty well.
Yeah, he is one of those brawlers, though. I mean, he does get the counter, but he's still going to have to be counter-played by Obey. They're still going to have to make sure that they stay out of his range, because it's possible for Ash to outrange Surge, but it requires Ash to be on max rage, and it requires Surge to be on level 1. So if they're able to get to that point, then they can sort of operate comfortably. Ash, once again, I mean, I've mentioned his super so many times, but you can block out Surge's shots with it, and there's just not much he can do against it. Here comes the free super, and this is when the bow starts to fall into place. Get a free level 2, maybe even pop a gadget to get a little bit beyond there. Frixie already taken down, and Patchy picks up a quick kill on a Betches on the left side. Now, Payne's well equipped with the super now. If he has the positioning, Apache might go for it. Patchy baited him out there and baited that super, but still Payne has a couple of levels. Doesn't look like Obey Alliance are intent on letting anything progress towards mid, though. And we got to talk about the Chino Gene. He's so strong on this brawler. Got to expect some strong pulls coming out from the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his pull now, and doesn't really want to waste his level 3 up top there. Payne going to save the level 3 on the Surge and try come back once more, but at the moment, it's just nothing's happening for them. Tucci's going to place that down, Salty Barrel going to be there, and he even commits a super to it as well. Has to pop that chill pill and get a bit of health back, but it's already 8 gems to 0, and they're not even the ones with the Gene. They don't have the turnaround that they want.
This is true, and already seeing all of those totems go down from Frixie makes me a little bit worried for him because he can't block out the Gene pull now. Penny's going to be the only viable gem carrier for him, with Betch just pushing things all the way back on the right side. He's looking to spill all those gems onto the ground, but he's not quite able to do it by himself, especially with Patchy on the right side. This could be the moment, though. Betch, he's coming in for the mission, not quite going to be able to make it away with his life, and Payne still lurks on the left side in a good position to upset things. He has to allow Frixie to move in. He's got to get some solid damage versus Patchy. Good jump in, big damage. Patchy takes the chill pill, almost a takedown into Payne. Cycled out super, takedown by Patchy. Things are safe and sound on the back right, with the mines also going down and not upsetting anyone. Obey, Wash Team, great look for them, but Obey Alliance take the cake here.
Possibility of the set number 5 here then if Obey can carry this on, but it was just the start. The start was so poor from Wash Team, and they need to really work on that bit because, I mean, it wasn't even bad that Surge didn't get levels, because Surge was getting levels all day long and they didn't really care about it. That was the thing. They were feeding it, but they were dominating the other two so well that it didn't really affect them to much of a degree.
Well, we'll see how they operate with it this time. Painey's going to pop that gadget, march right up the left side, gets a lot of supercharge off of that one, probably only needs one more shot to get a super, and Patchy also falls, but Charles owns the right side right now. There's the immediate super from Painey, was in fact able to get his first level off of that, and this is a great look, but here comes a speed in from Charles. Patchy approaching around the left side, not going to get stunned as he charges right through it. So much damage, super down, it wasn't even necessary, but he's on a warpath. Down goes Pain, and it's a full team wipe for Patchy on the Ashe.
Well, now the reverse sweep is even looking even more likely. Patchy on a tear, as you said, coming through, and he's got the robotic rats once more, tanks them down, and doesn't feed that super. Nice pull coming in from Chino as well here, but it is only 6 gems. It's not as drastic as we saw in the last one. Tusha's doing some great work at the left-hand side, but his teammates just aren't supporting him on the other lanes. Bowmine's thrown down behind that Mac to try and stop him from retreating, but he had that speed, and there's no way they're going to be stopping him there. Patchy just walking forward once more, but the turret does gain, but it's surely out of range of this mid.
It absolutely is. It wasn't, in my opinion, the greatest use of a turret, but Betch just has the angle to get it back pretty quickly if he's cautious. Beautiful pull onto Frixie on the right side. Didn't look like he had a totem to block that one, and Obey Alliance now with 10 gems to start this countdown and bring it back. Betch he's in position. Also, he has a turret that he can use to get some additional damage and stun things, but he needs the assistance from Frixie. Speed around the left side. They're way out of reach. Maybe Chino can get taken down. Just a little bit of health left. Pain's able to get that final shot, and Patchy makes his way away from those mines. Wash team still have another chance, but it's looking less and less of a possibility with every second ticking down.
Yeah, well, in comes Pain once more. He's going to get taken down. The pinch is there, but Batusi's got Patchy on his back, gets the shot in, and even knocks him close to him. That's never going to end well for him there. Obey Alliance are going to take the gem grab set, and we're going to be going to a set number 5. Wash team started so well, but it's all Obey Alliance since that 3rd set.
It is the out comp from Obey Alliance once again. It really is what it comes down to. The Ashe was so dominant, and then they managed to get the Gene and the Max in the mix too. It seemed like it didn't really matter if someone fell. It's like, okay, you died, you know, respawn, and I'll give you a max speed and get you right back into the position. There was just no room for Wash team to push in, get any sort of control over that gem mine, or even take down any of the gem carriers and make it away with the gems alive, as we did see them get takedowns a few times.
Yeah, I mean, it's just domination. I don't know how the start was so poor both times from Wash team. They just got wiped out, and possibly even, the Surge was the last one left in the first game. But at the same time, you know, you can't be letting domination like that occur so early on. 8 gems picked up and 8 gems dropped. That's pitiful on both sides of the statistics there, but 39 picked up and only 13 dropped from Obey Alliance. Even with that, you're still going to have 20 gems for both of the games at the end of it. Big damage coming in from Wash team. Really not much from Obey, but they didn't even need to. They just position, domination, winning lanes, and that's what win games.
I mean, this is really where I come down and say, like, this is the Ashe diff. This is why he is so good. And it's very clear that Wash team are aware. They got rid of Sam, who operates in a pretty similar way, just dive bomb the backlines repeatedly. And Ashe, while he doesn't have as much sustain because he can't, you know, get that speed boost all the time, and he can't always be healing up with the use of his own super, he's still going to be able to win the lane immediately off the beginning of the game. And just like that, your backlines now belong to the enemy team. It's a brawler that needs to be banned out, and I think that Wash team had the right idea. I just wonder what part of their composition did they decide is, yep, this is going to be the thing that makes Ashe not Ashe anymore. It wasn't any of the brawlers that they picked, and they got to be cautious of that as we head into Sneaky Fields, and Sam and Ashe are both going to be looming threats.
Possibly could be more of the same here as well, and you know the possibility of Grey definitely going to be something as well, because you know we got the Grand Piano that can drop down, break walls if they want to take that route. And if you stick a couple of tanks on that teleporter with them and just go aggressive for the ball and run it down, and that could also be quite a scary thing. So definitely got to account for that better than they had accounted for the tanks in this game. Otherwise, we could be seeing a reverse sweep.
I mean, reverse sweeps are always entertaining, but I know that Wash team would be hurting on an extremely deep level should that happen, especially considering such a start that they had versus Obey Alliance. But we're waiting on those picks and bans coming through, but we've already put forth some predictions on what they could be. Now we have the Gray ban, Poco and Rico also being eliminated by Wash team. On the side of Obey, Otis, Squeak, and Surge eliminated. Looks like they both kind of recognized brawlers that the opposing team is comfortable with. I'm a little more curious about the Rico ban from Wash team. Maybe they are trying to open up some takes for themselves, but it doesn't look like it's going to be working out super well, as B is already picked on the side of Obey Alliance. And note the Squeak ban also. Squeak is a very strong mid here on Sneaky Fields, and Obey, they're not having any of that.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the Rico banned by Wash team as well in the previous one, right? They banned the same brawler and they got opposed by tanks, so I don't know what they're really planning on doing here, but B's going to be the first pick. it's a versatile one. Good against tanks, good against normal brawlers as well. The control, the honey molasses, the slow, bit of everything. Janet, another incredibly versatile. Short range, long range. Drop the base, also going to be able to scout out a lot of this bush and not allow the opponents to sneak up with this massive radius. So that's also something to be scared of. But honestly, I don't even know if we're going to be able to see any tanks now because the B is going to be able to account for them so well.
It's very true, but another thing that B requires is an accessory. Yeah, Ashe, okay, fine, whatever.
Can't take down the rat.
NA vibes. There's going to be some kind of counter from Obey Alliance, so they're going to have to go for a tank of their own. Just, what will it be is a question. And I guess it was kind of a true or false. So, like, it's, Ashe or it's Sam here in North America. The M's from Obey concerns me a little bit, though, because M's, well, yeah, she can get the piercing damage onto Ashe's rats and slow him down a little bit, constant charisma, get a little bit of hype going, more survivability, especially if you want to close enemies in towards their goal and use that wall as an advantage. Just don't usually see her play super, super well, unfortunately. Of course, it all comes down to how Obey handle her and the final pick from Wash Team. Do they double down on the tanks? Do they try and do something to deal with Sam is really the question here. And yeah, they do double down. There's the double-barreled Daryl, and he's going to be countering out. I think the Sam here going for some stuns and getting in close range.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got the B and we've got the M's as well. It's difficult. They're going to have to really dive bomb early on before M's get super, before B gets super, before they get these slowdown capabilities. And Sam's going to be something which is tough to deal with as well for Ashe if Daryl doesn't manage to get that lane correct. But, I mean, honestly, I think Wash Team could quite easily win this. It's just whether they're going to be able to get what they need to be done in the early game, which is win the entire game.
Hey, well, let me point out something important, which is that I don't see any wall break from either team, so I think the tanks really do reign supreme here. Betches is still going to be scouting out the bushes with the use of the drop the base. Pain also staying alive on the left side. Things are wide open as long as Charles goes down, and Frixie's going to opt to heal up a little bit before he pushes in, looks for an angle. Pain also with a super in. Things are all the way closed in. Patchy still able to clutch up, popping that ball towards the back left, but Pain still passes it over to Frixie, and it's an easy goal for Wash Team off the beginning of the game. You just can't contend with that much health, especially Chino, Charles. Once things are close to them, there's not really much they can do. They're going to have to push things up in the early game and resist the initial push from Wash Team, which they have done this time. As long as they can maintain control of mid, they're looking good.
Yeah, Patchy managed to win that tank matchup over the left as well against Pain, which is definitely going to be pretty beneficial. Charles going to get taken down, didn't choose to use his super. I'm not sure if he's got hype or the other star power, which would have maybe kept him in it, but Frixie tried to grab the ball. Oh, almost had opened down the right-hand side there as Chino took the ball off him, and he even misrolls on top of that one as well. Difficult stuff there, but a double team on the left-hand side takes down Patchy. Charles sees his opening, but doesn't get anything done either. He's just going to be trying to aggress this now, and Pain's just going to back off. The two teammates are going to clear up the bush, and they've got control now, but Charles still doing well in this position, and pinching could be here now from Obey Alliance.
Well, very well survived there by Charles, but Frixie was still able to pick up the kill in the end, and now mid belongs to Wash Team. Now, I do think B has something to say about it, though. Chino looking to push in. Frixie on the right side, also looking for an opportunity, especially with Charles looking particularly vulnerable here. He could go for it. Now cycles over to the left side. Patchy needs to be out of the picture in order for them to get a goal, but he's not going down quite yet. Continues to heal himself up. Pain takes a lot of damage, and Frixie doesn't have a super either. At this point, Wash Team, they just need to hold on to mid, cut their losses, and try not to score. Never mind. Betches has the angle, and he's got the super in hand. It's a beautiful goal for Wash Team as they head into a match point.
I mean, he pretty much gave them the ball, and they were like, no, we don't want the ball, so he's just going to go up and take it and score. And
you know, yourself.
for how well Obey Alliance have brought it back from 2-0 down to 2-2, this is not the game that they wanted to see in the final. They wanted to get some early domination, get the early goals, and that is exactly what Wash Team did against them. Pain going to be able to clutch up the left-hand side. I'm not sure if he got some help from Ratushas, but these robotic rats going in, keeping Charles low, resetting his heals is going to be dangerous. But Chino's doing such a phenomenal job over the right-hand side. It's just a question of whether or not he's going to be able to stay alive, which he cannot. Frixie's got this roll in, and that can be a dangerous game. The pass through actually makes it through once more. Ratushas can't get the shot off, though, and Patchy and Charles successfully defend it just about.
That was actually way too close of a call, and it could lead to Patchy finding some value here. With Frixie and Pain now stepping up to plate once again, it might not be as much of a consideration, but here comes Frixie, has that super in hand. Roll through, immediately goes on to Charles. This guy has to go down first, but Charles is able to stay alive. Ball corner on the back left. Betches is the one guardian of that ball. Patchy goes for the kill, but he might have overcommitted, as now he has to get that over to Chino, who won't be able to survive the attack from Frixie. Pass backwards, and Obey Alliance are going to have to go back to square one and try this one again.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a difficult thing going on. The slows coming through, and this is what Obey Alliance want. Double slows, triple slows, everything going on in there. Robotic Rat's going to be placed down to try and reset the heals and get the defense off, and they might be able to do it. Patchy doesn't get the ball through. The super's wasted.
No.
Charles looking for the walk, and he gets it with the knockback. Charles walks it through. All of that defense going on by Wash Team, and he manages to slot the ball in the back of the net, and Patchy's looking for it again.
There's simply no excuse for that. That is a misplay through and through, and it could lead to Obey Alliance bringing this one back. They're already up by 1 goal. The Wash Team, they've quickly recovered and already gotten back that mid control. Now looking to deposit a goal. Frixie is not really contended by any sort of stun here, as Patchy wasn't able to survive and get that gadget off in time already. The score's tied up once again. The Wash Team are just 1 goal away from bringing this one to a match finished.
Charles looking for the right-hand side. Patush is there to defend it. This should be a win for Payne over the left-hand side as well, and he does manage to get it. Robotic Rat's going to be tanking for Chino as well. Well, tanking for Payne against Chino, should I say. Patush is now pushing up, has the super in hand as well, looking for another one of these cheeky shots through, but I know Obey Alliance aren't going to be the ones to let it through now, because this is the pressing matter. The push through. Frixie's already been knocked back, but the slow's there as well. The shots can't finish him off. Chino gets 1, but he can't get 2. Patush's passes the ball through. Payne finishes it off, and Wash Team are going to the challenge season.
Beautiful stuff for Wash Team, and congratulations to the guys. They have been really the #2 team in the SPS Cup so far, and this has been a little unexpected. We came in with Chasmac Gaming and Obey being the front runners in December, consistently taking 1st and 2nd place. Wash Team, they arrive on the scene, and they absolutely steal the spotlight. Very well deserved, and once again, they have sort of flexed their dominance over Obey Alliance as they have...
Damage.
You gotta be that's a lot of damage.
100,000 plus from both teams, but Obey Alliance did top it off once more. It seems like when they do more damage, they never seem to win. 40,000 heals as well on the side of Wash Team, and I'm surprised 40,000 heals have managed to happen in a game mode like Brawl, when everything's so aggressive. You don't really expect to see that much done.
Well, beautiful stuff from both sides. I mean, what a slugfest it was in that final game, but nonetheless, it was extremely exciting, and I'm still looking forward to seeing Obey continue on as they do move down to the lower bracket. It was an exciting one.
Honestly, that might end up being the closest matchup that we have all day. I was not expecting it to go that close, the full 5. That, I mean, hey, I will take it. That's what we're here for at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to give them some time to recover. That was a lengthy playthrough. We're going to take a look back at the bracket, and we'll see what's going on here. As you can see, Wash Team make it through in the end, just barely securing the next spot into the challenge season, which means it will be Obey Alliance who drop on down to that lower bracket for one final opportunity to fight to keep their hopes alive. They will end up going up against El Mapache, but like I said, we're going to give them a little bit of time to recover after that very long matchup. So we're going to be sending it to a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be the matchup between Papi, Chulos, and Mystic Esports. So don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, our second matchup in the books, and it's a clean victory coming out for a washed team. Really taking that one the full 5. That was a pretty epic back and forth. As you'll see reflected here on the upper bracket, it's Wash Team who claims that second spot in our challenge season, which means they have knocked Obey down into that lower bracket. Ready?
Yeah, I mean, the Wash team is finally unwashed, right? It's a great story. These players, sort of misfits who haven't found their home on a roster just yet, but maybe now they need to be picked up. Obey Alliance, I think, boast a similar story as they are looking for an org for this new season. And I think if we see them succeed in the lower bracket, then that'll definitely warrant some more eyes on them.
Yeah, and I think those lower bracket matchups are going potentially to be even tougher, only because that's now all of those teams, that's their last chance at making it through to the challenge. They've already not been knocked down once. It's the double elim, so we'll have to see what they're able to do when we get back into those matchups. But before we do that, once again, you have some plays that you want to break down from that last matchup.
Yeah, and I think where we really started to see Obey get a lot of dominance was when we saw that first outdraft from them. It all came down to knockout, and they did a great job of baiting the enemy team into picking brawlers that they just were not going to be able to perform too well with. We see here in knockout, they managed to pick up a Gray for themselves, which Patchy on the Gray, things just go hand in hand with this guy. You started maining the brawler, it almost looks like. And Frixie, forced to go with the bow, cannot find any damage with that use of the totem. I think it's overall just a brilliant strategy, and not a single lane matchup for them was very successful. And this is where Obey started to find their groove. It just all started to fall apart in that last set too. You cannot rely on having a perfect draft every single time. You got to be able to roll with the punches, and that's where we saw Wash Team ultimately flex their mechanical prowess over Obey Alliance.
I love that we were able to break all that down already. I mean, I think that's super important. There's so many factors that go into succeeding in these competitions when the skill level is already that high. So like you said, it can't just be about a good draft. You need a little bit of everything. It all has to come together in the right moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's the intersection of a little bit of luck and a whole lot of skill too. And draft, it's like an unsolvable problem. You just got to have the big brain strats every now and then. And Obey, they were able to do it once. They might be able to do it again on the lower bracket, but we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see if they're capable.
All right, well, speaking of that lower bracket, I mentioned it before. It's time for us to start talking about our next matchup. Now we're going to give Obey some time to recover, which means it's Papi Chulos versus Mystic.
Well, back again, we've already seen a bit of Papi Chulos today, and to be honest, they played well, but just not well enough to be able to take down Chasmac. Jigsaw second best, Steel and Toomey. I'm excited to see which aspects of the which players they'll bring into play, because we did see it switch up and started to maybe get a little bit better with Steel playing instead of second best. So intrigued to see if they maybe swap second in and keep Steel as well and play around with a bit of that roster, because they seem to be having some pretty good plays, right? The team overall isn't terrible. They were having some moments, but it just wasn't enough to defeat the might of Chasmac.
Yeah, well, you're stealing some of the words out of my mouth. We got to see Steel rotate in a little bit more. This guy, he plays well when he gets his chance to shine. Versus Chasmac Gaming, I really think anyone is going to be made to look like an amateur because they're just that good of a team. And their opponent, of course, also not really much of a slouch either. We've seen them compete already. It's, of course, Mystic Esports. Luffy, Nathan, and Zeus. If you've been keeping up with some other third-party competitions, then you'll know that Mystic Esports looked fantastic in the Queso Cup as well, just underneath Chasmac, taking down every single team in the competition except for just a couple. They did get swept by Tribe, though, which was a little upsetting, and it looks like they've stumbled a little bit in the past several weeks. I do think that this is a good competitor for Papi Chulos, and that this actually might be more of a 50-50 matchup than a lot of people expect.
Yeah, I agree as well. And you know, they might have lost to Tribe in Queso Cup or whatever happened, been swept. But we said it about another team as well. It's Tribe.
Right.
You kind of expect that to happen. They've been having some good performances, though. As you said, in Queso Cup, they played very well, defeating a lot of the teams that they probably, on paper, should have lost against. And I think that goes just to show how much they fight for it. And they might be the underdog roster in pretty much every single game they play up in. But they still managed to pull through in quite a few.
All right, you know what? I think if the last match is any indication, we're in for another barn burner. Hopefully, it's who you guys think will win. I'm not going to ask for predictions. I won't put you in that spot. Unless Reddy looks like he wants to give one.
Predictions are fun. Predictions are the best part of the job.
Yeah, all right, let's hear them.
Okay, predictions here. I think that Papi Chulos takes this one. As much as I love Mystic Esports, Zeus, I'm your #1 fan, dude. I think that this one goes to Papi Chulos. It's just what my heart says right now.
Okay, and Trav?
Just to be annoying, I actually do love Zeus, so I'm going to go with Mystic.
Well, you don't got to usurp my position as the #1 fan, man.
Okay,
what
well,
gives?
Just so you know, Reddy, for the head-to-head, Papi Chulos 1-0 against Mystic. So I don't know if that means anything or if it means that Reddy's going to be correct now in this prediction. Obviously, we need to hear from chat as well. We want to know their thoughts, who they think is going to be taking this one home. Twitch chat poll down below. Let us know. See if you agree with Reddy or if you agree with Trav. Because it's about to happen. The next matchup is underway. Let's get into picks and bans.
I would like to just mention my track record of predictions isn't great, so maybe side with Reddy. Maybe side with Reddy. That's my advice for you. Or you just go with me and always root for the underdog and hope for the best, because you might seem like a genius when they win. Bells Rock going to be up first. Knockout is what we start on. We should have the bands coming in just shortly. But Bells Rock, it's a pretty versatile map, to be honest. You play at range to start with, and then it quickly shuts down. We see throwers through the mid. Well, actually, we don't. Because Sprout, Grom, and Tick are all banned out, and it would surprise me if we see a Dynamite or a Barley.
Oh, man, this is classic Papi Chulos action. Get rid of the Sprout, Grom, and Tick. And you know what? This leaves one brawler left. It might be Dynamite that we could see appear here. And honestly, I'm here for it. We've seen Papi Chulos, Steel in particular. If you've been keeping up with the Cups, you saw what Steel was able to do with the Dynamite, get a full-on clutch and bring things back. But Mystic Esports, let's look at their bans too. They've gotten rid of the Gene, as well as the Tick and the Gray. And I think that one of the big reasons Gene is gone here is because they wanted to get a Sprout or something similar, especially Grom is still quite strong, though just not in the position that he used to be. But it's Papi Chulos with the first pick. They decide that they want the Mandy, and we've seen what Mandy's Candle is capable of already. You can get some long-range snipes. We haven't seen kills with it from Papi Chulos. Squish your brawlers on the enemy team, a.k.a. not Fang, like it was versus Chasmac. could lend themselves to some clutch snipes across the map.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't really seen what Mandy can do, because whenever it's been played pretty poorly, I think. Or not as in they've played it badly, but it's been played against something that counters it, or it just doesn't too well. Backtrack a little bit to save my own back here. But Gus going to be up against that Mystic. I like the pick of Gus. You know, you're always going to be able to help yourself or help your teammates out if you're in a bit of a tough position. Obviously, being able to throw that balloon through walls also helps quite a lot as well, considering it's a pretty wally map. No wall break's been picked yet, but we know Mandy can do quite a lot of damage with that super straight across the map regardless. Bonnie going to be coming up next, trying to match the range that Mandy's bringing to the table and also adding a bit of aggression to it as well.
Yeah, and I think also the things that mainly counter out Bonnie are just not going to be extremely viable here. And if we talk Knockout in particular, this is not where you really run like the hardest counter to Bonnie, which is Colette. So I think that one of the main objectives with Bonnie here is going to be if Papi Chulos decide to get funky and go with, you know, the Dynamite, then that's out of the picture. And also Mandy, she just doesn't have anything to offer in close range. She can pop her gadget and slow people down, but once they're on top of you, they're precisely where they want to be. I don't think they're really trying to move anywhere except for where they already are. Here comes the bell from Papi Chulos. This is, I think, maybe their best Bonnie counter that they have, as they can mark her up, negate a lot of the value she gets from having a ton of health, and also outrange her quite a bit.
Yeah, also, if you place nest eggs down around where you're going to be, you can also escape that jump as well. If it gets slowed down, you can get out of range a little bit easier, but it's still a little bit of a tough one if it is jumped in on either of these two brawls, so maybe they do have to account for it just a little bit more. Obviously at the range, if you just don't feed it, then it'll be fine. Fang going to be played in, and I think that might be feeding it, to be fair, but even if it does, at least he's going to be able to help defend if the jump in. I like Fang. It's pretty much forcing Mystic to take something with a little bit more DPS or a little bit more that ability to counter tanks.
And I think it also threatens the Gus a lot, because there's not a whole lot that he can do in close range unless he gets lucky enough to be able to pop his gadget, spawn a ghost right on top of himself by dealing with Fang. Even then though, once Fang's near you, there comes a roundhouse kick, and you might as well be done for unless you have enough health to contend with, or you have an enemy, or rather a teammate helping you out. Last pick, still in the works for Mystic Esports. They decide that they want to go with the B. Interesting, because they are still facing versus Fang. Looks like they're just going to be intent on not giving him that super and surviving just to the best of their ability. It is Knockout, so it can go a lot. It can go a lot longer. It can be a lot slower paced, and you don't need to worry about an enemy inevitably getting a super. It's possible for them to deny a Fang super for the entire game.
Yeah, it is definitely possible, especially in Knockout, something like that, when everything's so passive, and if Fang steps out of line even the slightest of bits against a B, it can be pretty punishing. So he's got to be a little bit cautious about that, but if he stays on his favorite matchups, if he stays behind the walls and tries to peek for his super just a little bit, then I think the Fang will be all right, especially in the late game if they can play it out that long. Into the game now, though, and we instantly see in second absolutely tapping Luffy. You're going to be playing that reverse polar, and I think that might have hit, actually.
It's all about those bounce shots and winning that lane early. That way, they can all focus on the left lanes and the mid lane. Zeus here comes extremely aggressive up mid. Already some damage onto Fang and pushing things back, getting so aggressive and persistent with the super. Second, all the way locked in on the right side. It's a kill confirmation for Mystic, and they've already got one man down. They got to get rid of Toonie as well as Fang, but Fang has the super. He could opt to keep that on lock for the next round, but if he finds an opportunity, he's definitely going to be going for a double kill if possible.
Yeah, that Honey Molasses is keeping him pretty much pinned against that back wall, but finds his way around this right-hand side now. Slowed down eventually, but not really getting a lot from it. They're just going to hop in this gas and try not to feed too much, even though pretty much everybody's got the super except for Nathan, who doesn't manage to get it in the end. So, good start from Mystic.
I think also, now that we see that Bonnie has her super at the ready, it's going to prevent really a Fang super. He's going to have to stay there and stand by, wait for Luffy to punch in. Otherwise, second is going to become a free lane victory for Luffy just by jumping in. Zeus at mid. He's also focused on keeping Fang back, but still doesn't want to get too far from second. These two are pretty much linked together, and on the left side is where we've got to see Mandy's Candy. Nope, not quite going to make contact like he wanted to, and Nathan gets to live to see another day. But Zeus and Luffy still maintain the control on the right side. Not a whole lot of action so far, but Papi Chulos managed to get yet another Mandy super. They might be able to get an upset.
Yeah, Nathan is quite low, but the slow comes in from Zeus here, trying to push around the right side, but the mark is going to be placed onto Luffy. Let's not forget it. If he does jump in, it is going to go. So it needs to be using that quite effectively. Zeus going to get the shield applied to him. 3K going to connect, and he is one shot. Can he get the finish off here? We also saw a gadget come down onto Steel there, and he is getting absolutely tapped up by the B. Pinch him from Nathan. That should be the end of his life. Second's going to go down as well, and the super is not going to do anything. Mystic Esports not only showing up for themselves, but they're showing up for my prediction as well.
Okay. We hear you, big guy with the predictions, rooting for the underdog. I guess he can never lose, but no, still pretty solid prediction there, I've got to say. Mystic Esports are looking very good so far. Papi Chulos, I think that their performance so far in that last game can be summed up in one word, and that's timid. They were a little shy. And they didn't want to be using that Fang super. We saw Steel hang on to it for a very, very long time. To defend second, of course, but he wasn't able to get any kills off of it either. Some kills exchanged here, but Papi Chulos undoubtedly are forced back. Toonie onto the right side, and Fang all the way towards the back. Steel, he's healing up a little bit though, but he needs a super to really make some waves here. If he's able to get close to Nathan, he will be able to get a kill and at least have a fighting chance. But versus Zeus, it might be a done deal.
Yeah, Slocum's in there though, and the takedown is as well. Tap coming in from the right-hand side from Zeus. Nathan just trying to pinch in, and that should be end of Steel as well. Does get the takedown. During this little bit of a lull in action, though, I do want to give a massive thank you to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And let's not forget, it always does. Snapdragon are the answer to that.
Well, it couldn't matter anymore right now because Mystic Esports are only one round away from ending out the entire set right here and right now. And they do have some of the assets to do it. Manny's Candy coming down, not going to be making any contact with anyone. And if last set is anything to go by, we won't see any more supers for the entire rest of the game. Beautifully averted on the back right. Toonie, he lives through that jump in. And Zeus also falls from the reflected damage of Second's main shot. It's up to Nathan to try and get a super because from here on out, there's almost no way for Gus to be able to finish off a round in favor of Mystic Esports. Just has to deny a super to the important people, i.e. Steel, and get something. He does have the super now, but he's going to feed a super to Steel in the meantime. Honestly, not the worst transaction for Papi Chulos or Mystic Esports, but I think Papi Chulos have the advantage now.
Yeah, you can't really cry about giving that super away because they have got some decent defensive measures along the way if they can just grasp a couple more of these supers. Luffy needs to get his, and Zeus possibly his as well. Mandy super once again going to be missed, and we're not seeing a lot of value out of that whatsoever. Maybe you can get quite a lot of value when you're throwing out these Twitter clips, but in comes Steel. Luffy now going to get the shield provided to him, and that should be a finish off, but Steel actually uses super out instead of in, and the jump comes forward from Luffy, gets the takedown second, 1v3, but they're all very low. He did have a chance, but now they're healing up and having a bit more composure between all three of them. This should be pretty much a done deal for Mystic Esports, and they should be taking the first set.
This one's chalked from here. It never feels good to call a game early, but Mystic Esports know that it's over. Zeus, he's shooting towards spawn. He's letting Luffy and Nathan finish things off. Luffy, now inside of the cannon, looks to finish things off. A little super assistance with the spirit animal of Nathan. But Papi Chulos, they're here to prove a point. Second's got the Protesto up, and he's fighting till the very last second. They're not going down without a fight. They are putting everything out here on stage. This is their lifeline. This is their one last chance to make it to the challenge stage. And Mystic Esports could be the one thing standing in their way. They're not allowed, or they're not about to go down so easily. But set number one has already slipped out of their grasp.
Yeah, I mean, actually, let's not forget, though, lower bracket, we actually had one team drop out, so we do have 5 teams qualified. So even the losers of these games actually still do have a chance. Maybe we've got like a double elimination bracket here. Giving them a couple more chances, because why not? All these teams thoroughly deserve their position in the challenge season. So this is what they're working towards here, and it looks like Mystic Esports are the ones working towards it just that little bit more with a good start off there. Some great competition, I will say, and you know, I really am starting to question this Mandy. I just don't really see it working. We see a lot of these Mandy supers getting triple kills on Twitter from ladder, but in competitive, it doesn't seem to translate.
I mean, I'll say what I've always said. It worked better in scrims because there's a reason that they're running this brawler. It has worked at some point. Papi Chulos, they don't go in here not trying to go for a win. Winning always matters, and that's something we know all too well. But that said, we have set number one behind us, and I think also there's something else we should leave behind. It's the Mandy. It has not worked out so well for Papi Chulos, and maybe they'll return to something that they're a little bit more comfortable with and is a bit more storied when it comes to winning games.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more long-range options as well, right? There was a lot of throwers banned out there, so there's not really as much necessity for the wall break, Brock or Piper or something like that, but even taking a Brock or Piper can do quite well against a Bonnie or a Gus or something like that down the lane. It can work quite nicely. They did take some ranged options, but those range options just weren't enough to be able to combat what Mystic Esports brought to the table, and they're honestly showing up well. They're showing up very, very solid. They've been playing pretty well, regardless of, I would say they did have a bit of an outcomp. They still played it patient, played it composed, and I mean, that's what you need to do when you bring a comp like that.
Yeah, I really do believe that Papi Chulos were going for something funky because they banned out every brawler except for Dynamite, and they've gotten some good plays with the guy in the past. He did get buffed a little bit recently, so he's not that bottom tier, but still, now that, or once we saw the Dynamite potential countered out, there's just no way that they were going to take that risk. We'll head into Hard Rock Mine, though, and I think that this map is way more consistent, especially in terms of which brawlers are repeatedly wiping the backlines. This is when we gotta see the Sam or the Ashban, or both. And if it's neither, then one team's gonna go for it. Ashban from Papi Chulos. We might see whoever gets that first pick lean towards more of a Sam, but there's plenty of counterplay. We don't often see these tanks picked so early. But if Papi Chulos are really grasping at whatever they can, I wouldn't really knock them for going for it.
Yeah, they're chosen to go for the Gene. We saw the Gene first pick last time, and it actually worked very, very well in that previous game that we just watched from Hard Rock Mine. The Gene really was a bit of a difference maker, along with the Ash, which was backed out in this one. Obviously, don't want to be faced with what it was the previous team got faced against. But there's some other good bans as well. You know, I like the Penny ban. It worked pretty well, even though it did lose. The Residue from Squeak's obviously quite a dangerous one as well. But we're over to Mystic with 2 picks here. Should be coming through just shortly. Going to take the 8-bit, and you know that is a solid pick. Cheat cartridge away from the Gene pull, always going to be good. Turrets tank it as well, and I think you compare it with some serious big damage brawlers and get the damage boost through and get the work done.
Yeah, I really do like the 8-bit pick. I'm a big supporter of the 8-bit on Hard Rock Mine because I do believe that it does very well into Gene. Ultimately, though, it does come down to how you play it, because 8-bit can be forced into the backlines for a good portion of the game, and as long as those lanes are keeping 8-bit back, then Gene doesn't even have to really worry about pulling someone that could teleport at any given time. Gene is going to have to worry about someone that can not only dash away from the pull, but also throw down a speed zone, and I think that this is Mystic's plan on how they're going to give 8-bit that speed that he really, really needs in order to succeed. I like it so far from Mystic. It looks like they are deciding that they are going to fully commit to the 8-bit, and they're going to do whatever they can to support him in every single way. But Papi Chulos still have some good options that are going to be good, I think, versus both 8-bit and Stu. I think Carl can be pretty solid, and given that he's countered out by Gene, it's definitely not going to be picked by Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, it can be pretty solid. I like the Carl pick, as you say. Good aggression with the flying hook. Pair that with the protective pirouette. It's a very, very dangerous brawl to have up against you in your face as a Stu or an 8-bit to top that off as well. But let's not forget they do have a remaining pick as well. So if Carl is taken, there's definitely still some counters along the way that they can take. I believe it still is Papi Chulos' pick here to take their third and final. So yeah, I like Carl is going to be very solid, right? Rico still in play as well. I wouldn't mind that. Quite good against the Stu if you can stay in a pretty safe position. I mean, that is probably the first prediction of a draft I've got right tonight, so I'll take what I can get.
I mean, Rico, he's a classic pick on Hard Rock Mine. I think it's a very solid prediction, and I think it's a pretty consistent brawler typically. Has fallen out of favor a little bit, though. Hasn't really been touched by any buffs or nerfs, and there are other good ways to deal with tanks, but Rico, I think, benefits a lot from these lanes being shaped the way that they are, and he can dominate one side of the map. Here comes the Carl from Mystic Esports, and while they are going to be faced versus a pretty difficult enemy in the form of Gene, I still think that they can get some solid stuff done versus Rico. You get the flying hook in, you get the protective pirouette popped, and you lock in some solid damage. Once again, he has great damage output, but you're not going to be able to take down a Carl in the time that it takes him to get rid of you with his super.
Yeah, I do like Mystic Esports comp once more here. I do think that Papi Chulos have a very good comp as well, but I just never think that Gene's able to really contest the 8-bit in mid as much as they'd like to. But then again, if the lanes can reign victorious for pretty much the whole thing, then you're able to do quite a lot. But instantly, Zeus coming out fighting.
Well, let's see what he's going to be up to. He's already got that super fired up, and he gets additional speed from plugged-in star power. Tooney also falls, and now that Gene's ultra out of the picture, Zeus gets to advance forward and pick up yet another gem. 4 gems already on the side of Mystic Esports. They still have to play cautiously around Tooney. Great lane takedown to the left side. Zeus already getting to pick up gem number 5 too. And unless Tooney's somehow able to pull his turret, I really don't see Zeus moving from this position.
No, I mean, Gene's not looking like he can really get in range to get a pull off on the turret. Never mind get a pull at all. Luffy in the aggressive position here, going to flying hook to the left, try bait out that knockback, but he actually gets the kill onto the Rico as well. Not sure if he even expected that. Zeus going to retreat this turret a little bit further back, but now this little life plant over the right-hand side. Tooney's got a position and they've got the Gene pull, but he might need to use it on the turret.
We'll see if he's forced to. Zeus is certainly staying close by. He can also teleport back if he wants to make a really risky play. Steel also is going to be able to get a super off of Luffy on the right side. Life plant popped down and blocks off the right side. It means he's going to commit towards mid. Here comes Zeus getting great dodges versus the curveball, but Luffy forces himself forward, almost able to get a kill. Gene pull in, his gadgets used, and Luffy doesn't even have to pop a super. Did make use of it towards the end, but Zeus is exactly where he needs to be. gets a teleport at max range, and he's safe and sound on the back lines. 12 seconds to go. Papi Chulos have a lot of ground to cover. It might not even be possible.
Yeah, they're going to have to push up quite quickly now. The curveball's trying to connect, but Zeus is doing a great job of using that wall, the back wall to his advantage and avoiding quite a lot of them. Luffy knows that no turnaround can be made now, so just standing still and waiting for Papi Chulos to try and do it with no avail. Mystic Esports going to move further game up, and now only one game away from going 2 sets up, and as we know from the previous one, it's quite hard to come back from that.
It definitely is. Papi Chulos seem to be particularly susceptible to momentum. We've observed this in the past, and it seems to be happening once again. However, they're still putting forth a good effort. Mystic Esports are just getting the comp diffs. Papi Chulos can still put their comp to work. They can still get some favorable interactions. It's going to come down to whether they can hit those pulls on Zeus. And with him sped up, it's going to be a little bit harder to hit, but Toonie will be able to get his super in time. Nathan also rotates over to the right side to take on second, and Luffy to the left to deal with steal. Great takedown from him. Zeus gets to advance even further. Papi Chulos, they're very quick to back up and stay out of enemy range. They don't want to feed supers. They know the value that Zeus can get from having a super down, and they're not quite ready to give it away. They've equalized the gem count to great defense on the left side versus Luffy. He's already used 2 of his gadgets. Another good takedown from second. Papi Chulos are looking great.
I mean, that spike super literally made it so that 8-Bit could not walk at all. Just pretty much stood in the same spot, considering he's such a slow brawler as it is. Luffy avoiding a few of those curveballs, and 9 gems now is what lays in Papi Chulos' hands. It's looking a lot better for them, but Luffy trying to make the aggressive play around the right-hand side. TP up now, and he's trying to get some beams down. Pinch not going to be there, though, from Luffy. And Steel still surviving as well, going to be able to pinch down, speed zone place, and super from the right and from the left to the right by second gets the call. In comes the pull, and he gets the takedown as well. And Papi Chulos going to even things out in gem grab, and this one looked a lot better.
Much better stuff for Papi Chulos. Mystic Esports still put forth a good effort towards the beginning, but as soon as their gem carrier fell, and they were also, let's acknowledge, denied the super at every single possible turn by Papi Chulos, they were not able to pick themselves back up after being team killed and pushed all the way back into their spawn. The Hard Rock Mine spawn trap, it's a very real thing. It's not just something we talk about. You saw it in action, and it could happen again, but I think once again, if Papi Chulos are able to deny that super for such a long time, then they could be looking in a great position to flex that strategy again.
Yeah, Zeus getting a lot of early pickups of the gems there. Nathan trying to look for the pincher on the right-hand side, but can't quite get it. Zeus just trying to push forward and make some plays, but this lockdown of the right-hand side from seconds looking very, very strong, and regardless of steal, really not having the best of matchups against Luffy on this left-hand side here. It's not looking bad for them, considering second positioning, got a super in hand as well, and he's going to throw that out, try to get the... Actually makes no connections on the turret whatsoever, so I'm not sure what he was actually aiming for. But that waste of super and the loss of control is really going to affect Papi Chulos quite heavily.
Yeah, well, Mystic Esports still, they're hanging in here nonetheless, and Papi Chulos, they've suffered actually quite a big consequence as a result of trying to commit to getting rid of that turret and not being able to. It's now in such a safe position that Zeus, he's a little unkillable at the moment, as Steel tosses in a super too that's just not going to make contact with the guy. He's just walking on the perimeter and getting additional speed from the plugged-in star power. Papi Chulos on the right side having some struggles too. Toonie falls. Zeus might sense an opportunity, but Luffy's going to be able to pick up the gems as Zeus looks for number 10. It might be a little too risky, though. Good takedown from second. He's redeemed himself already with that super. Papi Chulos are still hanging in there.
Should have probably just used his super out instead of trying to get the kills for Luffy there, but he does manage to get down Steel this time, and Zeus is quite low. Super available from second as well. Doesn't manage to do it, but the spin is there this time, and this time he will make the right decision, retreat with that gem instead of trying to get the kills. 4 gems in hand of Papi Chulos, so no even from mid here, but they have the supers to turn this round. Luffy's low, almost goes down once more, but now they actually have both Nathan and Luffy with a gem, which means if one of them goes down, it doesn't matter, but both cannot. Super comes in, super coming through. From there, they actually get the takedowns, but Gene falls up top as well, and now second, the last one remaining is going to fall also. Zeus is just going to walk up, pick up these gems, but with that little reset there, Papi Chulos have another attempt at turning this around.
The big thing they're missing, though, is a Gene pull. Toonie needs to work for this Nathan. He's going for that main target. Toonie's on such low health. Luffy gets the takedown. Zeus, he's safe and sound in the back lines, and second's the only one who can do anything about it. Some gems topple to the ground, but Zeus, he's high and dry on the back lines. Well done by Mystic Esports. It's another set victory. Now they're just 1 game away from a match point. It has looked so dominant from them. And on the opposing side, Papi Chulos, they've gotten good plays out here. Second, with that super to clutch things up, looked phenomenal. But it's what it is. That's exactly what it is a clutch. And a clutch follows a whole match of just rough situations for the team dealing it. I think that Papi Chulos can bring it back, but it's a similar situation to Obey versus Washed. It is difficult. It's almost impossible. If they get perfect drafts, they can, but even 2 is difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Obey bring it back to 2-2, but they weren't able to finish things out in the third, so that could be something similar we see Papi Chulos from here, but as you said in the previous one, they seem to not be able to handle the momentum that other teams get against them very well. 39 gems picked up by Mystic Esports, only 15 dropped. On the other side of things, Papi Chulos drop more and pick up 13 less as well. A lot more damage on their side, but the gems is what matters, and 8-Bit was able to soak up a lot of the damage, heal up, TP back, do whatever he needs to survive, and it's just so hard to win that Gene versus 8-Bit matchup.
It really is, because Gene, to begin with, has very low health, and then on top of that, you're not going to be able to play Gene on another lane. It just doesn't work. There's a reason that people don't even give it a try. But he's still able to gradually, slowly but surely get that super and then eventually fire it away. It just won't be at the actual target that he wants to hit at 8-Bit. I think that this one, as far as the first pick, was just one with the 8-Bit pick and then the follow-up of the supporting roles. If 8-Bit were not supported as well as he was by the remainder of the Mystic roster, then that would have been a completely different story. Gene would have had a chance. But because Mystic played it so well, because they fully committed, and because they drill this, that is why it worked. We need to see a dominant draft like that from Papi Chulos, but I don't know if it's fair to expect that.
Yeah, I will say as well, they had some chances. There was just a few supers that didn't go too well, especially from second best on that turret, which he kind of committed so hard for and didn't get any damage off it and wasted his super. That kind of did cost them, but Bridge Too Far is going to be the third map and possibly the last one as well if Mystic Esports managed to get it. The Eve, the 8-Bit, the B are going to be banned out from Mystic Esports, Max, Grom, and Lola on the other side of things from Papi Chulos. Brock, I like that as a first pick. Wall Break if you want it, Damage if you want it as well. Damage if you can get it, never mind if you want it, but it is quite tough to get into that position on Bridge Too Far.
I do like the Brock too. Mystic Esports, I think, are very well attuned to what they can do to deal with this. Brock is particularly susceptible to anything that just gets up in his face. At mid-range, Brock, it's like you just can't hit a single shot. His Brock, they move so slow now. I mean, it's been like that for a year, but it's not the Brock that I know and love. Still, though, it's possible as long as you got the skill to wield the guy, then you can make it work. With Bonnie being selected, I'm starting to have second thoughts. Maybe Brock, this is when he pulls out the rocket laces to deal with Bonnie in close range. You never know. It's a bit of a long shot, but you got to sort of take whatever you can get and play as safe as you can if you're Papi Chulos in the circumstance. I'm also curious to see if one of these teams is going to be pulling out something like a Sam, because you can pretty much win the lane versus Brock quite easily if you're playing Sam, constantly running at them, pull a lot of health, make your way all the way to the enemy side pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Colt's going to be coming in from Mystic Esports, so the Rocket Laces could be even more of something that could happen, because there's not really a favorable defensive break or offensive break. It's just the walls are the walls. Take them down if you want to. So if Mystic Esports is going to do it for them, why not take a Rocket Lace? And it definitely depends on how the rest of the comp plays out as well. But Bell's going to be the second pick from Papi Chulos, another long range, and both Brock and Bell are quite good against Bonnie when it's in that slow form. Colette coming up next is even better against Bonnie, so I don't see how Mystic Esports can kind of round out their comp to really bring it back, because you mentioned Sam, which could be quite good to run it down, but now they've got Colette, which is going to be able to deal with it just as easily.
Exactly. I think this is a multifaceted pick. Not only is it the hard counter to Bonnie, but she's also going to be great versus the safe, get 10% off every time she dashes in with a super, and deal with Sam should he have been picked. And I'm sure some people listening are like scratching their heads a little bit, but trust me on this one, he is an absolute menace pretty much anywhere, and especially on Bridge Too Far because of the matchups that he usually finds. But here comes the Piper, and I think the idea here is just outrange the Brock, outrange the Colette, and have appropriate range versus Bell. I think all around just a solid pick, and they have Colt and Bonnie to get the consistent safe damage, so they can afford to pick a brawler that's not going to be the most DPS on the enemy safe.
Yeah, I think it is the Colt that's going to get the work done here for the Mystic Esports damage. As far as that goes, whereas Piper's just going to be trying to take those 1v1 matchups and win the lanes that it needs to win, and it should pretty much win every single lane off the start. But it's just a question not if Zeus is going to be able to pull this one out of the bag. Luffy getting hit pretty hard in second still. Sitting at pretty much max HP without being hit just yet, and now he takes a clip to the face as Luffy strikes back.
Luffy on the right side, now moving up towards the safe, but still going to be contended. or contested by second. Steel also in a solid position, lining up shots super well versus Zeus. Now turning his attention to Luffy and the safe as well, as Zeus is very intent on hiding behind that obstacle. Great kill onto Toonie and a takedown onto Zeus. Some kills traded out here as now second turns his attention to that safe, getting a little bit more damage in, and Nathan also gets a great takedown at mid, though he's continuously contested by Toonie on this left side. As long as Toonie exists on this lane, it's going to be a difficult situation. Down goes second. Nathan with a jump in and a connection onto the safe.
Yeah, that's already more damage than what Papi Chulos got in that entirety of control he had. Zeus over the right-hand side now, and they do have pretty much the whole map broken up, which I feel might actually help them out just that little bit more, as Zeus can get a few more pinches. Just gets a homemade recipe off in time, but actually doesn't get a lot done with it. Luffy too low to push up any more than what he has. And even when he's backing off, he's still getting hit. Bounces coming from Nathan onto the safe now, and this is bringing it closer by the second to getting this damage evened out.
Just 3% differential. Mystic Esports currently in the lead, but that could very well change if second gets a single shot in, especially if Steel's able to get a bounce shot. Zeus, he's tapping right now. Second and Steel are looking right for the picking, but he's got to go for the defensive super and switch lanes to the left. Nathan on the right. It's not the optimal matchup for him versus Brock, but it sure beats going versus Colette, where Luffy is on a tear. Toonie heals up with the use of the gotcha gadget. He's ready to move in now with the super. Great damage, and he manages to stay alive along the way. Papi Chulos currently lead. 35 seconds left in the game, so we still got more Brawl Stars to be played, but Mystic Esports have to find at least one more push in, otherwise it's done.
Yeah, they lead now, but you got to question if they're going to be able to hold on to this control for as long as they want to. Nathan needs to get a jump, and he needs to go aggressive. Zeus has his jump, but that's a defensive play that he's waiting to make there. Luffy is the damage dealer, but just hasn't seen a glimpse of the safe just yet. Toonie going to dash forward, not going to get him taken down. Nathan's still looking for the jump here. Steel doesn't want to feed it. Going to place that mark onto him, and this should wrap this one up here for Papi Chulos. Luffy's going to get taken down. Nathan's marked. Zeus has only got those defensive measures, and he's going to jump straight to the corner as he knows this one's done. Papi Chulos, they're not done yet.
They stay in the game, not quite going to that match point just yet. They're one game into this set, and that looked pretty consistent, but it was a lot closer than the other games so far. And close, while it might have resulted in a victory for Papi Chulos, doesn't manage to be that convincing in terms of them taking the set overall. But I think that the draft for them looked quite good. I think that this was an intelligent and very well thought out draft by Papi Chulos. Mystic Esports weren't quite able to get what they wanted. They're getting countered on a few of these lanes. Papi Chulos get a good defense on the left side. Nathan and Luffy are able to break through on the right though. Mystic Esports, while suffering some damage on their safe, are able to dole out a large amount on that right lane, dropping it down to 73% and boasting a 13% advantage right now.
Very similar to the last game, to be honest, in terms of leads at this point, but we did see Papi Chulos strike back pretty fast. Nathan's got his jump now. There goes the homemade recipe, and Zeus makes the connection. Toonie got that gotcha gadget pop, but he actually does go down to Nathan, who makes loads of connections with that close-range Bonnie play. I believe he got a little bit more damage onto the save as well, and looking for Toonie to finish that off as well, but doesn't manage to do it. The second's brought down to 6 HP, but not enough, and he can't get the finish as Luffy just can't get in range.
Steel on the right side is able to fend off Zeus. Luffy, though, is connecting with this safe. Tons and tons of damage, hammering away, trying to deal with second as well, and getting great dodges, in fact. It doesn't seem like it's going to catch up with him. This is what I'm talking about. Brock in mid-range, it's so hard to line up your shots. Thankfully, Toonie's here for the rescue, but Nathan is able to take an opportunity, a lapse in defense, to pop some damage in the safe, and Zeus does much of the same. Second, though, still gets some solid taps on Mystic safe. The Papi Chulos really don't have any wiggle room here. They might be able to sustain one more push if they're really ready for it, but Luffy just does not let up for a second.
Yeah, that was really nice from him. I imagine how much more damage he could have done on the safe. He was just shooting it instead of just trying to shoot towards the Brock up top, though. But still, Papi Chulos are still in this game quite heavily as Luffy down this mid side now. Good match against the Colette, or the best he can get, really, but Zeus not being able to do him too much against this Brock. And Nathan's getting dominated by Steel over the right-hand side. 40 seconds still on the clock, and that is just enough time for them to bring this one back. Brock hitting some shots on the safe, and slowly but surely, it's getting beaten down.
Nathan on the right side, despite being marked, could make things happen if he gets a super. Zeus also could get some substantial damage. He's outranging Toonie, and second, Luffy makes his way. Serpentine maneuvers up the left side, dodging out tons of damage. Here comes the kill shot from the Colt, 2% left, and he hammers it down. Papi Chulos are going to be brought to a match point. Not a great situation for them, but Mystic Esports, they got to be celebrating, but they can't do that too early. They still got one more game left.
Overconfidence can be an issue if you do celebrate just that little bit too early, but this was nice from Luffy. At pretty much all points in this game, he was the one getting the damage and making the plays, but you know, they just need to account for this Colt, just like they were doing in the first game. It worked very well in the first. In the second, they just couldn't keep him locked down.
Well, we'll see what they have to offer this time. Already, great damage in from second on the right side. A little Protesto pop by Steel seems to be the trademark symbol of the Papi Chulos roster, but it seems to be catching up with him in some regards. Hopefully not for this set, as this is their last chance at this stage. Even if they go down here versus Mystic Esports, it will advance Mystic to the challenge season, but Papi Chulos still have another chance if they win their next match. Here comes Toonie on the left side. Good damage in, trying to counter it out by Nathan, but he's still able to win that matchup. Steel at mid, taken down by Zeus. It's all about second, but he's even tapped up by Zeus. Mystic Esports are firing back.
Zeus actually ate a few of those nest eggs as well, managed to stay alive. The mark is on him, but it kind of makes it a little bit of a better matchup for Steel, having to only hit 2 shots instead of 3. Luffy, though, trying to get some damage done and actually pops the gadget. Gets 1. Can he get 2? He can't. The damage is not going to be there. Toonie's still got the super down mid, and that's going to be 10% onto the safe pretty much instantly with no issues whatsoever. Got your gadget popped upon return as well, and Nathan's going to feed him a lot of HP in that position.
Second on the right side. Once again, he has to push through, but he's got to deal with both Zeus and Nathan. Meanwhile, Luffy doing the same old thing. Sneak up the left side, get some damage in on the safe, maybe get a kill or 2. He's still going to get good dodges versus Toonie, and Steel is ready to contend him too. Zeus trying to fend off Toonie. Good dash in, 10% knocked off. Papi Chulos struggling a little bit, but they do boast the advantage for the time being.
Yeah, they don't mind leaving him if he doesn't have his super, but surely got to be back close to it again soon. Toonie going to get it. Nathan trying to make the push towards the safe, actually does get the jump on. That's the damage, but not enough just yet. Zeus has no homemade recipes left, so can't easily push up against Toonie and get some follow-up taps. Super was missed there by Luffy as well. Didn't get any value out of it whatsoever. 30 seconds on the clock, and the lead is lengthening for Papi Chulos here. They don't want to give up just yet, and they're definitely not going to be.
Luffy's got to defend to the best of his ability, but he can also contribute a little more damage to the enemy side. Toonie takes advantage of it. Now that's one less obstacle that Papi Chulos have to deal with. They can push in, they can get damage. Second has a super too to fend off Nathan. He knows that if Nathan gets a super, then they could end up going down. With the clock ticking down, though, there's just not enough time for Mystic Esports to bring this one back. Papi Chulos will be taking this set. They have extended their lifeline in this match.
Yeah, I mean, if Colt could just stay up for a few more seconds, there was definitely some possibility of bringing it back there. Only about 16% in it at the end, so if he can get a few shots off, a couple of clips and just a little bit of that super, then it would have been brought back. But at the end of the game there, just was not enough for Papi Chulos to be taken down and finished off. But they're still wanting to stay in it. Let's not forget, whoever loses this game still has another game they can play to secure that 5th spot that we're going to be giving out today to the challenge season. But the stats are all on Papi Chulos' side here, and I'm not surprised as well. They did have quite a few good matchups on those lanes. Colette against Bonnie, Brock against Colt. It's a difficult thing to take, but it was kind of all down to the Piper to win those matchups and pinch across. 29 kills is what Papi Chulos have compared to the 19 of Mystic Esports, and Heist is quite a game mode that does rely quite heavily on control.
This is true, and you have to power through enemies at long range. It's not only long range, yes, but it's a lot of distance to cover. And those enemies, they respawn pretty fast. As soon as you get a defense, you can't just go for an offense. You got to go for the defense, then you got to push up to mid, then you got to get on the enemy safe. And sometimes we saw Papi Chulos skipping some steps, but it did come down to victory in the end, even though it was quite close. I think this is a much better draft phase that we saw for Papi Chulos, and it's what we need to see going forward, obviously, for Papi Chulos if they want to be generating some victories here. But I think it's a good omen. Just the thing is, if they go back to playing sort of risky here, then that's their comfort zone. That's what they usually do. But come Bounty, come Brawl Ball, I don't know if there are really that many really weird, risky things that they can go for, so I'm not super worried for them, but they still have to be mindful of the enemy draft and traps that they could be laying.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's kind of mirroring what Obey did, right? Trying to bring it back against Wash Team and then kind of failing towards the end, and they had a good couple of drafts in a row and they managed to win them, and then it kind of went back to where it was and didn't end out well for them, so they do need to kind of try get these drafts another 2 sets in a row and play well on top of it as well, as it could just topple just as quickly as Obey's did, and then they could be down to their last chance in our clear triple elimination bracket today.
This is true. I guess it is triple elimination. There is a 5th spot to be doled out with Vatra being out of the competition, but the remnants of Vatra are still vying to be in the challenge stage and continue competing here to be at the LAN. Though we'll move things in to the 4th set, Sneaky Fields, and this is where we see things get a little bit more tanky. We've had our fair share of the long-range stuff, Bell's Rock, Hard Rock Mine, Bridge Too Far, and it's time to get down to the real NA vibes. Do we see the Sam? Do we see the Ashe? Probably later in the draft,
No.
or early in the draft, sure, yeah, throw some bans at me. Papi Chulos, just get rid of whatever they don't want to play, it seems like. Could be triple throwers, could be Sam, Ashe, and Squeak. Whatever it may be, it's just the time of day. We'll see what Papi Chulos go for. Of course, whoever has that first pick is definitely a hot topic, but I'm anticipating that it's probably Papi Chulos since they've gotten rid of tanks.
And then I mean, the bands up top are good as well, right? Otis, Ray, with the Grand Piano breaking up quite a lot of the map, and Surge quite versatile against a lot of these tanks. Get the supers and get the levels up can be quite dangerous. So I like the bands up there as well. I think it's pretty solid. But B's going to be the first pick, exactly the same as we saw in the previous time we did see this map as well. So I mean, I kind of like it. It worked at some points, but also you got to be a little bit cautious. Those tanks out of the way though are going to be a little bit better for Papi Chulos than they were against Obey.
Well, Papi Chulos, they also better be prepared to play into something like Colonel Ruffs too, or at least pick something up for themselves, because if they play into Colonel Ruffs, then it's going to be a little bit frustrating. They don't have that brawler first and foremost, but also they're going to have to be playing into those sandbags, and there are ways to dance around it. Maybe you pick something that makes him go for the asteroids. Here comes Janet as well. Drop the base. It's just extremely strong on this map. You get great visibility, and you get good control too on an entire half of the map, thanks to it sussing out enemies inside of those bushes. Mystic, they still have one more pick that they can go for here, and I want to see if they address the beat. Doesn't look quite like it. Lu is a very Mystic pick because they do have Luffy on the roster, and Luffy loves the Lu, and he is one of the, I think, players that have convinced NA region as a whole that this is a viable pick just about anywhere. It's also good versus tanks, and I think that Papi Chulos might have been opting to go for like a Poco and a tank before this, and because they have picked out B, and now they should be a little bit more suspicious.
I mean, why not? Send out a Poco and a tank anyway. But Colonel Ruff's going to be the second pick from Papi Chulos. You know, they're just going to try and get some supers, break up the map possibly, and allow B to kind of just dominate that way, because when it gets to overtime or even late game when a lot of the map's broken up, Lu's going to be dominated by it, Janet's going to be dominated by it when it's got no drop the bases to kind of tank, and she also doesn't really want to be using the tank either, so it's kind of a tough matchup for her all in all, but Ruffs is not only going to be able to break up, but provide power-ups and play for that late game as well.
Yeah, I mean, B Ruffs is a strong combo for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because you're able to break down walls, which makes B super, super strong. You're also able to give her the power-ups that gives her 4K damage when she has that charged up B. Here comes Carl, and this is always going to be a pretty good pick, but I am actually a little bit concerned in this situation because there are things that can do fairly well versus Carl in close range. And Mystic Esports, they have a lot of options open to them at the moment, though they still need to be extremely guarded about what they're going to be doing versus the potential B and Ruffs domination. Are they going to lean into the wall break, or are they going to try and deny the supers to Ruffs and preserve things? They have a lot of options, some easier to execute than others. They're going to go for Penny, which is pretty viable in terms of getting rid of the sandbags in particular, so it's almost guaranteed that Ruffs is running second gadget now, but also able to keep B pretty controlled if you throw up that turret.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of like it. When the wall breaks are going to occur, though, it's going to be harder and harder to find a place to drop that turret successfully, but Salty Barrel's going to be able to tank a few B shots. You just got to be a little bit cautious about Carl being able to pierce through pretty much everything. You're not going to be able to tank anything against that, really, so got to be cautious, but at the end of the day, I still do really like this Papi Chulos, this composition. They just need to be able to play it for the late game and not overcommit too early.
I think same ideas here. I really do think this is a better comp here for Papi Chulos. They still have to execute on it, and they got to make sure that they get those supers early and often from Colonel Ruffs. They've already dealt with one drop the base, and here comes the next. As soon as one goes down, Steel's ready with the gadget. Second with an extremely aggro play. Tries to slide around the right side, but Luffy was in the way. You need to go for something a little bit more risky, and now Nathan is prepared to defend. Might opt to corner the ball. Nope, still opts to push it out. Doesn't want to find himself too defensive. Mystic Esports have their sights set on retaking mid control. Final drop the base. And Steel is not in position to get rid of this. He's going to be pushed even further back thanks to that super from Lu. And this left side is opened up, but no one's here to claim that power-up just yet. Toonie might opt to get it, but he can't afford to get quite too close to Luffy or any other looming threat in the bushes for that matter.
Yeah, here comes the flight hook, and you do get a nice little fly away, but he doesn't get too much value out of it. Going to have to pass that ball away, but didn't really find an angle considering he was slipping and sliding there. Couldn't find the angle to the corner, but it's just going to be passed back straight to the same position. Mortar should be taking advantage of the mean groups up, and that's a great connection to splash through as well. And Nathan's going to hit all 3 seconds down, and then they all fall after him. Domino effect as now Team Mystic, well, Mystic Esports, Gonna wait this one out. Only 1 minute and 10 on the clock, so why not? Just burn a bit of time down. And I mean, they don't really want to play for the late game, so it's a good job they did score now.
Not only that, but take a moment to bask in the great teamwork that they just executed there. It's going to take some teamwork to deal with second. He does have to use that super as an emergency to back out once again. Mystic Esports are going to find themselves able to take some mid-control. Tooney protecting himself a little bit, getting some good damage in, but Zeus uses a super just in the nick of time, almost able to get a kill onto B, but cannot quite commit that hard. Tooney at mid, ready to take down Zeus. Mutually assured destruction on the left side is what it's going to be, but it's 35 seconds left. And Papi Chulos are still down by 1 goal. They don't have a whole lot of ways that they can push things in. And notice also that Steel, he hasn't been able to reliably get these supers that would enable B to be so dominant. I imagine this is quite frustrating for Papi Chulos, but it's a strategy from Mystic Esports, and they've been preventing him from getting these supers by staying out of range.
Yeah, we kind of saw second having to commit there because they need something to happen. 15 seconds. I'm sure they're just going to hold the ball in this position. They might not even score it. They do have the possibility to do just that. They're just going to hold it. Bit of BM. Why not? But now he does go and slot it in. His second moves away from the goal. Match point for Mystic Esports once more. They have this opportunity again, and 2 lifelines this time.
It concerns me for Papi Chulos because while they did have, in my opinion, the superior comp, they just didn't get those Colonel Ref supers out as early and often as they needed to. And Mystic Esports, that was the counterplay. And the counterplay you usually see arrive a little bit later in the set, maybe after the first game when it comes down to what appeared to be an out comp in this situation. And the way that they're already able to roll with the punches and deal so well with this is really, really alarming. Second, he could have gotten a big play right there had that flying hook been a little bit to the left, but he wasn't quite able to get through. Luffy's going to be returning that ball up forward. And Steel now doing anything he can to defend things on the right side. Doesn't look like there's enough DPS. Luffy tries to walk it in. Bit of a misplay there, but Zeus is still here to pass it over to Nathan. Will it be enough time? He's going to opt to walk it in the slow and easy way. And Mystic Esports are just 1 goal away from ending this one off.
Yeah, super there over the right-hand side. Going to eventually break up some walls, but it might even be too little too late with 1 minute 46 on the clock, because that's the first break he's got. Second, going to get the kill over the left-hand side here. Going to walk straight onto that, though, and maybe even get stunned out. Zeus going to retreat quite nicely into his home spawn with that super, and that's a really nice play there from the Lou to get that aggressive and get some plays done. But Nathan just going to be able to grab this ball. He does actually get clipped by the end of that super from Tooney, but ball in the corner, and maybe even turret on top of it in a second as well.
Let's see if he opts to do it. For now, Luffy's going to be blocking things off. Nathan has that super at the ready. He might even be preparing just in case Second goes for the flying hook in and tries to pop a super on top of him. He has a stun ready to get him out of that ability. Tooney on the left side also in a good position. Zeus is going to fall. Papi Chulos have a lot more control than they did before. Here comes an extremely aggressive super from Nathan. It's a kill, but the ball just isn't where it needs to be. It's not in position. Luffy's defending the right side with his life and even pops down the super. He's not letting anyone through, denying as much as he can, and it's working out in the end. It certainly paid off. 50 seconds on the clock. Mystic Esports still in the lead.
Yeah, last life for Papi Chulos, and this is really sad to see. Ball in the corner, but I mean, it's a tactic that the game has, so why not use it to your advantage if you can? Mystic just keeping that there. Drop the base, going to reset all the healing there over the top and the left-hand side. Steel, the only one with any decent amount of HP, and he can't make any moves whatsoever. Trying to get the shots through, does get a kill. Wall breaks there, but even if he did use it, he wants to use it on the cornered ball to get that wall out of the way and have an opportunity to push through. 21 seconds, and they might have run out of time already.
Second does have a gadget and a super. He can make something happen. Gadget in, he's got to use a super now. Luffy lining up those shots. Beautiful defense. Steel, it's all up to him. He could break the wall, but even then, he's got to fight through the entire enemy team. Wall break, could be in position. No, not quite. Luffy's completely idle, frozen, if you will, as he's thrown down the super defensively on the right side. Little victory lap, too, for Zeus as he flies over the enemy spawn. And Mystic Esports, they're going to the challenge season.
Yeah, Papi Chulos got another chance, though. They do have one more chance. They've lost a couple of times today, but still, why not give them another chance? Because they are a very capable team. I don't think we've seen the best of them today, and I'd like to see them come out strong in this final game that they will be playing just after we've finished another. They've honestly played well. They just off to too much of a bad start, and you mentioned that momentum being against them or for them is a huge thing of them winning.
I think it does appear that Papi Chulos appear to be particularly susceptible to coming down to some of the momentum, but can you really blame them versus the teams that they've played so far? They go through Chasmac, they go through Mystic Esports, but once again, I mean, let's face it, every single team competing here is a top North American team, and you're not going to get really any lucky breaks here. Papi Chulos, they still got one more chance, and maybe that's as lucky as it will get because it's not double elimination anymore. Still, though, I do trust in Papi Chulos to be able to bring something forth in the future, but Mystic Esports for now, congratulations, very well done, and that was an extremely entertaining match.
I mean, there has to be a point, though, where if you're Papi Chulos or whoever they have to go up against for that last spot, where you're a little bit burnt out. This is going to be the longest day for those teams in that last match after having lost multiple times to get to that point. I mean, mental plays a big role and exhaustion plays a big role in that, right?
I would certainly say so, and I think also the opponent that they'll be meeting in the next round is going to be just as tired.
Yeah, exactly.
Also. So, well, maybe this was when we'll get to see the true colors of these teams and see them pick what they're comfortable with, or maybe get really far out there and try and get their opponents by surprise. Mental exhaustion being part of the wacky picks and also being part of the strength of those wacky picks.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll check back in on the bracket now that we've made it through another intense battle. Like we heard the boys talking about earlier, it's Mystic Esports who make their way through, securing a spot in the challenge season. Papi Chulos will have one more opportunity to fight for their life here in the challenge season. But of course, there's one more match between them before we can get to that. So we're going to send it to another quick break when we return some highlights and analysis after that last match.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's been a crazy day today, but it's Mystic Esports who has the foresight and the ability to make it through to the challenge. The next spot, sealed. It's done, okay? But now there's still some other teams that need to continue this battle. We'll see here on the bracket. Mystic Esports makes their way through. Papi, Chulos still have another chance here, one final chance, and they will end up going up against whoever loses the next matchup that we'll be talking about, which will be Obey Alliance versus El Mapache. So we'll have to see how all that ends up turning out. And if you're just tuning in and you missed what happened earlier, these are the results from earlier. CMG, clean 3-0, the only 3-0 so far. We've had so many close matchups. Trav, Wash team also making their way through.
Yeah, I mean, so far it seems like the teams who have deserved to have made it through, because we've been giving teams like 3 chances and they're still not even managed to pull through a win. Like, what's going on, guys? Honestly, need to be pulling through better plays than this, because it's a little bit embarrassing.
Trav wants you to pick up the gameplay. All right, now speaking of the gameplay, before we continue on with all of the insanity that has been the day so far, we're going to take a look back at the last matchup and go through some of their gameplay.
Indeed, I'm maybe going through a little bit of the heist. I'm hoping I've picked the right game, because I've got a little bit of a habit of asking for the wrong game here. But I was really enjoying some of the cult plays that Luffy managed to bring through in quite a lot of these games. So even if this isn't the right game, you probably see some strong plays anyway. He did struggle quite heavily off the start, especially game 2 and 3 started to pick it up just that little bit more. A few jukes, and especially when we saw him at the top of the map, just playing it through a little bit better than he had done previously. But we just see Papi Chulos absolutely wailing away at the safe here. And Mystic just really can't do a lot about it. They're backing back and forwards, Zeus is low, but eventually they start to get a little bit of a grip, a little bit of a hold on the game as a whole. And you see Luffy here, starts to make the play up the left-hand side, gets one, and then has his super. And I believe he actually starts to juke quite heavily up top as well and make a lot of the plays, but actually he just does get the damage down in this one and finish this one off quite nicely. So at the end of the day, I mean, you know, he won that game quite single-handedly, because even just before we started loading into that one there, he had got pretty much all of the damage to offer.
I mean, another strong performance on the day. We'll have to see what Papi Chulos can do now, okay? One more opportunity. We keep talking about it. Before we get to them, though, we have to see who they'll end up going up against. And that, of course, is the next lower bracket matchup, which is going to be between El Mapache and Obey. How do you think this is going to go?
This has definitely got to be an Obey victory, but I'm here for the Mapache, dude. I'm here for the NA vibes. Charles, Chino, Patchy, your favorite and, well, only players from Obey Alliance to, you know, be completely fair. But these guys as a squad, once again, over the last couple of months, they've been stealing a lot of the spotlight, consistently taking second place, now usurped by Washed Team for that second place spot in the region. I don't think that really puts them off too much. I think that they're still a very storied and fantastic team. Versus the likes of El Mapache, I think we'll really get to see what these guys have to offer.
I had quite a lot of faith in Obey Alliance against Wash Team, to be honest with you. I expected them to come out and have a stronger fight against them. Eventually, they managed to get a little bit of a hold on the game and take a couple of sets back, but were still cut short. You can see in this game here, it was really, really nice. And those aggressive plays from Patch were what was really making that comeback happen. And they just couldn't quite pull through in Brawl Ball, but the aggressiveness was just maybe a little bit too much for them.
I completely agree. I think that Obey Alliance, they had trouble with some of that completely all-out aggression, and they didn't have the picks really to be able to deal with it. But let's move over to El Mapache. We love the Raccoon, and we love Falcon, Lukey Bear, Slash, and INS, all making up this roster. Falcon, Lukey Bear, Slash, some familiar names within the scene, kind of old heads in Brawl Stars competitive, and they still got the touch. Even though they're not still playing professionally, they're still very, very good players and have been playing as a squad for quite a while, even under a few different names throughout the last year. And I think that they have what it takes to bring out some victories here, but Obey Alliance, even though they did kind of get schooled earlier, I believe still will be able to pull out something confident versus El Mapache.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of names of the past, this El Mapache team, really. It just not names that you see doing too well at the moment, but names that you know can make these upsets happen, and I don't doubt that they'll be able to maybe get a set or something off Obey Alliance, but I've just think that Obey Alliance are going to be the ones who've been scrimming. They're going to be the ones who've been playing more tournaments, and they're probably going to be the ones who win today.
Okay, well then I have some important and interesting information for the two of you. Their head-to-head, for how many times they've seen each other, it is 3-0 in favor of El Mapache.
Ooh. I got to take everything I said back now.
What? How?
See, now all of your analytical prowess is fallen to the wayside.
This is when you say, like, I got a good rise out of you, but I was joking. It's actually the opposite.
I apologize, but this is not a joke. Your math may have been incorrect.
Well, yeah, my math wasn't amazing. My intuition might be a little bit off, but I still place my faith in Obey Alliance here. To the credit of El Mapache, there's some pretty crafty people, and they understand the game on a pretty deep level and have been in the scene for a very long time. However, Obey Alliance, I will put my faith in them today because not going to LAN, I don't think, is really an option for them. They do have another chance if they go on to the next stage to take down Papi Chulos, but I really do believe that Obey Alliance are able to pull it out.
Does it change your mind at all, Trev?
I don't want to be the one to backtrack, but maybe so. But to be honest, like, if you lose against a team 3 times, you've got to have learned something about them along the way, right? Like, you got to at least be able to get somewhat a grip of their strategy and what their drafts are usually like, and I think they might be able to use that back against them.
Well, hopefully they've been paying attention, because that's going to be some very useful and important information. Because, I mean, I guess even if they do lose, there's still that last final opportunity, but we've already talked about it. The exhaustion, the fatigue, the mental, it's all going to play a role. You don't want to have to worry about it. If you can close out your position in challenge right now, then that's what they want to do. And that's what they will be striving for. Now, I think that my information may or may not have thrown our casters for a loop. So now we've got some semi-committed. No, you're mostly committed to your prediction here.
I'm still fully committed to Obey. Okay. You know what?
Okay.
I was wrong in the last one. I'm cool with that. I'm trusting my gut here.
Okay, you know what? And I'm not going to push it. I do want to hear from chat, see what their predictions are with all of this information at their disposal. We'll see how closely split chat's feelings are on this next matchup. Do you think it's going to be El Mapache or Obey who take this one home? Because they're ready to go. So we get to find out right now.
Well, we're going to get into it, but honestly, I'm quite surprised at the information we've just been told. 3-0 to El Mapache. It's not something that you'd expect to see or hear, I will say, considering they are kind of veterans of the scene and not really playing at the level they used to be. But, I mean, at least their logo's cool, right?
Hey, I mean, you know, there's only so much Brawl Stars that you can play when you're a Pokemon Unite world champion like Slash, who we'll certainly be seeing on the battlefield in some form. We'll have to wait and see what brawler he'll be playing as we're getting into the draft. I've got a few options for you that are limited already. Picks and bans, with the bans being Gray, Max, and Brock eliminated for El Mapache. Obey getting rid of Tick, Gray, and Mandy on Bell's Rock. It seems like people don't like Mandy, and then when they pick the Mandy, it doesn't really work out so well. It could just be a very gimmicky brawler that they don't want to get chanced by, and I think that's a very good reason to get rid of him.
But I mean, hey, Gene's always pretty solid, right? Unless you play against 8-Bit in a Hard Rock Mine. Yeah, I think here it'll be pretty decent on Bell's Rock, so good first pick, I'd say. You can pull through quite a lot of these walls, get a few of the breaks going as well, and it's just so versatile, whether that's kind of knocking back at short range, or even if you're taking Vengeful Spirits for one of those long-range snipes you get with it, peppering down at range to keep them low. It's just a very solid pick. 2 picks going to be going the way of Obey Alliance now, but I do like the way it started off. Grom going to be coming in, and quite a few weeks ago it was quite strong, but we did see it banned out in the previous one, so I'm intrigued to see if it still works out now.
I think this is the meta really coming back to bite El Mapache right now, because while Gene is a good brawler versus throwers versus Grom, if he's running Watchtower, he can block off being pulled by a Gene pull. And El Mapache are now forced to go for a thrower of their own. And having to go for a thrower so early in the draft is definitely a risk, because they're very straightforward to get rid of, especially if Obey decide that they want to go for something like Fang, which they have in the past, and it's their last pick. But yeah, it looks like El Mapache beating them to the punch here, or I guess Kick if we're being really accurate, but this is foresight right here. Mystic Esports might have it on lock, but these guys know what to do as well. One more pick on their side to deal with the Grom, and I don't think they're going to opt to go for any wall break. They're just going to try and get up in their face and see what they can do.
Yeah, it's probably the best shout, to be honest, because Brock's kind of the wall break you would expect, and Gray on top of that as well can be pretty decent with that Grom Deno, but Sprout's the one they bring in. Going to try and combat this Grom, although it usually doesn't go too well for the Sprout in this kind of matchup, in my opinion. But Obey going to have this last pick as well, something to possibly kind of negate this Fang value, as I'm sure Bonnie can do all right against Gene, and maybe just needs something to do with that tank.
Well, here comes the
There it
B.
is.
Yeah, final selection from El Mapache. I think really what we see from El Mapache is like the stuff that might have been drafted like several months ago. And I wasn't so keen to tap into what you were saying, like, you know, these guys, they haven't really been at the forefront of Brawl Stars for a while, but I think also that this is, yeah, just a little bit older. I think the Grom is way fresher, is way more valuable to have here. And the Gene Sprout combo has worked well for a long time, but when you're faced up versus Grom, it's not going to be so successful, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. It really is, but I do like Obey's comp. I like the way it's kind of panned out here, and the Grom's just pretty solid no matter what. You've just got to be able to deal with it quickly, maybe get a few shots in with Sprout, luckily, when it gets out of position, which is kind of relying on your enemy's downfall instead of just playing it well yourself. But the Fang can also make the aggressive play if it needs to, too.
Well, let's wait and see how it pans out. Slashy's already taken so much damage at mid from Grom, even getting pinched from the bottom side by Patchy. You never want to trust Patchy on the Bonnie. He's always a menace, and Lukey goes down as well. It's all down to INS, and his main mission is to get a pull without giving valuable supers to the other side. If you can avoid giving something to Patchy, then that is amazing. But Charles, I think, is not as strong of a brawler that he's focused on not giving a super to. It's just hard for him to push out of this position without him feeding Grom. He might just be waiting for that poison to roll in and stay out of the way. But Obey Alliance certainly boasts the advantage here right now and are very likely to go ahead and win this round. INS, he's not given up just yet. Never mind. Into the poison he goes, and on to round number 2.
Yeah, well, that's a nice, not quick, but decisive round for Obey Alliance there, managing to get the Fang down pretty early and then take advantage of the rest of the Brawlers because their main tanky unit has gone down pretty quickly. And Charles did seem to be the instigator in this one, making the aggressive plays and getting what needs to be done. Lukey being able to throw down a wall at his left-hand side and kind of stop all matchups, but it doesn't do too much. Now Lukey just kind of pinned in, and he really is trying to hold on to something, a little grasp of his life, but INS and Slash are left in a 3v2, and this is surely not going to end well for them.
INS goes down now. It's Slash on the Fang. Will he be able to make it out of here? It's looking unlikely, but it's still not impossible. He has to fire up a super versus Charles is going to be very difficult. Shield keeps him alive just a little bit, but Charles, he's got laser aim with the Grom. He's keeping Slash back in this corner. Patchy's ready to finish him off too. Just a little bit more damage. Slash does get the super, Patchy emergency super, and dead on arrival. Obey Alliance, they take game number 1 extremely dominantly over El Mapache.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected until we got told that they were 3-0 down against them in terms of games, but I think this is pretty strongly what we kind of thought was going to happen. Obey Alliance just seem to be the team who are dominating now, and yes, they may have a better comp, but still, it's a lot of the game is decided in that draft phase, which is something that all pro players do have to be capable of doing very well. Lukey getting hit pretty hard straight off the start by Charles again, and Patchy got this aggressive movement, which is just pairing so well with Charles' connecting shots.
My goodness, Charles on the Grom, he is just taking no prisoners. It's only kills out here for the guy. And Slashy's pinned in once again. Patchy right at the top side, Chino at the bottom, Charles over the wall. There's just nothing that El Mapache can do versus this draft, it looks like. Maybe if they can get Luffy onto an ideal lane, it could be valuable. They're trying to predict where exactly Charles is going to move, but even then, it's not able to bring them to success. Slash opts to take the mid-roll this time. Chino has a serious range advantage over INS, and he's going to be forcing him back. On the right side, Slash works for his first super, but we see Patchy and Charles both ready with supers of their own. A clutch hedge is able to get him out of the way, but not quite able to get him out of the path of that last shot. And Patchy claims a kill on the left side, too. It's, once again, domination by Obey.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the lamp blowout from Gene either. He's got the revengeful spirit, so can't back himself up against that Bonnie jump in, and we saw Patchy pretty firmly just jumping in and guaranteeing himself that one. Same situation as we saw in the last one, Slash. The last one remaining against both Charles and Patchy, and this is surely not going to pan out well for him here. 2 connecting shots from both Charles and Patchy, and it brings him low. Gas is going to be pinching him in as well, which means Charles should be able to hit some pretty secure shots in him along with Patchy as well. Jump-ins there, but a few roundhouse kicks in Slash's hands aren't going to be what he wants to jump into. There's the first set. Goes to Obey Alliance in such convincing fashion.
I mean, it's a comp diff right here, and it all comes down to having that Grom right off the bat. And this, in my opinion, is a must ban when you head into this one, unless you have the first pick. And I think El Mapache, they just didn't quite get the memo, and they absolutely paid the price, because from there on out, no matter what they drafted, Charles was there for every single lane to take the victory. I mean, look at the center of this map. It's like it's tailor-made for Grom's shot, and he dominates here. Obey Alliance, good pickup by them in drafting this brawler, and El Apache, not the strongest start.
Yeah, it's difficult for them, and I don't know if they're going to be able to bounce back. That's the issue. Obviously, they do still have yet another chance if they do lose this one against Papi Chulos over in that kind of final game for the 5th ticket. But even against them, I'm not sure how they're going to fare. Obey Alliance just seems to be the better team in this one. More than double the damage, but a lot less heals, to be fair. 9 supers to 3, though, and I mean, it's probably quite a lot of body supers being used and B supers, because, to be fair, we didn't see that many ROM bombs, maybe 2 or 3.
And from El Mapache, maybe a couple of hedges, a single Fang super in there. I mean, used in desperation to whatever they could do, because as soon as the round started, here comes Charles barreling down mid with Grom, not a care in the world, only laser sights locked onto enemies, picking up kills as fast as possible. I think well drafted, well played by Obey Alliance. Whenever you let Charles on this brawler, you know you're in for a bad time. And this, I think, might just be knowledge that El Apache didn't quite have in the back pocket, or they just made a crucial mistake and they're not going to let it happen again. I still firmly believe, though, that Obey Alliance, they're the better team here. El Mapache, they're the underdog. But El Mapache, they still have another chance after this. I know that's quite a quick to call it, but after such a dominant first set, not a single round going the other way, Obey Alliance, they got to be feeling good. Momentum certainly in full swing for them.
Well, not to kind of boast mine and Reddy's knowledge, but it was actually 3 wins for Obey Alliance. El Apache did not get the 3 wins against Obey Alliance. It was flipped the other way around, and I mean, as I said, not to boast our knowledge, but we kind of did expect this.
Yeah, wait. So she was just messing with us, like
Glitter's fault, I guess.
Well, I mean, you know what? I'm proud of that. We stuck with our gut. We stood by our predictions. We're cool with it. And I think we're watching kind of the 4th installment, post-trilogy, and now Obey Alliance coming back to claim that final victory where it really matters. But still, you know, the hero's journey could come to an end. We could see El Mapache bring out something unexpected, though we do have the bans in here, and I think it's pretty predictable. Obey Alliance, they get rid of the Grom, they get rid of the Squeak, and they also eliminate the Sam. But we also see the Ashe is still in play. El Mapache also getting rid of the Otis, the Colonel Ruffs, and the Penny, all strong brawlers here, but none of them are named Ashe, and that concerns me a little bit for him.
I mean, the Grey's going to be the first pick, which would pair quite nicely with Ashe to go aggressive, but at the same time, we do have Sam banned out, which is another one of those more aggressive brawlers that you keep on, reiterating that it's just so strong at the moment. When we did see it, it played quite well. But Grom's actually going to be banned out in Hard Rock Mine, which isn't something you see every day, but can be quite useful down one of those lanes. The same with Ruffs, Penny, which we saw really showing its worth in one of those as well. But Gene going to be picked up here. 8-bit still lurking, waiting to be drafted by Obey now, surely.
Well, see, I mean, you know, there's one thing that you can do. Sure, yeah, you can teleport with the use of a gadget, or you could teleport with your super if you decide you want to be real crafty and run that Grey up mid. But I think that there are certainly better options, and Obey, they are really partial to running the Grey here, Patchy in particular. And it could just be he wants to play it on the lane, or they're trying something real crafty. They feel extremely confident. But the Gene Max on the side of El Mapache, once again, it concerns me a little bit for Obey, and I think also that this is just like an old strategy. We saw it work earlier, though, so we can't write it off too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better comp in the history of Brawl Stars than Gene Max Sandy. Can we get a Gene Max Sandy going on here, please? But I honestly don't think we'll be seeing a Sandy, because it has been out of meta for a solid 2 years now. Never to come back. But, I mean, I'm quite intrigued to see what's going. Yeah, I mean...
Okay.
I mean, what a surprise.
Professional predictor.
8-bit going to be coming out now, pairing with the Grey, and as he said, gadget or the TP back. And, you know, Grey can sacrifice himself for you if you're in kind of the perfect range. He can kind of TP in, take that pull for you if he's not the one holding all of the gems, and you've used all your cheat cartridges as well. But Jackie coming in as the last, and that's not something you want to be seeing running towards you.
No, not in any case. This isn't a free, like, super kind of deal, but I think that Patchy has got to be quite confident that he'll be able to pull out some pretty easy supers here. Doesn't need to farm it up for free like you would in Knockout. And 8-Bit also, he's going to be picking up that mid role. So this is kind of what we were saying. 8-Bit mid, then we have the Gray on the lane. And Jackie, I'm not really sure what she would usually be doing. I guess waiting in the bushes and waiting to kill the lane like that, which is going to mean that Obey will really suffer until we see the first teleport. A reaction of Ashe, I think this is, you know, pretty predictable too. It's a strong brawler. Versus Jackie, though, I think that Jackie might be able to win the interaction. Comes down to how much value you get with a chill pill.
Yeah, it's kind of also a question of how close the interaction, how close you are to the Ashe when you start off the fight. Because if he can outrange you, then you're obviously not going to be having the best of times. And with a max speed as well, you can kind of dip in and out of that range and avoid quite a few of the shots. So it's a tried and proven comp. We've seen it today work, the Max Jean and Ashe. But I'm intrigued to see how this Jackie Gray plays out.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Obey playing with their food. I think Obey are feeling very, very confident after set number 1, given how quick and how consistent it was for them. And now they're not afraid to run something really unconventional. Immediately push Chino up the right side, go for the back lines of El Mapache. Manages to get an elimination on the back lines versus Slash, but still Luki's able to react in time. INS has to run away with 2 gems over his head. And Patchy, he's ready to pick up some gems too, but he needs to get this teleport to unleash the full potential of Chino.
Yeah, well, Charles already sitting in the mid with 2 gems. Actually has to use a cheat cartridge out there as INS started to put a bit of pressure on him, but Chino down the side, he gets pulled through, almost takes down INS, but Patchy's going to be able to do just that to bring him down, has some gems, has the TP away if he needs to escape as well. And Jean's just surely rendered useless in this matchup from this point on.
It's super, super unfortunate, but he'll still be able to fire up the super once again if he gets in close range. Bit of interesting teleport action there from Patchy. If you saw what he was trying to do, he's trying to get the kind of extended pull, but it didn't work out by using the gadget and then teleporting immediately afterwards. It would have looked cool if it had happened. I think he'll probably try to go for it again. But showboating aside, Obey Alliance are looking fantastic right now. Just 2 more gems needed in order to start that countdown. Charles on the right side gets the teleport over to the right. Got to get out of the reaches of Slash. Just trying to disrupt things as Ashe on the back side. INS also circling around mid. Not quite much action going on the back lines. And an opportunity for Slash. Patchy's got to run away. Good kill. Chino now carrying all 8 gems. He's now rendered almost useless because he cannot afford to go aggressive anymore.
Yeah, and Jean's got pull as well. And if all the members of El Mapache are there. Oh, hello. Hello. The TP forward, and just ignore everything that I've said. He can go aggressive as long as he's got the help of Gray and 8-Bit TPing him with him. It's definitely not going to be something that El Mapache are going to be able to handle, and they're getting beamed on the way up as well. Damage booster placed down, and the TP in from Patchy. He doesn't even care at this point. Back and forward like nobody's business. And they take another game.
My goodness, Obey Alliance really, once again, just taking El Mapache to school here. I really do feel like Obey Alliance, they just know that they have this one in the bag, and they're feeling so confident. They're feeling on top of the world, and they're bringing out stuff that they know El Mapache just won't expect. I really do think it's quite terrible to call a match so early, but it really does feel like it's already decided from here. El Mapache got a pretty good draft at the beginning, getting that Jean and getting that Max, but Obey Alliance seemed to be just one step ahead with something really creative.
Yeah, they responded so nicely in that draft. Gino pushing forward now and pinching him with his teammates as well. INS is going to fall down, and Luki trying to reach for those gems, but even Patchy's going to be able to clean up Slash at this right-hand side here. 5 gems already in Charles' hand, but you know, if they're able to get a bit of pressure back without him getting another super, he's not going to be able to cheat cartridge away because of it being on their side of the map.
Well, let's see what Slash is able to do now. Pushing in versus Patchy. Speed active, but he's on such low health, he can't really do anything with it. He's mostly going to have to get in a aggressive position, but also still be quite protected. Chino gets that super at max range. Slash almost falls victim to the counter crush, but stops attacking just in time. 2 minutes 30 on the clock, but doesn't even really matter. Obey Alliance are advancing that at their own pace. Only 2 gems needed as Charles has all 8. He's looking to acquire another. Luki could still go for the pull. And Charles has that gadget active. Funky teleport in. Chino disrupts the backlines. This is what it's all about, dude. It's a disrespectful meta. It's a teleport in with a Jackie and domination on the backlines.
I just laugh every time I see it, to be honest, because it's just so hard to defend against. It's not like you can play well against it, because you can never like expect it to happen too well, preemptively. And I mean, Obey Alliance is just walking away with this one. That's 2 sets now. He even TPs into the pull pretty much, and doesn't really matter. 2 sets up. El Mapache looking beaten down and defeated.
It's really unfortunate for El Mapache. I mean, I really, really do want to see them come back. I want to see what these guys are really made of, but Obey Alliance are ripping through them and not even giving them the sort of normal comps that you would see. Going for something funky, going for something that you might see the Ladder Warriors running at 1200, going for their Gray, Jackie, and Bo Rangos respectively, but no Bo to be seen, and I think part of that is that they didn't want to make that be like a dead giveaway because they already tried to go for this kind of thing earlier. It didn't work out, but they did get the enemy to pick Bo. Now, we didn't even see El Mapache bite in any regard, and Obey Alliance were still able to get that Jackie and Gray combo working with the teleport.
I mean, the damage was done by Obey, clearly, probably about 90,000 of it from just TPing into it. But 41 gems picked up and only 14 dropped is a much better ratio to the 18 and 15 dropped up, pretty much almost dropping every single gem they've picked up on the side of El Mapache there. Obey Alliance, the statistics, the gameplay, the comp, it all backs them up, and therefore, you know, they're just walking away with this one. It's a dangerous game for El Mapache. They have another life on top of this in our pretty much triple elimination bracket today against Papi Chulos, but I don't know if I can really see them beating them either.
And yeah, I mean, we've seen Papi Chulos stand a much better chance versus the top rosters, and El Mapache not quite the same. And also, I think that we are once again just seeing like the fourth installment of like a quadrilogy here because we've seen Obey take these guys down 3 times already. And yeah, it looks like they have learned quite a bit, as you were referencing earlier, because they're taking every single game so far, just 0-2s across the board. And with Heist now in their sights, it could get even faster. Heist can go extremely fast, and I would not doubt that Obey Alliance are prepared to bring out something really, really base racy and just end it off all here. But if they're, you know, looking to spin a little bit, throw up a thumbs down, protesto some, then they could go for something wacky, a little something off meta again. El Mapache, I think, are still fighting to the best of their ability, though. They're not ready to give up just yet.
I mean, honestly, I don't really like people playing with the food, so I hope if they can win, they just do it. But, I mean, I'd like to see El Mapache fight back. I'd like to see him with a little bit more oomph. And get going just that little bit more, because what we're seeing right now isn't the best they've got. We've seen them these individual players in the past play it a lot better than this. I don't know if it's the lack of team synergy or they're just a bit washed. Maybe it's a Joan Wash team.
My goodness,
Yeah.
I don't think
I'm out here. I'm just being completely honest.
My goodness. Well, I wouldn't so far say washed. I would just say Obey is just diff is the situation. They're still good players. I mean, they made it here. They're in the top 8.
Didn't say they weren't good players.
But you said they're washed.
Washed good players.
You're not backtracking this time. It concerns me a little bit, but still, I have a lot of confidence in Wash team, or rather, not Wash team. Oh my goodness!
I've got him now. He's just exposed himself.
Oh,
he agrees with me.
No, you tricked me into that one. Once again, Trav playing mind games with me. But nonetheless, let's move in a bridge too far and see what they've been cooking up in the kitchen.
And should be in shortly though, but I mean, we've seen some long-range builds. We saw Colt being brought out here. I'm not sure if we'll see it again, as it was pretty much only successful in one of the games out of all of them. But Bonnie, 8-bit, Brock going to be banned out from the side of El Mapache, and Obey Alliance going to get rid of the Daryl, the Grom, and also that Max down the bottom side. And pretty, I mean, not bad bans, to be honest. Eve going to come in first as that brawler who can just kind of glide across the water with no repercussions, and with Brock banned out, there's not going to be the easy wall break unless someone goes bold and plays the Colt again.
Well, it's now time for El Mapache to select their brawlers. Versus Eve, they might be a little bit guarded about going for some of these long-range brawlers that are single target. Something like Bell or Piper is always going to be a consideration on this map, but once you find yourself into something with a lot of spawners, it's going to be way more difficult to run. But there's still viable options, and they can be played around. Mandy is their selection, and this is El Mapache. We're really going out on a limb, looking for whatever they can get. She doesn't have really that great of DPS. She doesn't have good reload speed. She just has a lot of range, and she has that super that does decent damage. You will be able to deal some damage to the high save from across the map, and you might be able to snipe some long-range kills, but otherwise, I'm not terribly convinced by this brawler, especially because it is countered by Eve.
I'm convinced it's pretty dreadful. I mean, to be honest, though, it hasn't worked in a single game, I don't think. So I'm not wrong, although it was a joke. I'm not completely wrong. I don't think we've actually seen Mandy win today, even a single game. But Bell, a little bit better in my eyes. You can bounce a little bit back and forward between those, and you know, between Eve's hatchlings as well. It can also be quite good to bounce back and forward off those towards the safe, and to Eve as well if she just places it nearby. But Mandy, going back to, she's got the range, right? She can deal damage to the safe without really being in harm's way. But along one of the lanes, if you lose it, it's going to be quite tough to bring it back. Ooh.
Oh, well, there's the cold that you wanted to see. We'll see if they pull out some awesome serpentine maneuvers like we did see earlier from Mystic Esports, but here's a Nanny too. Gonna flex some long range, and also with Colt in the picture, he'll get those silver bullets out probably not, or maybe Speed Loader is his gadget of choice. Nonetheless, his super is gonna be breaking down those walls and making it Nanny a very, very good option. And with Mandy and Bell in the picture, I do think that walls opening up would actually mean fantastic news for them. Mandy is able to snipe across the width of the map, and we've seen attempts at that earlier. Bell, not quite the same, but she benefits from having long range. Nanny is also one of those benefactors of huge range. A BB pick. I thought earlier of saying, like, maybe we see, like, you know, the Mandy snipe of the safe. I mean, I guess you could do more damage with BB, and I don't know. I think this is a Slash favorite. Going with the BB here, so we'll have to see if that's the player on the brawler. But overall, it's a sus draft from El Mapache, and then Obey. They're looking a little OP.
I can't say that I hate BB. You know, like one of my all-time favorite brawlers. I don't know if I would play it in competitive game when your life's on the line like this, but I like the brawler, so I do like it whenever it's played. But it's just a question of whether it's going to be able to get the work done. I mean, it can pretty much just trudge straight down this Colt lane if it doesn't get hit consecutively. We are going to be seeing Speed Loader, and he eats every single shot, I think, there from both Eve and Colt.
Unfortunate news there on the left lane. Chino, once again, popping the Speed Loader, getting additional damage. Charles doing much of the same. Lukey looking for the wall clips onto Charles, but not going to find quite too much. A little Protesto out from Charles, too, as all of Obey are now on that left lane. Here comes the peep coming through. Could be a teleport. Warp Blast in. INS goes down. Slash on the BB. It's a favorite, but it's not really a favorite of the mode because it's not lending itself to success so far, and it's not a good outlook for El Mapache.
I mean, you know, I said if you can win, just win, and it looks like that's what they are looking to doing. Slash really not able to get too much done with this BB. Seems like he's just kind of feeding supers to Chino, and he's using them to his advantage. TPM from Patchy, and that might be the game right here. Super onto safe from Colt, and that is going to finish things off right there. Match point to Obey Alliance now, and El Mapache are down in the dumps.
Unfortunate here for El Mapache. Still not a single game won on their side, but I still think that there's some adjustments that they can make between the games to find success here. In particular, of course, take this with a grain of salt. I'm not a pro player. I'm not Slash, but if I were Slash, I would be telling my teammates, let me go the right lane. Look how little space he has on the left side to dodge back and forth, and look how much INS has. He doesn't really need that much space to dodge back and forth, and Slash absolutely does as a tank whose only method of getting to the enemy side is dodging. Once again, gonna migrate over towards that left side, maybe having some second thoughts. Oh, never mind, going over to the right side. We'll see if it actually works out for them, but so far, it has been absolute pummeling from the side of Obey.
Yeah, almost 50% done now, and Patchy just following up with a few more shots. Lukey gonna be pretty much just accepting defeat there. He's either going to take a peek to the face or he's going to take a TP to the face. Know he can slow him down, so he did just that. Speed Loader from Chino. Super coming in unsafe, and that's going to be it. Obey Alliance are moving on to the challenge season. After a pretty tough, grueling road, they've eventually made it. But El Mapache are not out yet. They have one more game, one more chance at redemption, one chance at the challenge season.
I mean, we can still see the Raccoons take it. El Mapache, I mean, definitely fan favorites in a lot of ways. The Raccoons in NA seem to manifest here and there, and they always sort of steal the spotlight, but it doesn't really earn you a qualifying spot just yet. You got to win that fair and square on a level playing field, and Obey Alliance have done just that, but I said fair and square, and I think that this might have been a little unfair because Obey Alliance have shown us a 6-0 victory, not a single game dropped this entire time, and that's just an outmatch right there.
Yeah, I mean, that moves them 4-0 up in matches against El Mapache now, and I don't see that change anytime soon because I'm not even sure if El Mapache are going to make it to the next phase where they'll be able to face them again because, in my eyes, they're looking worse than Papi Chulos are.
I mean, my heart definitely goes out for El Mapache. I want to see them do well versus Papi Chulos, but it doesn't really look super realistic. We could see a fairly close match, but it's all speculation.
So listen, I may have been fed false information. Okay. I do as I am told, and the screen said 3-0 El Mapache. It may have meant Obey. So this makes sense. Good job, Obey! Yeah, totally expected. We knew how this was gonna play out. I mean, they looked comfortable, confident, and now they have a spot in challenge.
A deserved spot in challenge as well, I'd say. They're a notable team, notable names, and if I didn't see these players in the challenge season, I'd be a little bit worried.
Exactly. So all is well that ends well. Another team solidifies their spot in the challenge season as we take a look back at the bracket, and that means there's only one spot left, okay? Obey makes their way through after Mystic made their way through, which means the final matchup of the day is going to be between Papi Chulos and El Mapache to see who can squeak on in that final spot. It's going to be really interesting. We're going to take it to one more short break. We'll do a little bit of highlights and analysis after that before the final match, so don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's been a long day, but another team has punched their ticket to the challenge, and it's Obey who wrangle the Raccoons. Apparently, chicken is the ticket and challenge together. It's their challenge ticket.
I mean, we've seen Pollo play today, but he's been eliminated already, unfortunately. Going down to El Mapache, so they punched the chicken, and now they're punching the ticket later on.
You know what? They've got one more opportunity. Okay,
This is
Papi
true.
Chulos, El Mapache, one more opportunity. But before we get into that last match, that's the literal last match now. No more opportunities. One more spot available for that challenge. Chasmac and Wash Team being the first two to have claimed those spots earlier on today in the upper bracket. So we'll all come down to this. But before we dive into that, let's take a look back at the absolute dominance that was Obey in this last matchup, because that's got to feel good after having fallen earlier on in the day.
Absolutely. I mean, if we take a look at these plays right here, we'll see that Chino's on the left side, and this has been very deliberately chosen. This is not an even map, okay? It's not really fair across both sides. He's operating with Colt, a brawler that's quite challenging to line up your shots with, and he's gone for the left side where your enemy only has about 2 tiles to move back and forth between. And we'll see Slash migrate over to the left, or to the right side where he has a lot more room to move, but the primary damage dealer, he's already made all of that damage rain down quite early on, and the damage is already done. It's quite unfortunate, but it's actually, in the end, a very good call by Obey Alliance. Fantastic stuff, I think, is really what we can all attribute it to. And in the end, it turned out to be a 0-6 match with Obey Alliance clutching up. And we have one of their players ready for an interview.
All right, thank you very much, Ready. That's right. I've got Charles standing by to talk with us after the victory. Charles, can you hear me? How you doing?
Hello.
All right, I'm going to take that as a yes, you can hear me. First of all, congratulations making it through to the challenge. What's going through everybody's minds right now?
I'd say we're just like tired. Just want to be done with this.
You know, that was something we talked about on the broadcast, that there's got to be an element of fatigue after having to play so many different sets. Like, it's a long day of matches. As a pro, how do you deal with that? How do you keep your mental in the right spot?
Well, me personally, I just ate dinner, so that was my energy. But I don't know about the rest of my team.
Listen, the food is important, and if you're tired, I won't keep you too long. I do want to ask you, looking forward to challenge though, what is the prep plan for that, or are there any specific teams that you guys have your eyes on?
I wouldn't say any team in particular, but I'd say we're still trying to get the hang of drafting and stuff, and kind of playing more together as a team. But that's pretty much it, I think.
Well, you guys are definitely looking good so far. I mean, congratulations on getting a spot in the challenge. Before I let you go, do you want to, maybe tell people a little bit about yourself if they don't know who you are, shout out your social media, etc.?
Charles BS on Twitter. That's probably it.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right, you know what? We're going to get Charles. We're going to get Charles up here next time for another interview earlier on in the bracket, and we're going to be talking for days, okay?
Okay.
All right, see,
For
didn't
sure.
say no. I'm going to take that. I will take that as a win. Congratulations one more time. I'll let you go for now.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Listen, I'm calling that one a win for me, okay? Because I would be tired too. This is why we keep talking about it up here on the desk, and he pretty much confirmed what we've already said. There is a very real element of fatigue, and you have to figure out ways to keep yourself in a good spot to be able to keep competing.
Definitely so, and I mean, it seemed like he was pretty much drained out of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I'm a big fan of the haircut. He's had a good haircut since last season, right? Like, I was looking at him last season, I was like, hey, come on. And at least his trim's looking good, as tired as he is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, now it's time to put face cam on the Charles streams where
Right?
he plays power really great.
Didn't even shout out the streams.
Sag, he never even taught me how to play Frank either. Never gave me any Frank tips either. I was disappointed.
Well, it seems like we're going to have some make goods that we have to do with Charles. Longer interview, training ready. It's going to be a long day for Charles, okay?
Hopefully he's not quite as exhausted, but I think if we get some dinner in him, he'll be a little bit more keen.
You know what? I feel that, though. Food makes everything better. Congratulations again to Obey, making their way through. We still have one more match, though. It's been a long day. Hopefully you guys aren't fatigued, because it's time for us to one more time talk about Papi Chulos and El Mapache.
I said they've been talked about enough today. I mean, how many chances can we give them before they actually manage to get a win? One of these teams is going to have taken 2 losses already, and they've got to win now. Jigsaw second best, Steel and Tootie. They've been kind of swapping around who's been playing today, but it seems like they've had the best results when Steel's kind of been on it, and he's been playing pretty well as well. But I must say, you know, they had a tough game against Mystic Esports, but they need to bounce back now. And we said, you know, we've just spoken to Charles as well. The fatigue has got to be getting to both these teams, and it's just going to be a question of who's going to be able to deal with it better.
Look, Steel, put him in, coach. That's what I've been saying all day. It's what I've been saying all month. This guy, he needs a spotlight, and he needs to be on the field. But still, everyone has their specialties, and when you have a fourth, it allows you a little bit of flexibility, especially when you got someone like Toonie on the roster who's a master of tanks, and that is his specialty. Rotate things around from there. It's where it's the role that he filled when he played for Stamina, and now it's the same role that he fills on other rosters as well. But El Mapache awaiting them on the other side, Falcon, Lukey, Slash, and INS. Some old heads in the competitive scene, and some who've not quite gotten to see that glory that they wanted to just yet. And I'm particularly looking at INS, and Falcon, he's already played at a LAN with West Coast, so he's trying to advance that to yet another one. First step now is getting to the challenge season.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road, I will say, because they just didn't look like they were in it to win it against Obey Alliance just now, and they did have a tough game against them. Yes, Obey are an incredible team, and it's going to be tough to beat them, but it didn't seem like much of a fight, never mind, you know, a close battle.
Yeah, I mean, there were some beatdowns involved in here, and El Mapache versus Obey Alliance was certainly the worst offender. I think that Obey Alliance is just such a dominant roster that we haven't really gotten to get a good idea of where El Mapache stands, and that's what I'm hoping to get out of this match right now. But I still have to place my chips with Papi Chulos. I really do think that these guys are going to take it to the next stage because they've played so well versus other rosters already throughout the entirety of the Cup. And El Mapache, I wish I could say the same, but I simply can't.
Okay, well, to your point, Reddy, for their head-to-head, they've only played against each other one time, but it was Papi Chulos that did win last time they saw each other, so could be good.
You can't argue with the math, right? You can't argue with the past, but it is a small sample size.
Right.
So I think that's really the worst offender. 100% win rate, easy clap. It's chalked already. Just, you know, forego the match and let Charles go to sleep.
Listen, they're going to make it fast. Whichever team it is, I'm calling a 3-0. Okay, that'll be my prediction. We're closing out the day with a 3-0.
I can back that as well. I think Papi Chulos are going to come out and 3-0. That's bold prediction, I'm sure, and you know, Glitter agrees. So if Glitter agrees, then you know we know.
I think a 3-0 for Papi Chulos as well, but I want to see El Mapache really put forth a good fight because look, I'll never complain about the competition ramping up in this region. Home region, love the place and love to see things accelerate. Just got to see the appropriate competition, and El Mapache, I hope the best.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, chat, of course, for the final time today, let us know if you agree with everybody on the desk, apparently, or if you think it's going to be an upset to close everything out. You know how it works. Poll in chat down below and tell us what your thoughts are. Final match of the day, though, it's ready to go. Picks and bans already started, so let's do this.
Let's do it indeed. Last chance for both of these teams. Then one will win and move on to the challenge season. One will lose and be pretty sad, I imagine, after the long day. After the long day they've had to lose in the final game, final chance that they're going to be able to be provided with. Bridge too far is where we kick things off. It's where we ended the last one, and it's where we'll start this one. El Mapache are going to be banning out Colette, common ban, Piper, and Mandy. Mandy's never even worked today, so I don't know why it's still getting banned out, to be honest with you, but Brock going to be their first pick. On the other side of things, Colette, 8-bit, and Grom banned with Max, and I do like a bit of Max, I can't lie.
I do as well, and Papi Chulos, I think, are going to find some quite good value with this, especially playing into a brawler like Brock, who is great in, or rather is great at long range, but he's not good in mid-range, and Max, she's fantastic in mid-range. She has a lot of speed, can run literally circles around Brock. And I think also that Eve is going to be able to offer something similar, very similar range to Brock, and also has those spawnables that can block a lot of those projectiles. And El Mapache, their future picks are also going to be suppressed a lot by this spawner. So I wouldn't say it's the greatest outlook for El Mapache so far, but they have picked up the Colt. They did get messed up a little bit by the Colt too, so I think that they've learned their lesson here. And hey, if they run it on the right lane, like we saw Obey do versus them, I think that would be a great way to apply what they've learned from that last match.
But it's against a Max, and a Max is going to be able to give speed to his teammates, and Cole Brock shots are hard enough to hit as it is. Like, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hit these shots, well, connect them as much as they need to be able to get a convincing win off here. Lola, and they're adding just the most DPS heavy comp I've ever seen here. If they get one break on safe, it might be done. But I'm sure that Papi Chulos will have something to say about that and have a bit of a more evasive brawler again, or maybe something with even a little bit more range, like a I was gonna say Piper, but Piper's out of the mix. Maybe like a B or something like that. Just a bit more range to keep them at bay, or a Bonnie, I suppose.
This is true, yeah. Bonnie's still in the mix, could get some serious damage versus Brock, could also get on top of Lola and get the damage from there, and you're a Galaxy Brain, amazing caster, higher than Sky again because he's got it on lock. Bonnie coming in here, and I do like Bonnie because, once again, she'll be able to jump on a Brock and jump beyond Lola's ego and get the damage from there. Lola, she has great damage, don't get me wrong, but she's not able to unload the damage as fast as Bonnie is able to take her down, and from that perspective, I think Bonnie takes a cake here. She also is going to get speed boosted by Max pretty reliably, I believe, and so Papi Chulos, I think, have a solid strategy here. Where they're lacking is the safe damage, and that's where Elmapache really prevails, and you noted already that just one really solid push onto the safe could go ahead and send Papi Chulos packing at least for one game. Let's see if that comes true.
Yeah, we will see, but the DPS is dangerous. Let's see if we can get into a position where they can use it, because Luki's getting dominated pretty hard by Steel early on. INS getting pushed back down this mid, but a little levitation over by Eve, and he's able to help out Tooney on this slash lane quite nicely. Healed up now, though. He's going for another attempt once more, and Luki's managed to fight back a little bit on the right, so we got a bit of a stalemate, but they are just a little bit pushed back.
INS still hanging out here at mid, trying to keep Eve at long range. Tooney on the left side looking for the jukes. He's got that super. Here comes the speed onto Eve. She doesn't have a whole lot of health, but it doesn't matter. Steel's already coming down from the backside. INS pushed forward. He's got to take this opportunity to get damage on the enemy safe, especially with the damage gear active. He's able to lock in a solid 15%, but it pales in comparison to what Elmapache has offered so far. And even Tooney is locking in on that safe. Could open things up for Luki and Slash to pound away, and here they go, almost equal to the amount of percentage that has been dealt so far, and now just 3% away. This is exactly what it needed to be. A solid push from Elmapache in is what will keep them in the game.
Yeah, Tooney looking like he's going to go down here as well, but Slash does miss that last finishing shot. Luki's going to survive on 105. He's got his ego as well. Slash cleans up the left-hand side, 20% in it, but that's going to be pretty much wiped straight off the map if they manage to get a breakaway. Slash going to get jumped on by the Steel, though, and he does go down. Nice stuff coming in from Papi Chulos, and he is pretty much single-handedly got rid of all the pressure that they had just by that one singular kill.
Luki on the right side, still withstanding the pressure from second, but he's not able to hold him off for too long. Here comes the speed in from Tooney. He's ready to commit. This could be the last moment. Second just needs to fire away a few more shots, and there it is. Papi Chulos take a quite dominant game number one, though we cannot forget that Elmapache, just with a couple of decent pushes in, did get a lot of damage out there, and this is well attributed to the fact that they're all running DPS brawlers. All of these brawlers are ones that you would consider, yeah, we got like one of these guys, we should be able to lock in some decent damage on the enemy safe, and the rest play for control. But they still play pretty good control with it. Just, it's so hard to play into the max, and Papi Chulos with Tooney on the max are doing a great job so far.
Yeah, they've kind of just left Brock straight down mid, though, and Luki's going to clean up as well, but second. Oh, actually getting some defense in, but no. INS says no to that and shuts him down pretty quickly. Good damage coming in, almost paralleling what they had in the previous game. Second can't tank that shot either, and Luki needs to go down. Otherwise, it's going to be a triple commit, and they're going to be getting way too much damage to come back from.
Tooney advancing forward on the left side, quickly taken down by Slash. It's like we're watching a different team compete now, because Tooney, he's fallen twice on that lane in situations that looked like they would be normally very winnable, but now he's taking a breath of fresh air, moving over to the right side to take on Luki, but INS continues to dominate the mid lane. Good damage on Tooney, but not quite able to hold him back just yet, as Tooney's going to be returning to full health pretty soon, and it looks like he might be close to his super, just needs to get a little bit more charge.
Oh,
the jump in from Steel, yeah, that was a little gruesome. A pin popped appropriately as well, as that was unfortunate, and we see Tooney melt at mid.
Yeah, missed super coming in from Slash, though, as well, so that pretty much evens things out in terms of how many wasted supers we've had. 29% lead, though, for Elmapache, but Papi Chulos are the ones keeping control for now. Ego thrown out, and that's going to be able to tank a lot, especially with that freeze frame. Pretty much all of Tooney's ammo has been used up on that, but still getting some shots off. Pinch coming in now. INS low, Slash low. Both of them surely going to fall here. Slash does go down, and now they wail away on that safe. And pretty much only even it out, though. So, Elmapache do still have this possibility of a comeback, but through from those spawners, and with that, quite a lot of tanking.
There's 50 seconds left. Tooney getting lasered by Slash at mid. Second also going to fall into the effects of everyone grouping up on the right lane. Steel, he's all the way on the left side too. He's not going to be able to get it over to this right side, at least not quickly. He's so slow, but he does manage to make his way to mid. And INS and Luki continue to get stuffed into these bushes, but they remain alive. And Slash is here for assistance. Double kill for Steel and the Protesto to match. Beautiful stuff from the guy, and he gets a nice push in on that safe. Good damage lined up, and Tooney looks for his next super. Here it comes on a second on the right side, and these could be the final few seconds leading up to a Papi victory.
Yeah, those are the situations will allow a Protesto when you make a big play like that. The second coming down the right-hand side now. Slash can't get the kill on him. He's going to go down as well, but damage can be there. But it's just not from El Mapache. They get taken down, cleaned up, and Papi Chulos move one set up now as they dominate that game. Not quite finishing the safe, but still, they were looking good. But El Mapache are looking better as well.
I think that this is a much better side of El Mapache that we've seen, but once again, it's the sort of unconventional drafts that they go for. Like the triple DPS wasn't the most convincing, and then on top of that, Papi Chulos getting the lane diffs out here. But still, we saw repeatedly them taking down Tooney on the left side, and Tooney's a fantastic aggro player. It takes a special touch to be able to do that. If they're able to tap into that once again and at least get a game victory out here, that'll already get them some of that crucial momentum to push themselves towards a victory, a set victory, and hopefully, eventually, for them, a match victory.
Yeah, it was something you mentioned in the last thing, momentum's it's a big thing for Papi Chulos, and it looks like this time it might be on their side for once. 19 kills to 15, not as much damage, but a little bit more healing for Papi Chulos here. And I mean, it seemed like they were in control of the majority of the time, but it was the burst that El Mapache got, the massive bursts of damage that come through, as we mentioned just before the game started, that are going to be the decisive things. But just suddenly they didn't have enough of those moments to make it a win.
And it's moments like those that make me wonder, like, did El Mapache in fact have the better comp? They just were not able to consistently win those lanes and make it to the enemy side. I mean, that's up for debate. You guys can debate it on Twitch. I know the backseat gamers love to debate that kind of stuff, but I do too. It's a whole lot of fun.
We technically are backseat gamers as well, right? We just...
Are we more like front seat? Because, no, wait, that would be the people. Okay. I call shotgun, though. In any case, I think that Bounty is going to present us with a little bit more slower paced sort of stuff, and we'll get to take a step back. And I think this might actually hurt the momentum that Papi Chulos has gotten so far and provide an opportunity for El Mapache to sort of catch up.
I believe we're actually yet to see some bounty today, so this is actually going to be the first time we see a bit of that game mode, but I'm not opposed to it, to be fair. Slows things down a bit, lets them maybe get a bit back into the rhythm, as you mentioned, for El Mapache, but I still do think that Papi Chulos are going to come out and win this one and the next one quite convincingly. Bans are in, though. Piper, Nanny, and Mandy, they don't want any of this long range. They want short range, less skill kind of action, whereas Papi Chulos, they say no to that. Fang's already out the mix, Max is out the way, and we also have Tick banned out as well.
Now, short range, no skill, or I guess less skill is what you said. I won't put words in your mouth, but hey, I mean, I got some opinions about Piper, the long range, no skill. Pull out a homemade recipe from time to time and see what you feel about it. See whether you feel like you've really earned that kill. That's my challenge for you guys today, but both teams are already facing a tough enough challenge, and Papi Chulos could be setting themselves up for something with this Gene pick here. I wonder if they're anticipating that with fewer range brawlers in the mix that they might want to pick up something like a Carl. And Carl is usually the accessory to Gene here. It could also be something like a Sprout. But now with the wall break in the Grom, not only I think are they going to be forced to run something like a Sprout, but they're also going to be very weak because of the wall break.
Yeah, I mean, Thrower coming in now on Shooting Star, it's pretty decent. No wall break, it's not terrible. No Tick's going to be there either. No Nanny or Piper to outrange it. Mandy as well. Gene's going to be there also with Grey. Is going to be quite dangerous, I will say. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. It's got some decent range, and the ability to TP into the Grom might be good, but at the same time, on a mode like Shooting Star, you're pretty much always on your side, and you're going to have backup if the Grey TP's in, and it's going to be a positive trade the majority of the time.
This is true, and it does concern me a little bit. Papi Chulos still need one more brawler to complete their trio, and it could be something that is meant to pair up with Grey. No, not quite. Not at all, in fact. They're going to be focusing on Grey to deal with Grom, which I think is honestly a pretty good strategy. I also wonder what gadget they're going to be running here, because now that the second gadget has been nerfed, the first one, it was always useful. It just was not as good as the insane explosion radius that the second one had. Gus, always going to be quite strong, but if we see El Mapache bring out something that has similar abilities to, say, Fang, which has been banned out, then they absolutely could. I think Fang ban is a good call because it's a Slash favorite and also it's just a good all-around brawler. And I think now we'll see Slash just picking up the bill.
Yeah, I will say I like the comps. I think it's good to see that Bell has the Bell slid in here to kind of complete this long-range approach, because they are going to struggle quite heavily. I don't know if maybe it was a good idea to take something that's going to be able to defend the Grom a little bit better than some of these brawlers that are going to take quite a lot of skill to hit the shots and stop them from TPing in. But I think at the end of the day, it's kind of just like, this is like on-the-spot editing from the production team, right?
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, who wins, the capybara or the mapache? Because I'm not sure what a capybara is in Spanish, but I'm willing to bet it's just capybara. Except like
probably
El Capybara and El Mapache go head-to-head in this crucial showdown between the mammals. And Papi Chulos already are looking to get off to a good start. A blue star already on their side, and this is a crucial beginning move for them, as now they can afford to play defensively.
Yeah, it's definitely good as well. A lot of these walls being broken down is definitely going to help them out quite a lot as well. And surely we're looking for the pull or the explosion of this piano over here onto the side that Lukey's going to be wanting to play behind. But the gene pool's there as well if you're just a little bit patient. The mark does connect, and Slash going to have a bit of a better matchup against him now.
Well done so far, but Papi Chulos are still in a great position because as soon as someone gets pushed, Toonie, he's ready with a super. So Lukey's hanging out behind the watchtower. Good explosion with a gadget there from Steel to advance themselves by a couple of more stars. And still, El Mapache has yet to get their first kill. But they have gotten some solid damage on a second, and Slash lines up that first shot. Reflected damage onto Gus and reflected back as well to the mid-brawler. Not great for Papi Chulos, but second still able to recover. A good pull there from the Gene on the right side. Toonie wasn't able to connect it, though. That is one lifeline versus Grom. It's the one thing keeping him in this match, is that he has the pull and he can take advantage of Lukey, but a good shot lined up by second is going to send him packing. And now Papi Chulos only boast a 2-star advantage with a takedown from Slash.
Yeah, there's 30 seconds on the clock still as well, so there's plenty of time for a comeback for El Mapache here, and another mark does actually connect from the mid to the left-hand side this time. Not really the most influential in that matchup, though, but the Grom Bomb's going to come down. Toonie's low. They have the blue star as well, so nobody can go down on the side of Papi Chulos. Looks like Second's going to try and relieve some of this pressure now, and Toonie can't do a good enough job. Vengeful Spirits goes in. INS gets traded out, though, and he gets taken down, but the shots follow up, and they still have the blue star. Can Second fall in time?
What?
The shield comes in, and they keep him alive, but I mean, no shots were connected anyway, but it kind of maybe put them off aiming at him instead of aiming at someone else.
I think we did see a little damage there towards the end. It just didn't expire. The shield just beautifully done. I mean, here's our last second replay of what exactly happened. Shield comes in all the way from downtown. Lukey not able to get that damage in, but the final shot did clip him a little bit. That could have been a game comeback right there. Super, super close cut. El Mapache, they were just really centimeters away from making that one a comeback and maybe momentum in their favor, but it still belongs to Papi Chulos. Now with El Mapache picking up the blue star, they threaten to turn the tides.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's so hard to hit those shields from a distance as well, so he did a great job of doing that, keeping his teammate alive in a position just like that one there. Blue star, though, in the hands of El Mapache, which is going to favor them quite heavily. Shot's going to be following up now, though, and Papi Chulos are going to say no to that. They don't want to be in a deficit of stars quite early on, but Second getting hit hard, and they might be back to behind. Yeah, that they are.
El Mapache still playing quite defensively, and for good cause, as they don't want to sacrifice the lead they worked so hard for. INS gets quite close to being taken down. Vengeful Spirits in, get good damage on Slash. Kind of a Hail Mary super there from Slash, doesn't make any connections, and here comes Toonie on the right side. Wall break prevents him from pushing in as much, but as long as he has the dodges, which Toonie certainly does, then he can get a pull out here, but he's going to have to make sure it's on a low health target because there's not a whole lot of DPS nearby. Lukey blocks some damage with the watchtower on the left side. Slash and INS, they continue to get fired down upon by Toonie. Maybe the wall break wasn't the best thing in the world for them as they continue to get chipped down, but they almost pick up another kill onto mid.
Yeah, Second's low as well. That Grom Bomb's going to hit, and he was slowed down as well, but the trade's there. It's just negative once more for Papi Chulos. They're going to need Lukey if they want to turn this around in one kill. A little bit of lag, but I'm sure that we'll get back into it soon enough. Papi Chulos need a big comeback here and not able to do it just yet. Marked up. The pull's there. We've got the TP as well, and they might be going for it. Seconds looking for the kill. Steal TP in as well. 1 kill's needed now, but the respawn's going to be there. Slash gets the takedown, and that's not going to be enough. Gene Polo, does he have a watchtower? He does. He can't quite just go for the pull onto the Grom. It would be an easy one if he went for it, but he might just go for the wall break because of it. Can they get these two instead? It wouldn't even be enough. They're going to have to surely come back as 2 more kills come in for El Mapache, and they're clinging on to hope.
Well done for El Mapache. I think really the game-winning play here for El Mapache is to get that early game control, pick up the blue star, and then play the rest of the game defensively. It seemed that Toonie having that pole at seemingly all times was the main thing that prevented them from getting kills in game number 1, and they were not able to afford to push into him. He can hide behind a wall, and he can sit there with the super active. And El Mapache, if they're able to get this blue star once again, which they are going to be in a great spot. Some wall break on the left side, but it doesn't even really matter because if El Mapache plan to just play on the back lines, then they don't even need to play around what was just broken down by Gray.
I mean, to be honest, like, I've never had to say this before, but they need to be careful about the marks. 2 kills actually come in, and another piano going to be breaking up this right-hand side as well. But what I was saying is they need to be careful of the marks because that has been quite decisive. Slash has been hitting them really, really well, and it's been making it so a 3-shot player would be 2-shot for him, and it's quite influential, but 3-star lead now, and 1 kill will flip it around pretty much because they do still have that blue star. So not the biggest of leads for Papi Chulos. They'd like to maybe make it a little bit bigger, but I'm not sure about that TP there either.
Yeah, not quite, but maybe it'll allow him to switch lanes a little bit more effectively. Second, certainly lining up the shots, a little bit of damage healed too by picking up that Ghost. Could trip the mine if he's not careful. If he does, then that could be a death wish. Slash still able to help take him down. INS getting that killing blow and sitting on very low health. And El Mapache have the lead now. Just a blue star in the back pocket. 50 seconds left with Papi Chulos pushing up so far and having a lot of health to work with. They could manage to get a kill. Takedowns across the board. And no lead just yet for Papi Chulos. Rather, they take it right back. El Mapache have that blue star still, and they're going to have to play aggressive this time. It's not where they want to find themselves.
Yeah, Gene's going to be looking for another pull soon enough as well, but Lukey does still have some of these watchtowers to keep them alive. INS jumps straight over the Vengeful Spirit. Nice play from him, because that might have brought him down there as he was fairly low on HP. The mark available by Slash, but Gray's actually hitting a lot of shots. We've seen Second overcommit quite a lot of the time, though, and he needs to be very cautious about this, because it's not a position that he wants to be in. Gus has got the super as well, and he does use the little TP there, and he gets the kill. And the shield did keep him alive. Pull comes in, and this has got to be 2 sets ahead here. INS isn't going to be able to get them all down, and neither is anybody. Oh, that's 6 there, and he might be able to get the finish. Oh, he almost brings it down. I spoke way too early on deciding who had won that one there, but Papi Chulos almost threw it at the end, being way too overconfident. But El Mapache do not manage to get the win. Papi Chulos is going to be 2 sets up now, and they're going to be pretty happy about the position they're in.
I mean, that's a game victory for El Mapache, though. They certainly got to be happy about that. They've proven to themselves that they are still in this and that they do stand a chance versus Papi Chulos, but the scoreline boasts 2 sets advantage for Papi Chulos, and we haven't seen a comeback yet today, and it's not often that you see reverse sweeps like this. This is fantastic for Papi Chulos. They've played this cool, they've played this confident, and El Mapache have been a little all over the place. Even when they do get the early game advantage, it still gets stolen back by Papi Chulos in most circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real tough position. It's a tough position for them to be in at this point. We haven't seen a reverse sweep today, and it's been, you know, not the best day for El Mapache either, so I don't know if we'll be able to see it. You know, me, you, and Glitter all thought that it was going to be a 3-0 in this situation, and it looks like it might be heading that way. But as you said, El Mapache, they looked a lot better in this one. They got a game to their name. That was a good rhyme, to be fair, but it wasn't intended. And they're looking better. They can win it. They could have quite easily won that one. And the overconfidence of Papi Chulos is definitely worrying as well, because they could have quite easily thrown that game. Those 6 stars with the blue, that was just enough to flip it.
I mean, it certainly could come back to bite them in the next set because, hey, maybe they'll decide to run a victory lap, but they also know that this is like they've been given enough second chances and they're not about to throw away this one. We're moving into Brawl Ball for set number 3, and things are seriously going to ramp up in pace. So long to the bounty, where it did get exciting and very tense at times. It was a pretty slow-paced game. You're going to go to 2 minutes every single time, and now it could end as quick as 30 seconds if you're not careful, especially on Super Beach with a wide-open mid that can let you rocket things right down mid, especially if you get some wall break action in there too. But the draft, I think, is really the main thing that makes Super Beach unique, because you have the left and the right lanes that are great for throwers. They're like, this is probably the only place that we see Barley, even if it is in the bans by El Mapache. And it's great for mid-range brawlers, it's great for tanks, and mid is always going to be just a long-range brawler's paradise. And I think that's why we also see B banned out here.
Yeah, Penny being that first pick as well, it's pretty solid, you know, probably straight through that mid. He's got the turret with Barley banned out. It's not going to have something that's going to be able to take it down as quickly as they'd like to, because it can be placed pretty much in out of harm's way behind those walls with no other throwers really going to be viable on this map. But I like the way Gray's banned out. At least we won't see any TPing Jackies or anything like that in this one. It has been a bit of a highlight, but Poco's actually going to be taken, so we might just be seeing some normal Jackies.
Oh, this worries me. Yeah, as soon as you see B banned, you got to expect the Poco. It just happens every single time. And with Poco come tanks and Papi Chulos, they got an ace up their sleeve. They got Toonie, and this guy is the one with the Rosa, but I don't think this is really where we see Rosa, but Toonie on any kind of tank is definitely a fearsome sight, and I think that this is where Ashe will sort of prevail. Now, keep in mind, they are going to be playing into Penny, and here comes the choice of Carl, actually. Now, I'm not entirely sure whether I agree with this, but he will be able to slice through anything that Penny can throw up to get rid of him. He has great mobility if he needs to take down a turret, and Penny also does have counterplay. She can use that next star power and get some knockback versus the guy to knock him out of his super. So, I mean, overall, I think it's a definitely well thought out brawler, but it's not necessarily my favorite.
Surge going to be up next then as well, and I like that. That's going to be pretty good against that Carl. Just as long as they can get these matchups, and even against Poco as well, it's going to be able to feed quite a lot of those supers, even without the Carl pick. It'd have been pretty solid, but yeah, I like the way this is shaping up for El Mapache here in comparison to Papi Chulos, because they've still got this last pick, and yes, Papi Chulos can kind of return with the final. It gives them a little bit of an advantage, but at this point of the draft, I think they're quite far behind.
I almost feel like cherry on top is going to be either a tank buster or it's going to be Colonel Ruffs, because Colonel Ruffs is such a good brawler for Papi Chulos to use, but here comes the Ashe. Now Papi Chulos have to find a way of responding. Given that they hadn't picked Ashe this entire time, they must be prepared to deal with him somehow, and I think that Carl's going to be able to get good damage on him from long range, but in close range, Ashe is pretty much going to win that interaction. Papi Chulos still have one more pick that they can go for. Maybe they go for the Poco double tank, because Carl, a lot of times he doesn't really feel like a tank. He doesn't really play like a tank. And I think that that can act to the benefit of allowing them a little bit more space in their composition to play something. But the competition is really too stiff with Surge on the opposing side. And they go for the M's, actually.
I don't hate the M's. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. A lot of the time, it can't really even handle the Ashe.
Yeah.
Running in a straight line, yes, you can knock it back, but if it can tank a few of those shots and get within range, you're not going to do a lot of damage on top of it anyway. I think they are pretty much relying very, very heavily on Surge. Surge can be able to do a lot of work against every single one of these brawlers on the side of Papi Chulos and be fed to level 3 pretty much instantly, unless they play it very, very passive. Protective pirouette maybe going to be what they use against that against the Ashe, and just hope that it works well if they time it perfectly, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, I would almost expect them to do away with Protective Pirouette entirely and just go for Power Throw, because I don't see a whole lot of situations where going in with the super is going to be that valuable, but Second has other planes. In fact, he's able to diff slash on the right lane. Here's a pass forward. Steel looking to clear things out at mid. Lukey needs to intercept this at the goal line, and he is able to right before going down. What an amazing clutch of the goal line from El Mapache.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Second missed that shot. He could only go in one direction to be able to stop that ball, so not sure why he didn't throw it out in that specific spot, but does have another super anyway, so he can go aggressive once more. It's just, he doesn't obviously want to go aggressive on INS. Tunie's got his super as well, and he's looking for the pinch on Slash, who's now looking for the ball. Second going aggressive, tries to bait out that salty barrel, which he does very well, but he's just getting rained down by on the mortar now, and Ems did have to back up because INS was playing that very well.
Well, Papi Chulos offered some pretty good chances at scoring a goal already, but El Mapache have defended appropriately. Here comes the Caustic Charisma in from Tuning, a great jump combo from INS, but it ultimately leads to his demise and leaves his teammates in a 2v2 rather than a 3v2. It doesn't stop Slash from pushing up, though, and getting some good control, but he's got to be careful not to bite off more than he could chew, because here comes Second up from the bottom side. Tuning takes him down, and Papi Chulos now look to advance up mid, but INS still, it looks like he refuses to move, and this is exactly where Surge is going to find the value, getting close range versus some of these brawlers, but the friend zone is too much for him to contend with for now, and Papi Chulos continued their advance forward.
Yeah, Slash very low, one shot for the Poco, and he does get him down. Heal available as well, and you've got to use this on Second here. He can go aggressive, he can stay in this pinching position. Screeching solo through, get some damage on Lukey as well. Slow from Toonie, that should be able to get both Slash and him in it. But the turret literally knocks him straight into harm's way. Can they finish this one off? Steel looking for the shot through, Toonie trying to heal up. Can they get the passes across? They do, but there's just no answer. They can't get a goal.
INS is really going to be the thing that propels El Mapache to success here because he has been defending like a madman, and the Surge is offering so much value versus every single one of these brawlers. Versus Toonie, it's going to be a lot easier now too because he doesn't have any friend zoners left. Steel doesn't have any gadgets left either, and Second still has an ace up his sleeve though. He has the gadget ready to go. Toonie gets taken down. INS turns his attention towards Second. Overtime inbound, just 10 seconds left, and this one's looking quite good for El Mapache.
Yeah, down goes Second as well, and INS level 4. That's going to be a difficult break for them to get through now, but Toonie's got a super. If they overextend, if they get in range, then it could be a bit of a turnaround in this overtime, but this is 3 brawlers who are going to be dominated by INS. They're actually getting some ground built up, though, as the supers popped, but needs to avoid these shots and maintain the aggressive stance that he's got going on. Screech and Solo going to go out, but I don't think he even healed Toonie there, which is surely the main objective is what he's go for.
I think so too, and Toonie, he's on such low health right now, he's not going to be able to offer too much, but here comes Second with the gadget in, taken down in the midst of the protective pirouette, and Toonie's forced to corner this ball. It's a last-ditch effort. 30 seconds left, and Papi Chulos, their mission is now survival, as they have to defend, and they are outgunned at the moment. INS can jump in. Lukey looks for a pass potentially. There it is, a pass over to the goal line, and now it's Steel's responsibility. Corner the ball again, 15-second countdown. Papi Chulos, it's looking unlikely that they go for the score, and they're just going to try and wait this one out.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to do it as well. Super there, available from Steel, but he gives them the ball.
No!
That's rough. That is very rough ending for Papi Chulos there. I think, honestly, if he'd have just held on to the ball in the corner, it'd have been fine rather than supering it out. But I think he thought that maybe Second had got him down, and that's why he went for the pass out.
This is precisely what you're talking about. Papi Chulos, they cut it real close at the end of Bounty. Steel went for some fancy plays, pass it around. Slash maybe expected Second would take him down a little bit earlier, and he would be able to soup it around the edge, but wasn't able to pull it off. Maybe if he had opted to corner the ball instead, then he would have been able to make that a successful defense, but that's history now. And El Mapache, they got a game posted up on the scoreboard. Papi Chulos need to fire back now because they're still just one game away from a coveted match point, and Steel might just have what it takes to pass this ball over to Toonie. Slash is enough of a deterrent, though. He's going to be creating some good pressure on the left, on the right side as he marches forward and sort of spearheads this charge.
Yeah, it's been just respawn cycle through the first portion of these games for El Mapache, and it's been working for them as well. Not something that Papi Chulos can really push forward and force the ball in against INS. Gonna be one shot now, but does jump back and maintains this level 3. Can stay alive, but Slash throwing this out, and it really has no value against anybody, those robotic rats.
It is unfortunate, but it's the hand that he's been dealt, and he's honestly playing with it quite well. Minute 30 on the clock. El Mapache still continue to push in. Big value here for Toonie as he pushes around the left, but Slash still manages to weather the storm, and he's here ready to intercept Toonie if he goes for anything funny. Slash still maintaining position. Lukey throws up the turret. That's a lot of pressure for El Mapache, and Papi Chulos are succumbing to the effects, but there's no ball to score. El Mapache, they've left it completely on the back lines, and now they're in a position where they actually could put that ball in the goal, but there's no ball in sight.
Yeah, that's really tough. Level 4, though, and I mean, they've got all the positioning in the world, really. They don't need anything more than this. Ash is there as well, but Second does miss a shot there, actually, and that might be his end. But no, the damage gear activates, and he does get him taken down. INS has got jump in hand as well, but can only jump on either Steel or Toonie, and he's going to put himself in a bad position no matter what. And now it's gone from good to pretty bad for El Mapache as he's been reset on his levels.
It almost feels like El Mapache got a little impatient there because they were on offense for so long and just no ball to score. They just had to keep on taking down those enemies, keeping the goal open with no one to pass it in. But now they're pushing things back. Here comes a super to the right side. It's picture perfect all the way from across the field. And El Mapache score their first goal, 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to take a miracle for Papi Chulos to bring it back.
They have the heal. He's got to be close to a super, and he does get it. Little flying hook forward, but he's not going to be able to get slashed down. The heal came in, though, and he might be able to do now. Doesn't get the shot off, though, but can he find the way through? He can't. The robotic rats are there. The turret knockback's there. And El Mapache get their first set against Papi Chulos. Could be the starter of a sweep, but Papi Chulos also have 2 set buffer zone to be able to close this one out.
The Clash of the Critters gets one more step longer as we progress into a further set. We all predicted 3-0s, and now we're all wrong. So let's just wait it out and enjoy the show. Papi Chulos, they offered some stiff defense, but these moments, I think this is where the momentum is going to start to take hold over these guys once again, because there's not really any other way to put it. Maybe I could put it nicer, but it was a complete misplay to try and super that up the right side, and they paid the price. Momentum in El Mapache's hands and firmly there as they close things out in a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough for Papi Chulos, but Elmapachi did play that one very well. They got the draft pretty good. The Surge was a great pick, I will say. Good against all 3 members of that, and that's what really carried them through it. Ash had some moments as well. But we didn't really see much from Penny other than just... It was pretty solid throughout. It wasn't like... It had no big plays like Ash or Surge did, but it was just there. And that's all it needed to be.
Hey, I mean, you know, as soon as we see Penny pop down that turret, it's for one of 2 things. It's to get someone out of her face, get out of here, or just to create a ton of pressure. Seems like she puts it down between, rather behind a line of boxes, and then everyone on the opposing side just backs all the way up to their goal. And that happened time and time again, because what are they going to do versus it? Sacrifice a gadget? Maybe so, but it didn't pan out in the end, and I think this was well picked by Elmapache. It gives me some faith in them, but that momentum is now killed. We're going into Knockout. It's much slower pace now.
Yeah, Knockout is a game mode that can pretty much turn this one out, turn this one round or finish it off.
Yeah.
I think it'll be pretty decisive either way. I don't think it'll be too much of a close set, and a lot of these games have been decided by draft today. It seems like something that's really started to spark up an NA of... it's pretty much decided before we even go into it, but both Mandy's going to be banned out now, and Piper, Nanny going to be banned out from Elmapache, and Papi Chulos going to get rid of the Gene and also the Grey. They don't want any teleports coming in or any pulls, apparently.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is quite solid. It really standardizes things and also allows them to play some long-range brawlers without the risk of the all-out aggression. Here comes the Brock, though, and that's already going to disrupt things because it's going to be changing up the geography of the map, breaking down some of those walls, opening things up, and negating some of the value that throwers might be able to offer. Now, mind you, out in the open, it's not really a thrower favorite, but with Grom in play, you can never be too careful, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's a little bit of a difficult one, really. But you have to be pretty sure that nothing's going to be broken. Eve is a pretty solid first pick as well, right? There you go. Wow. Papi Chulos taking the Eve, and they're going to take the Gus along with it as well, so they can tank a few more of those Brock shots and kind of walk in a straight line. You've got to question what their last pick's going to be, whether it's going to be something that Gus is going to thrive with, like a Fang or something like that, provide the shield and get aggressive on these next couple of brawls they're going to pick, because to play into Gus and Eve, you've got to have some decent long-range brawlers.
This is absolutely fair. I mean, it's a very good point, and I think the long-range brawlers, I mean, with a few of them being banned out, not in play, there's still other options. We know that Bell is definitely a safe pick for Elmapache. It's a Slash favorite. And here comes the Bow, interestingly enough. I wonder what their strategy is going to be here, because it's not like they're going to be farming up some valuable supers for free, but hey, maybe they'll try. It's not the worst either for breaking open the bushes on the enemy side, and it can be very difficult to get enemies out of that position, especially when Jean has been banned out, not in play. Though they have one more pick that they can go with, and it's going to be Janet. I think that this is overall just a pretty safe draft from Elmapache. Nothing extraordinary. And from Papi Chulos, nothing super extraordinary either, but they do have the last pick, which affords them a whole lot of value. Yeah, 2 pretty common basic drafts, really. Nothing too out of the ordinary, and pretty much the same again with Carl. Has that aggressive factor and can be pretty good against Bow and Brock if he goes aggressive on them, especially if they're going to be taking that wall break with Brock as well, which I don't doubt, because against Eve and Gus and Carl, you do kind of outrange them with Janet and Brock. I think this is a good point, and Carl is, I think, overall just going to be a good pick. He's going to get great mobility. He'll be able to get up to mid quickly. He'll be able to get out of there if necessary, and also make his way over the water on the left side if he needs to replace Eve in that situation. Go for a more optimal lane matchup. Overall, I think solid draft from both sides. I'm not terribly convinced by either one, though. Just some unconventional strategies on both sides, but Papi Chulos, we'll see what they have to offer. Elmapache are not getting too much control over here. In fact, that sort of corridor that's been broken open by INS on the left side is already being taken by Second. And these bushes seem to belong to Papi Chulos, but Slash is slowly but surely fighting back.
Yeah, Luki's having a tough time as well, and INS not doing the best against Second either. He was able to just juke a few shots and walk up in a straight line. We're going to have that turret placed down from Slash, but not sure how well it's going to do. Mines are going to be placed, but that also might be a pretty huge waste here, as not sure how much control they're going to get back, especially with Second coming in like that, getting 2 kills. Luki going to be joining them shortly in Second. He wants the cycle, and he got it.
Very well played by Papi Chulos so far. We'll see what supers they have, too. They do have the Eve super, which will be valuable versus Slash and INS, and he's already popped it. will be coming out here shortly. Second also has that combo ready to go, but he's on the opposite side of the field of Slash, but that's who he needs to get towards. Great combo here with Gus, and he's going to go for it anyway. Could be a double kill, and he gets it. Beautiful stuff. And now the final saving grace is going to have to be Janet, but Steel catches up with him, and Papi Chulos go to a match point.
Well, we said it was going to be decisive one way. I didn't think it was going to be that. I was like, Papi Chulos just walked over them in that one, and it's all second. It really is. Like, I mean, it was a good Gus shield, but the Gus shield doesn't make the play, if you know what I mean. It's second who did it, and he did it in the first one as well, which was really something. He played incredibly well in both that one. And he's looking to try and do it again, but he might have got a little bit overconfident there and does have to fly knock out and pretty much lose all control for his team.
I mean, this is one of the sort of weak points of Papi Chulos is that sometimes they can get a little overconfident, but thankfully it's not that big of a loss because he didn't fall on offense. He was just able to get out of there pretty quickly. Still going to be soaking up a lot of damage, though. Lukey on the left side looking to offer something, too. And Steel's forced all the way back. El Mapache, despite having some good mid-control, they're not too keen to move up quite yet, but INS is sort of making the first steps. Has a super in hand to get some good damage versus Tooney, but he knows that if he pops it, Tooney's going to just jump right away, or stay just out of range, too. No kills just yet. It's a slow game, but here comes Tooney to accelerate.
Well, second goes in with the Gus super, not really getting a lot from it this time, but INS is low. Can Tooney finish that one off? He needs to because he's getting pinched in as well. Slash is going to take down Steel, and down goes Tooney, the final member of Papi Chulos. This is a completely different story from what we saw in the first one. Second got the shield, had his super, had the fly knock again, but didn't make the same play. It
was a risk the first time, and it's a risk the second time, too. I really do think that gadget in, even though it was combined with several other abilities, was from super, super far away. And El Mapache are sort of in position to assist each other on that. And we also see the hatchlings coming in. That'll help Tooney. Second's going to go for it. He's got to get good damage to take down into INS. Once again, a huge risk, a close call, but it pans out in his favor, and Lukey falls in turn. El Mapache might have gotten the first round, but it looks like they are going to find themselves just one round away from getting taken down as Slash is completely cornered, and it's just time for them to farm some supers off of him.
Yeah, they were looking for the supers there, but didn't actually get any of them in turn. Must be pretty close for Tooney, though, if he was the one who they let get the shots off. Now, one round stands between Papi Chulos and the last qualifying spot to the challenge season. El Mapache don't want to let this go just yet, and this one round can turn it pretty decisively round the other way. Second, looking for a pincher on this left-hand side now, and we're going to have Gus pinching in as well, looking for the shield, which would be quite influential. We've got hatchlings from Tooney, but hasn't placed them down just yet, and when he does place them, it pretty much rules INS out for a while, because he'll be using a lot of ammo on him.
This is absolutely true, though maybe he'll be able to bait something over there. Mines are in play, but it's the same place Slash has put them every time, and it doesn't seem like unfortunate. But no, thankfully, second already has a shield. Does manage to get some solid damage on Slash, might even get the takedown. Slash not going to get any value on the left side. Lukey also falls on the right. Papi Chulos are in a 2v2. Just one brawler knocked down. This is for all the marbles. Already a takedown into INS. It's going to have to be Slash versus the world. It's not a great outlook. This is it. And he's taken down. Papi Chulos take the round. They take the game, the set, the match, and the spot in the challenge.
I mean, it was deserved at the end of the day, El Mapache. I mean, it's something. The Clash of the Critters, Papi Chulos comes out on top. And we've got a pretty dead-looking raccoon on the left.
He's just playing dead. It's okay. He's just playing dead. I don't think that's something Mapaches do. I think that's more of a Taquache action. But nonetheless, I hold out hope for Mapache, and I hope they. I hope they're just pretending. I hope they wake up for the next season.
I do as well, because I'd like to see more of them, put it that way. They've got some players there. They've got some decent players. They've got, they've got the skill, obviously, to be able to make it to the challenge season, but just not against Papi Chulos today.
Yeah, well played on both sides. I really hope to see some more from El Mapache, but I think we all expected to see a little less from them, okay? Much love for the Mapaches, but we expected a 3-0. We got a 3-1. We got more than we could have hoped for, and I will, you know what? I'll settle for it. I will settle for that kind of action from the Mapaches today.
Yeah, I'm happy with that as well, but statistics-wise, we're looking at 53,000 to 51. Not much in it, but a lot more heals for Papi Chulos as well. They did have a lot more control and, yeah, a lot more influential supers as well. 12 there. The Bowmans really didn't seem to do too much, in my opinion. He got a few of them. He used that totem as well to get the supers, but it really didn't do too much, to be honest. And at the end of the day, I'm not going to say I'm happy that Papi Chulos have won, but I do think they're more deserving of this spot.
It might be one of the best graphics that production has ever created to close out the day, which could not be any more fitting. I mean, it was a long one, especially for Papi Chulos. This is beautiful. This is a work of art.
This is true. They should hang this or they should stow this away in the Smithsonian or something.
Right?
Yeah.
Needs to be framed up on a wall somewhere. I appreciate the creativity in the final hour of all of the Brawl Stars action that we've seen here today. Let's take a look back at everything, okay? Because a lot has happened since we started. We had a whole upper bracket. They had a much shorter day. But on the top side of things, we had Chasmac Gaming and Washed Team secure the first 2 spots to the challenge. Very deserving teams for those first 2 spots.
Yeah, I mean, Chasmac Gaming have been on an absolute tear through North America in this second split of the Open Finals. Wash Team, they played very, very well to take down Obey Alliance in that 3-2. Almost kind of threw it away towards the end as well, losing those 2 sets in a row, but just managing to finish it out in that in the second, well, in the 5th set to guarantee themselves their spot in the challenge season.
Yeah, and then down on the lower bracket, we had little Cinderella stories with the Papi Chulos side of things. Obey and Mystic Esports being the other 2, securing their 2 spots. The 5th spot going the way of Papi Chulos already. I think that all of these teams are going to be very happy with that outcome.
No doubt. I mean, Obey Alliance and Mystic Esports are fantastic teams, and they absolutely deserve to be here. It's a level playing field, and I think also, as far as who made it into these top 5, is what a lot of people expected, right? El Mapache, you know, we hold out hope for the Critters, but Papi Chulos is the expected victor.
I mean, speaking of Papi Chulos, let's go back, look at some final highlights from that last match, and walk through some of the action that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say in this game, they kind of had all of the DPS against them, but they just managed to keep that control throughout pretty much the entire thing, which was a really good showing from them, considering 1 breakaway play, and that was lovely from Steel. Absolutely beautiful. You know, that's when we'll allow a Protesto.
Yeah, exactly. No, that is deserved. That's not just, that is not BM. That is just, I have earned this right, and now I get to throw up the thumbs down. But Papi Chulos, I mean, they got a track record for throwing it up at all times. So, I mean, do with that information what you will. Come Bounty, this is when we finally got to see some fair resistance from El Mapache, but Papi Chulos were still able to bring it back, though they got way too close. And this was foreshadowing as far as how Brawl Ball ended up turning out.
Yeah, a little clutch shield in there as well that we saw, which was quite good on the Bounty side of things, because I didn't realize at the time, but he did actually make that connection, which would have brought him down and flipped the lead back in the favor of El Mapache, which, looking back at it, would have pretty much turned the game around and made it a much closer affair, taking it to a 5th set. But they made some great plays, some big turnarounds for Papi Chulos as well, who really didn't give up hope, but some overconfidence made us kind of question them at certain points.
Right, and in this sort of momentum, it carried on to the next set where we saw some very aggressive plays from Papi Chulos in terms of overtime, and when it came down to this exact moment right here, Steel getting cornered with it, he had a super, he could have healed himself, and he opted to try and trick shot this around Slash, ended up falling into the hands of INS and Lukey. I mean, really, if we roll this one back, beautiful stuff. Amazing teamwork from El Mapache. They really did sense the sort of vulnerability of Papi Chulos, that they were not feeling great about that misplay, and turned it into just some amazing stuff to start bringing things back.
Some great stuff there as well from Second in this one. It was some really nice aggressive plays that he made. The Gus supers are obviously going to be a massive help in allowing him to make these kind of plays, but knowing when to go in with the flying hook and knowing when to stay passive is it's a real big skill to have, and I think that's just a massive aspect that Second does bring to the game.
Well, I know that we got to close out the day on a high for Papi Chulos, but I also think we get to chat with them before we end the show. If I'm not mistaken, we should have Steel standing by, ready to go. Can you hear me? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm feeling good. It was rough after our loss to Mystic, but I'm feeling good now. I'm glad that we made it.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we talked about all day here. Like, you guys had a very long run. So as a group, how do you keep your energy high when you have to play so many times over?
I don't know. It's just like, it's very mentally draining. I just kind of like sit there and like give myself positive affirmations, I guess. I don't really know. Like, it's hard, and especially like losing early on. I don't know. It sucks, but
Yeah.
you just kind of have to keep going. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of run a bit dry on the questions, to be honest with you. But I was going to say, after a couple of losses, did you kind of expect to be able to come back and beat El Mapache? Like, did you go into it thinking that you were the favorites?
Yeah, we definitely expect to be the favorites. We've played them a lot, and I don't think we've lost to them. Like, they're a good team, and we're pretty good friends with them, but we were really confident going into that one. We were pretty confident going into, like, Mystic even, and things just kind of took a toll. But, I don't know, we got our stuff together, and we managed to get this win, which is the one that matters, so pretty happy with that. That's really it.
All right, Steel, dude, we saw the perfect opportunity to play Dynamite. Y'all banned out all 3 throwers. We got to see the Dynamite plays again, dude. It is a top highlight of your career, and you're not looking to recreate it quite yet, no.
I love playing Dyna, but I don't know. Toonie doesn't let me play that.
Hey, you can't take any chances.
He said get on the Poco, and I said okay.
That's just solid team communication there. Now, I know you're exhausted, so we won't keep you too long. But before you go, this is the first time that I've gotten to talk to you. The first time you're getting to talk to chat here. So shout yourself out. Tell everybody your social media, your Twitch, and where they can find you.
SteelBS_ on Twitter and Twitch. And shout out to my teammates, Toonie in second. That's it.
All right. Well, congratulations one more time. That was a long day for you guys, and you closed it out in the end. That's what matters. So you've got to feel good.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. That was okay. I like that. Was first of all, great question.
Well, I mean, look,
Okay.
look, Steel, he's a little infamous for some 3v1 disrespect with the Dynamite. It's a great clip. You guys should go back and watch it if you can find it, but I'm sure it'll be all over the socials pretty soon.
I love it. I love it. And I love that we've gotten to chat to a few new people already before we even get into the challenge. So we're seeing some new faces up here on the broadcast, which is really cool. Great day of Brawl Stars, though. So final thoughts from you guys.
I mean, I'm thrilled that the teams who have made it through have made it through. It was a long day, but I'm sure that the players are going to be happy they played through it to get to the next phase and have the possibility of going even further to the finals.
Yeah, same here. I mean, always happy to see the competition ramping up here in North America, and I'm very pleased with the teams that made it through. I wish we could bring the Mapaches in, but I think Papi Chulos being in here as a 5th team is already a blessing enough, and I can't wait to see these guys play in the challenge. I think that the competition in A, it just keeps on getting closer with every coming week.
Yeah, I am very excited for it. And the teams for the challenge have now been set. It's going to make for an insanely exciting season, so hopefully you are all ready for it as well. Of course, a massive thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole thing possible. We've got a great year ahead of us, and we are just very excited to have all of you join us on this journey. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching. We'll be seeing you soon.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.